Well, hello and welcome to the stream. It is 17th June, excuse me, 2026. We're setting up for DREAGUS Productions Wednesday shows. First, we'll have a pre-show with Censorship Sucks Round Table Radio Show, then his show. And after that, we will get going and get Jack Carey up and around. Beth X and Y in the kick chat along with Youth Crew Dre. Yeah. Welcome in, welcome in. I don't usually get to do shout outs like this when we're on air because that cuts into the radio side and no, they kind of look at us like, "Oh, you're on a competitor. Should we have you?" So that's why we don't normally do shout outs during the radio streams. Now, sometimes when we're on break, you'll hear us give shouts, and I do that. So I hope everybody's had a great beginning of the week. It's hump day, and we got a lot more to come today and the rest of the week. So I hope everybody's had and is ready to finish this week out. Because I am. I'm looking for a great weekend. And I hope you all are too. Give me a minute and I'm going to get John and Bullhorn Barry up. Do. John. Where's that Barry guy at?
All right.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, how you doing?
I don't see Barry up.
Mm.
Hmm. Well, he'll come in. How's your week been?
Yeah. All right.
Good, good.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. What's Blue been up to?
Not much. She's just sitting in the shade outside, sleeping right now. She hasn't seen a leash now in like 4 days. She's loving it.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's been out running, total freedom. Heck, the other night I didn't realize I fell asleep with her outside, so she just was outside all night.
She
Which I
stays.
shouldn't do because there are coyotes and.
Yeah, she stays close though, right? It's not like
Yeah.
she wanders.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
She doesn't move much more than just a good kind of trot, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't run really hard like anywhere near as much.
Hey, I was one. No, did you get a chance to check that link out I sent you? I think it was last week or over the weekend. It was about the magnets that they put inside beehives, and it actually
Really?
increases. Yeah, it's like this hexagon plate. It looks kind of like a coffee cup saucer, not saucer, but you know, you
Mm-hmm.
know, something you would put a cup on top of, so it wouldn't leave a mark on the table. But yeah, apparently, when they put the magnets in the hives, it increases the bee population up to 60%.
Interesting.
Yeah. So I was wondering when you were, out there doing the bee thing, if you seen anything like that in the hives when you were, collecting honey and things like that.
No, no, we just he didn't have magnets in it, but not to say he wouldn't be interested in looking into it,
Yeah. Well, there's one company that that does these. They give them to the farmer, like a portion of them to the farmers, the bee farmers, and then they want to have feedback from them to see, what hives did better than the others, with or without. And then, if they want more, then they can buy more from them. And usually the companies, they'll buy. Yeah, it's I think they're out of England is where the company that sells them and does it from, but it's a guy out of Canada, and he lives in Canada, but the manufacturing place is in Europe. It was really interesting. If you get a chance, take a look at it.
Okay. Will do.
Maybe you can offer that to your buddy.
Yeah.
See what they think.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd bounce it off and see what he thinks exactly.
Yeah. Hey, Barry. Welcome in.
Alrighty, man.
This is the pre-show, by the way. You're in the pre-show, Barry. You're here.
I know.
Okay, you're good.
I'm present. I'm eating, but I'm present.
Okay.
Just now getting. This is lunch right now that I'm eating.
About 15, 20 minutes ago, my son rolls in and he goes, "Here," and he hands me a pork sandwich from one of the places that we love to go eat. I'm like, "Man, you're the boss, man. I love you. You're the best kid in my house right now." He's the only one, It's like
he's buttering you up, dude.
Yeah. I wonder what he wants. No. Alex isn't like that. If it was one of my daughters, I'd be like, "Oh man, I'm in for it now."
Yeah. Sprinkling salt because it needs it, man.
Yeah, it was really good.
Mine is not all that good. I'm just trying to get some nutrition and protein right now.
Yeah, I just had a big old cheeseburger.
Yeah, there you go. Get that protein, man.
With teriyaki sauce, Swiss cheese, and avocados.
Red light is on. We are recording. No kidding. Avocados. Oh man, I love avocados. They're not good for me.
Yeah, they're good on a burger.
Did you find out what happened to Brent?
No, I haven't talked to him yet.
You hadn't shot him an email or anything?
No, I haven't. I don't know. At this point, I'm just thinking we'll skip June and go to July.
You what?
I'm thinking at this point maybe we'll just skip June and go straight into July with him.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Might want to find out if everything's good to go though. Everything like he's all right and everything. Never know.
Oh, I'm sure he's fine.
On his end. Because doesn't he usually, if he misses, doesn't he usually let you know?
Yeah, but I mean, I'm not particularly worried about him. I'm sure it's fine.
Okay.
I don't know. Are you worried?
It just seems strange. No, I'm not worried.
Okay. We might have this cunning linguist back with us tonight. I couldn't really find his channel.
Did you give him the link?
I can't find his channel. I talked to Yotivation. She's going to give him the link if she sees my chat.
Oh, yeah, if it's mine.
Yeah. But I looked around for him. I couldn't find anyone that hasn't posted since like 2018. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the only ones I saw were like really old dead channels.
I tagged him on Sunday.
Yeah.
For
on
the the archives. So
Okay.
yeah,
Oh, you did an at, and then you
yeah,
spelt out
at,
cunning
yeah.
linguist.
Oh, I did the at. Oh, yeah, I
Did you
can
ever?
do that
Did you
every
like
now
find
and
his
then.
page?
Huh?
Did you find his page?
I didn't look at his page. I just, you know,
Okay. So I don't know if that's him.
if it is, it is. If it isn't, oh well.
Yeah, I don't think it is because what do you call it? It's just if it's him, he hasn't posted since 2018.
Yeah.
Okay.
That
Which
doesn't
could
sound
be
like
the fact that
that doesn't sound like
Yeah.
something Yotivation would follow.
well, if he just never posts like ever, but he does go to like comments and makes comments and
Yeah.
stuff, you know what I mean? That's
Maybe.
theoretically possible, but
Not probable. Yeah.
yeah.
I got to sneeze.
You okay, buddy?
I feel pretty good.
Okay.
I think
I bet.
I'm ready for the show now. I feel wide. That was like a defibrillator put on me, man. It was so jolting.
Zap.
What's that?
Zap. Did it leave marks?
I need it, man. I'm telling you.
Uh-oh,
Every now
who's
and
here? Uh-oh, David Hoggington. Hey, David.
Hello.
Hola.
How you doing, man?
I didn't realize the time.
Oh.
I was like, oh, crap. Like, well, you know, I got just enough time to tell them I hate them all and wish they were dead. So, there we go. We're done. Yeah.
us or the Democrats?
Oh, everyone. Everyone.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you.
Thank God there's not a mirror. I'd be included as well. Yeah.
Like I said,
They're all going down.
I said it before. I'll say it again. Red light is on. We are recording.
There you go. Testing, testing. Gary, can you hear me?
We're turning everything over to the FISA courts.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Are they still in business?
That I'm not so sure about. I mean,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know,
They're in limbo right now, aren't they? We didn't sign some legislation, or
yeah, I think Thune
Yeah.
wants it
Something like
signed.
that.
That
of course he does. Yeah.
But the latest theory from Alex Jones was driving me nuts. He believes that, you know, the attacks that the FBI foiled were all part of, you know, a false flag to get the FISA passed.
Right.
I'm like, please, man, give me a break, dude.
Yeah. Well, honestly, I don't know what the truth is, but we have seen patterns. You know,
That's the thing. He
that doesn't mean that's what happened, but you know.
exactly. He's still going off of all the old patterns, and I think things have somewhat changed. I mean, okay, I don't like Kash Patel, but I don't think he's a part of a false flag. I really don't,
Right.
man. I'm
Right.
serious.
Well, they tried to say the whole press dinner thing was a false flag.
Yeah.
You know, like, wow, you're going to risk having the press people, the media, hurt? I don't think so. Those are their mouthpieces. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why would the deep state risk them?
Yep. Now,
Yep.
maybe a criminal element, like within the government, like some leftists that are left over.
Yeah.
left for deep state, maybe they worked with this guy. That wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
Trump and not Patel. And I mean, say what you want about Patel, but I don't think he's given himself over to the deep state.
Yeah. I doubt it.
Does he like the women and the gambling and all that and the drinking or whatever? Probably. I mean, I
Yeah.
don't know.
Yeah. That's right. You know, some of our Supreme Court
It's
judges
the
like
free
beer.
Coke after the busts, right?
Exactly. You know, and I can't see him. You know, he was
I
partying
mean-
for
I
the
mean-
Olympics. but
I
can
mean
you blame him?
Coca-Cola. I'm sorry, allegedly.
Of course, that's what I assumed when you said that. Yeah,
Allegedly.
allegedly.
Oh my God. Allegedly.
I hear a lot of truthers saying that now. Hey, man, you got to say allegedly. They're really cracking down on us right now,
Yeah.
especially like on YouTube, I think.
Yep. You know, all you have to say is "I believe" or "I feel," and you're fine. That's just as good as allegedly. And I'm sure there's other words to use. You know, as long as you don't state something to be a fact that you do not know, you know, you should be fine.
That's right. Or you can always go to the go-to and say, you know, some people say.
Yeah, sources say
that Fauci is an
You know what
actual
I heard?
from hell.
From an anonymous source.
Yep.
Yeah.
From an anonymous source, I heard. From some sisters, cousins, uncles.
Yeah, from Minnesota.
Yeah, who actually lives in San Diego right now.
Yep.
You know?
Yeah. Well,
But wants to
cousin,
travel
third
to
cousin, twice
Philadelphia. You know?
removed. Yeah. Yep.
I used that for a post that I made on X and Minds and Truth, where I said, see the propaganda film that many believe is the plan of the radical left and nefarious globalists. We're talking, because Civil War is now free on Roku.
I thought you were talking
Right.
about the movie Disclosure.
That too. I can't wait to funk that thing, man. But I'm going to go see it, I think. It's been a long time since I've seen a propaganda
Pray before you
film
go.
at the box office. Is it,
The
is it
demons,
playing
the
at the
demons
box
will come and get you,
It's in
Barry.
theaters.
Yeah.
Mrs. Hogg and I actually saw it Friday.
Oh, well, the Competing Forever gave it a pretty poor review. What did you think?
You know, Close Encounters was better. That's my answer.
Yeah.
From what I heard, it was not a typical Spielberg movie.
No,
It was
the thing
more-
Is, he's
it was
old
more
now. He just
of a-
showed up.
It was more of a semi-factual representation documentary. That's what I've heard.
Yeah, it showed a lot of stuff that people in the UFO community were like, "Oh, that's that. And, oh, that's that. Oh, that's that." You know, but you know, and it was so cryptic that somebody who knew nothing wouldn't want to research. You know, oh, I
No,
wonder
they're
what
not
that
gonna.
is.
They're not gonna do the work. No.
Yeah,
people-
exactly.
People will not do
Yeah.
the work. You know. That's just like
People
saying,
who are
"Oh
into it have
wow,
already done the work, you know
last."
what I mean, if you're into it, you're going to look into it, and if you're not into it, you
Yeah.
might see the movie and be like, "Yeah, blah," but you're still not going to look
Yeah.
into it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And and the most glaring thing is these people were able to escape the evil forces that were coming at them, being like 3 yards
No
away.
spoilers. No
It's like,
spoilers.
hide behind a trash can. Well,
Yeah.
no, it's just kind of like when the script says they escape, it was like, okay, whatever, they escape. It's like,
Yeah.
oh, you
Yeah.
mean nobody thought to look over their shoulder for half a second?
Yeah.
You know? And it happens multiple times throughout the film. You're like, okay.
My thing is,
So,
what's this about animals talking and having conversations? I don't want to know.
well,
Don't
it-
give me.
okay.
Don't
All right,
do it
well,
here.
No spoilers.
Later.
They're not animals.
Don't-
They're not animals.
They're aliens, right?
That's how they present themselves. So
Oh.
oftentimes people that have had encounters claim of seeing an owl.
Mhm.
And so, you know, your brain processes things. So your brain
Weird.
doesn't say, "Oh my God, it's an alien." It's just like, it was an owl. Yes, it was an owl. I saw an owl.
Mm.
So, yeah, it's how they present themselves.
Okay.
Yep.
Shapeshifters, right?
Nothing about shape-shifting.
Okay.
It's kind of all in your mind, how you perceive things.
Okay. It's a Jedi mind trick. I knew it.
There is definitely some sort of Jedi mind trick going on. Yeah.
I heard some people say, "Oh, it's the greatest Spielberg film ever," but I would bet
No.
I
No.
would bet that's the people that buy into the Hollywood establishment lying, deceiving message about the alien thing.
Yeah. It was kind of long. It was kind of slow. Personally, in the end, there was no payoff. You know.
Oh, it's kind of like the drops. We've got the last drop from the government on last
the
Saturday.
UFO
Yeah.
stuff,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, there are some really good information if you know what to look for and are into the historical aspects of ufology, but it's it's not coming out and saying, "Oh yeah, these are the aliens. They're here, and this is what their crafts look like." No,
Yep.
we're not going to get that. We're not going to.
Yeah,
get
exactly. You're not gonna see the high res stuff.
Well, it is kind of strange that the film came out at the same time that drops. So I hear propaganda,
Yes.
just like Civil War.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Civil War
Yeah.
propaganda.
I would say a better movie that explains that phenomena best would be Contact with Jodie Foster.
Exactly.
Okay.
Well,
If
you were
you're
talking about
into that.
propaganda. The only piece of propaganda that I really saw in there is they are trying to get religious types not to freak out if it is revealed that there are extraterrestrials.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
we
So that was kind of in the
yeah.
film.
yeah, we don't know
Yeah.
what they look like. They could look like what have been portrayed as demons, angels, whatever. Or
Right.
something, like a giant spider somebody mentioned in a podcast that I listened to. I'm like,
Right.
yeah, whatever, if they're that advanced, they could probably do that or whatever.
Yeah. Stephen King's It. Pennywise was not a clown.
He's an alien.
The It. Well, not even that. It was something that could not be perceived, and so you saw a clown.
I think
So-
what he said was, I saw it in Breitbart.com, that it was going to shake the Christians' faith. And I think that that's partially true because most people don't know their Bible and understand it, nor do they understand the books that were written between the two testaments, like the Book of
Right.
Enoch, Book of Giants. And,
Yeah.
Right.
and a lot of the stuff, even in the Bible, they change a few things because it seems so out of place. So they reinterpreted it. And
Exactly.
so I think anybody that's really knows their Bible, it will actually fill in all the pieces that's been missing.
Right.
That's how I see it.
And don't forget the Gnostic texts.
Yeah. Which
Because,
which goes
the
back
Catholic
to
Church
the
is really upset
Ethiopian
about those.
Bible, though. Which
Yeah,
are included
exactly.
in that. So
Yes, my favorite part of the Ethiopian Bible is.
Yeah.
Yeah, the favorite part.
I'm sorry, CS, if we went down a rabbit hole that's not
No,
part of
you're
what
good.
you guys normally talk about in there. But hey,
Yes.
David Hogg brought up
Well,
some cool stuff.
David Hogg is a doctor of divinity, so he did get his doctorate. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, when you get a chance, send me some more parody and funny stuff.
You talking to me or somebody else?
You
Okay.
for music wise.
What, after
Okay.
we got deep down the rabbit hole?
Yeah. Well, hey, that's me.
That's what you got to do is dive deep and then have some comedy relief.
That's it.
I'm hoping by the time I hit August, I'll have over 10,000 AI generated different songs
That's
for
fair.
the stream.
I'll just give you my account and you can have access to everything.
I think you need to
Yeah,
get
I have I have almost 6,000 right now.
I'm like AI.
Okay.
AI.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. 6,000 is nothing.
I've
That's fair.
music we're playing it. It sounds pretty much like stuff you just hear on the radio.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Matter of fact, my commute now, I play my own music. I have my own little playlist.
Yep.
Even Spotify's like, I don't know what, I think 40% it's AI now, maybe more than that. I can't remember. But
Honestly, sometimes you can't even tell.
Yeah.
Yep.
I've thought about
getting that
creating a
good.
Spotify account, but then I looked and said, "Oh, I have to pay for that." No.
Yeah. Yep.
That would probably give our shows a boost if I could take and get on it. But hey,
Yep.
I'm
Well,
not
currently-
paying, I don't pay to play.
I'm working on a song for somebody whose husband, who is 62 years old, decided he's going to have a original Star Trek themed birthday party.
Oh, cool.
A 62-year-old man. So I've got William Shatner basically ranting and roasting the crap out of him for doing that.
That's
come on.
awesome.
Yeah. So that's what I've been working on, and I've probably generated at least 200 versions so far.
We should do something like that for Wormapalooza to do to give Willie crap. All right. Have William Shatner just, kind of like cut him down and roast
Right.
him.
You're a worm farmer. You have to use ChatGPT for your comedy. Get a life.
Get a life.
I don't know if we're gonna get sued if we play William Shatner on the radio, though.
Dude, you should come up with
I mean, we could come up with somebody else. I mean, but
well, the thing is,
someone,
if you use someone's likeness, we might get in trouble.
yeah, you know,
It's one thing for an old man's
been
birthday
dead
party.
for Art Bell's been dead for quite a while. I don't know who has the who has the rights to his voice right now.
Right.
You know?
Exactly.
But I'm sure if we did that, we'd find out pretty quick.
Yeah. Yep.
Yep. Why don't you do a stand-up deal on Lollapalooza and have it be all comedy that was written by AI, but you deliver it?
You know, I would just cheap out and make my AI version do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would rather just hand everything over to the Hanselbot 5000.
2.0.
And it sounds a lot like, I mean, because doing Hansel was much harder than doing your voice beforehand. Did it finally get Hansel's voice down? The AI?
Yeah, fairly good.
Yeah, it doesn't do well. I think it does an all right, Michael.
The singing one does a pretty good Michael the Midget, I have to admit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
yeah, I've got a good Michael voice.
Stuck in space with the monkeys.
Yep.
That was a really, really good one that you did. And
my
people
favorite's
like
Willie's Willie won't work.
Yeah. I keep hearing these knocks in my trunk.
Yep. The representative of the King of Nigeria, that one's singing voice is creepy. It sounds like one of the chipmunks, like on acid, though. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why. It just doesn't seem to grasp, you know, that voice. But it's been good for other things.
We're in the 5-minute countdown, guys.
Yep.
Green light is on.
Yeah, you guys getting ready to start the next room?
In another minute.
Another minute, okay.
I want to make sure that we're able to clear the whole hour without having to switch rooms in between.
Okay.
Or having to go to break early at the top of the hour.
All right. So Sunday, is the entire Willie segment going to be about ranch dressing?
It could be.
God, that's
yeah,
so
because that really seemed to get Willie irritated.
Yeah, I like it with chicken, and he's like, hey.
Yeah, exactly. Someone mentioned ranch dressing.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know, it's funny. Like, somebody was talking about ranch dressing on TV the other day, and they're like, you know, this really tastes like it should just be on a salad or something. And I'm like, yeah, I didn't think about that. Like, it actually is a salad dressing.
Yeah, that's what it's meant as. Yep.
And all the talks we've had lately, it's all just been about like chicken tenders and fries and whatever.
Yeah.
We should talk about ranch, and then we'll bring it around that this is ranch made from Willie's cockroach milk.
Yeah, and then
he can't complain.
Yeah, instead of buttermilk, you know, it's
yes, exactly.
Cockroach milk, yeah.
Yep.
And you know, Grey Poupon.
You don't want to know it's in Grey Poupon.
Yeah. Pardon me.
Yes.
All right.
You know,
I think
we
we're
still
close.
haven't told Willie about poo-poo chili.
I think we're close enough. I'm going to get us to the next one, all right? So I'll catch you guys, and we'll start the show up here real soon.
All right.
All right?
Hate you all. Wish you're dead. Flat Earth.
Yeah. Ranch dressing.
Ranch dressing.
All right, that's pre-show for Censorship Sucks. We're going to get the regular show up and rolling here in just a minute. So hang tight, folks. Let me pull us up on the old OBS, and then I'll get us going. Hey guys.
Hey.
Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back.
Hello?
Yes, you are. You're here, Barry. I hear you.
Okay. Is everybody else here?
Yep.
Yeah.
Very good. CS, how's it going, man? I didn't get a chance to ask you. I was eating.
I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good.
Oh, did you see Children of Men? I think it's still playing, dude.
I have not seen it yet. No, I forgot all about that.
Also, if you have Roku, Civil War is free right now on Roku with ads, of course, but it's worth seeing if you haven't seen it, man. It's the globalist plan. I'm telling you. Alex told me.
All right.
I would give a spoiler, but I just because it's like the most impactful thing of the whole movie. But I know there's probably people listening that want to watch it. But I could say, hey, shut your ears right now. I'm going to give you a big spoiler. But yeah, it is a crazy film. And think about it, man. That came right before, or maybe right after the first attempt. I can't even remember. I think it was before. And then we had 3 attempts since that film came out.
30 seconds.
Trump's life.
Oh, did you hear about the
Yeah, of
thwarted
course, man.
drone attack?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Crazy times,
Yeah,
man.
it's weird. Anyways, here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live for the very first time tonight, right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. Wednesday night edition for June 17th, 2026. Man, we got all kinds of stuff going on out there. With me tonight, we got Bullhorn Barry on the mic. What's up, Bullhorn?
How you doing, John? Glad to be here, man. It's good to hear your voice.
Glad to hear you. Your voice as well. Good to have you on, as always. You just make the show a better round of conversation, so we always appreciate you being here. And let's talk about, I guess, what's going on here in the world. Sunday night, we had the big UFC championships that occurred on the White House lawn. And, big success. Went really well. There were a couple, moments. There was one of the fighters who won his bout called Michelle Obama a dude after the show. And, controversy, whatever. Trump kind of seemed to have laughed it off and tried not to get too involved in that. It is what it is. But, other than a few moments like that, it seemed to be an overall pretty good success. Except for now we're finding out that there was an assassination attempt on this group, a mass murder kind of thing that they were trying to pull off, where they were going to run explosive drones into the arena and set them off, thereby triggering a panic where everyone would run towards the south, I guess. And south of there, they had plans to have snipers set up. So when everyone ran out of the stadium, out into the street or wherever they were, snipers were there to start picking them off. Why? Because, these people are fascist Nazis, I guess. They don't agree with you politically, so it's okay to kill them all. You know what I mean? Families, moms, dads, whatever, just slaughter them because you don't agree with them politically. That's kind of where we're at nowadays. Have you seen how many assassination attempts, Barry, have been, portrayed against the president in the last few months?
I mean, everything is just, it's ramping up, man. And that's why 6 weeks ago, when you asked me if I had anything to say, I said to people, hey, man, we're on a collision course. Good and evil are about to collide in ways that we haven't seen in a good while. And out of that, man, one side's going to come out the victor on that. Not the ultimate victor, as I said before, but this thing is coming to a head again, man. We see it happening. We get these collisions that happen, massive collisions, and it either propels, one side a little bit further closer to victory. I think it's going to propel us closer to victory. Whatever catastrophic event or good event is coming, it's going to propel us forward.
Yeah, people can't look at this thing and say, okay, these guys, there were 25 of them apparently that were conspiring to put together this massacre. Obviously most of the left will never even get wind of this as it, even happened, right? But the people like us who are aware of this happening, you get pretty sick of it. I mean, again, I hate to beat a dead horse, but why did they want to kill all these people? Because they disagree politically. They wanted, and these are pretty radical, way far leftist Antifa types, that want the tear down the government. They wanted to use this as a launching pad to start a revolution and, in the government, overturn it, put in place a new, perfect union, a new perfect government that's more communist, socialist. It's a communist anarchy, I think they call it, anarcho-communist system, which on its face makes absolutely no sense. It's a laughable combination to try to put anarchy and communism together in the same sentence. It's laughable. And if that's your political belief and that's what you think you're going to get by over toppling the government, you're an idiot. Okay, you're an idiot. Anarchy, communism, dead opposites. There's no way you can put them in the same room together and get anywhere near some sort of a semblance of a consensus among a group of people. And that's what this is all about, folks. You topple the U.S. government, you're going to get a bunch of people in a room who are going to sit there like our founders did 250 years ago, and they're going to hash out all the different ways that they could write the Constitution. They're going to hash out all the different things. They're going to look at all their favorite countries like China and Russia and, look for inspiration in the classical communist, doctrines that are out there. Heck, let's sprinkle a little North Korea in there. Who knows? But you're going to have a bunch of people that are going to have to come to a consensus as to what our new government should look like. And I guarantee you, that whatever they come out of that room having drafted will look nothing like what you went to war to bring to the United States, to topple this government and create a new, more perfect union. You won't even recognize any semblance of that union you had in your brain when you started this war. When it all finishes and you come out victorious, let's say, and you do get to rewrite the government, you're not going to know what you've got. You're going to find out over time that it's going to be a globalist dictatorship that you've just, willingly risked your life to bring into existence. A fascist dictatorship that is far, far, far more intrusive than the United States is today in every way, shape, every form, every format, everything.
Oh, they might line up those violent revolutionaries and shoot them first off once the new dystopian tyrannical government's in place, because that's pretty much what happens historically, right? Because they're dangerous, right?
Yeah. Oh, exactly. The useful idiots are the first ones you kill. The useful idiots are the morons that go out and try to start these types of revolutions that, if it succeeds, they're the most dangerous ones. Of course, the new government isn't going to want you around. You're the ones that overthrew the last government. They don't want you around. They're going to kill you, And let's not forget, all these gay rights and everything that, are so important to the left. What did Castro do? Che Guevara, your famous Che Guevara t-shirts that y'all wear around. That guy lined up gay people and shot them in the head for being gay. It's what happens, folks. You get a massive fascist dictatorship that you, in your worst nightmare, would not want anywhere near the reins of power in here in the United States. And yet that's what you're going to get. So good luck on that. Good luck.
It's evidence that these people are all about just burning it down. I don't even know that they believe in their movement that much. They just like to see things burnt down. I mean, for example, supposedly they were going after capitalist pigs and billionaires, but they were willing to snipe off the American civilians that are supposedly the people that they're saving. It's just they want to kill, they want to murder, they want to burn things down. Because like in the Batman movie, when the butler tells Batman, some people just want to see things burn, because that was like the Joker. He just liked seeing things burn. It was beautiful to him. And we see it in Fight Club as well, another propaganda film where they're standing outside of a big, tall building watching the high-rise buildings collapse that they blew up because they love seeing things burn, man. These are just really bad people, bad apples. And we called it a long time ago. We were saying that there was an element of violent revolutionaries within these groups. We've been saying it for so long, and we were probably criticized by a lot of people for that.
Oh, yeah. And it's a very, very violent, James O'Keefe just did another deep dive into, I think it was New Jersey Antifa. And Cam Higby did the report, if you guys saw it, but it's up on Veritas channel. I'm sorry, O'Keefe Media Group, not the Veritas, O'Keefe Media Group's channel. My bad. Yeah, Veritas doesn't do anything anymore. It's defunct and doesn't really exist as far as I know. Where they went in and infiltrated the Antifa groups in New Jersey and found, the violence is insane, but also the connections, the people. I mean, there were top executives from T-Mobile, in the AI department and other, universities and schools and all kinds of different foundations and, that were openly involved in Antifa that really have no right. If you're openly involved in an organization like that, you are, you're not in any position to be considered part of polite society. I guess is a good way to put it.
Remember, there were some people that I believe it was O'Keefe that penetrated that were cats that were tied to Bernie Sanders that were revolutionaries, violent revolutionaries. They didn't have a problem with violence as being part of the plan to get to where they need to go.
Yeah, well, you're going to make that socialist omelet, you got to break some eggs, right?
But it was shocking, because I can't remember how Bernie responded to it, if he even responded to it at all. And, the media wouldn't pick up on it. So the only people picking up on it are the people being censored online, like, the alternative media.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Bernie is a dangerous dude. It's kind of scary how close he came to getting the nomination and, before Hillary Clinton stole it from him. Very, very, very scary to think a guy like that had the sort of support he does. I mean, you talk to people, they're like, yeah, I like Bernie, whatever. But do they really understand what it's about? You know what I mean? Like, we look at Elon Musk, going public with SpaceX, and the left is flipping out. They just want the dude destroyed. They hate him because he dared to work with Donald Trump to try to cut some spending, which I don't know if all his efforts amounted to any savings for the U.S. government at this point in time, right? I mean, they found all kinds of corruption and stealing and waste and abuse, but did anyone do anything about it? You know what I'm saying, Barry?
Mm-hmm.
Nothing really came of it. So, I mean, we're spending up into the trillions and trillions of dollars every year that we have to borrow huge sums of, and we're just adding that to our deficit. We talk about things that Donald Trump has done that I think are horrible. It's this absolute guillotine hanging over our heads that is our national debt. We've done nothing to address that so far in Trump's term. And the only way any of this ever makes sense is if Elon is right that, money won't even matter in 5 years from now.
Yeah, I just posted about that. It's shocking. He really believes that. And so I had a suggestion for him because I posted that video on X and I should have tagged him. I didn't, but I have tagged him before and said, well, if we're not going to need currency anymore, then I'm sure that Elon will have a giant celebration and a big bonfire where we can all come around and either be there or watch it on TV while he burns his $1 trillion because money's not going to matter.
Oh, it'll matter.
That's what I'm saying, dude. I mean, if it doesn't matter like he says, because he says, if we're right about our predictions, well, if you truly believe that, then you'll burn your $1 trillion because it won't even matter. But what this really is, it's a gobbling up of all the power to the super elite, and we'll have nothing. We'll have chump change, and they'll be richer and more powerful than ever. They're spinning a lie, and I know Elon believes this and knows this deep down in his heart, but he just can't stop the train. He's on it, and it's going too fast, and he's in it, and so he's going to build these robots, and he's going to build the AI revolution, and hopefully, I mean, maybe he'll help steer it away from the tyrannical aspects, but I don't know.
Yeah, and I mean, I hope he's right. He said, I remember covering an article, a quote from him a while back, where he said basically, if you're saving for your retirement right now, you're just pissing. You're wasting your time. Don't bother. Which is a ballsy thing to say for the wealthiest person in the world to tell, some schmuck working at GM in Detroit to don't bother, putting money into your retirement account.
Yeah. I don't believe it. Just me personally, I don't believe it. Maybe he's deceived and believes that, or maybe he's just saying that so that we'll buy it. I don't know. I think he's kind of like, he's a mixed bag, man. I mean, you see a lot of good in him, but then you see a lot of bad in him. And obviously, when you have that kind of money and that kind of power, we've talked about how easily that can go to your head. I mean, we're not talking millionaire status. We're not even talking billionaire status. We're talking trillionaire status now.
Yeah, $1,000 billion,
Unreal.
And I think he's actually way over that, because before this even happened, he was up at like 700 billion or some stupid number, so he's probably far surpassed even the $1 trillion mark, which is a staggering number. I mean, that's the kind of money that is hard to even fathom. You've got rocket ships taking you back and forth on your commute. You can do anything you want, anything.
Yep. Nothing holding you back. That's for sure. And of course, the red carpet's always going to be rolled out for you because, you're powerful and rich, and people want a piece of that. They want a piece of the pie. They want a piece of the action. So they're always, and that just feeds the ego of these people as well, because then they start to buy the hype. But the hype is really just them leeching off of him.
Yeah, it's amazing being, rich and powerful and famous. I mean, you get to a point where your money is no good. You know what I mean? You go to some 5-star restaurant, and they're like, oh, it's on us,
Yeah. Well, there was this video, I think it was with Azalea Banks at some Hollywood deal, and she was talking about things she probably shouldn't talk about, but maybe she didn't know she was being filmed. And she was talking about how, everything is just about making money in Hollywood. And like they pretend like they have these get-togethers for various of different reasons, but it's really about how can you make me more money? So there's not really any real love or real bonds being created in these atmospheres. It's just you're in the midst of swimming with sharks, and she's just smart enough to realize it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's wild stuff. But I don't know. It's interesting to watch all this stuff unfold, and Elon Musk certainly is in a position to truly change the world right now. And if he came out tomorrow and said, I'm just going to do it, folks, I'm going to feed all the homeless. Like, if you're homeless and you can get a card that says you're homeless, you can show up at any whatever restaurant, and it's just, swipe your card and it's on me. Right? I could see him going to some degree like that at some point. And you know what the left would do?
Oh, they'd hate him.
They would call him Hitler.
Probably.
They would say it's not nutritious. They would say whatever they could, Yep. They would just put him down.
Yep, you're demoralizing them. You're saying that they're not capable of taking care of themselves or whatever. It's just always something, man. They have this idea of just, burning everything down. Like I said, I don't, because we've talked about this 1,000 times. What is their plan? Do they have a plan? No, they don't. It's just bash Trump 24/7, be violent. I mean, we're seeing Antifa still being violent. The left is still being violent. They were just violent recently, when they arrested those or indicted those 15 Antifa thugs. There was violence at that ordeal. And they just don't stop. And they're lawless, man. They do not like the rule of law. These are very, very dangerous people, man.
Yeah, and we need to address it and get the word out. I mean, even a year ago or 2 years ago at the debate, Joe Biden swore up and down that Antifa wasn't a thing. That's wasn't real. It was just an idea. Now, how dumb do you have to be to believe that Antifa isn't real? It's just an idea.
It's alluding that it's an idea that no one's doing anything about it. It's just something that's inside somebody's head. It's not actually people mobilizing and taking action. It's just an idea in somebody's head. I mean, they totally make it sort of like it's anomalous and it's enigma, and it's not really anything at all. It's just this is a mass imagination and delusion of the far right. You know, as we watch them burn things and turn violent and beat people up and burn police cars and break windows and businesses, and I mean, come on.
For months on end in Portland, for months on end, every single night, they had encampments. They lived there 24/7. All they did was protest and beat on drums and make as much noise as they could and throw rocks and fireworks at the federal building, night after night after night. They turned that into a little war zone because the government didn't have the balls to just go in there and clean it up, to take them out and bring them into the jail, mugshot them, put them out on bail, make them go to court, the whole 9 yards. You know, you fight a cop, you should get in some trouble for that. You don't go around fighting cops, folks. You just don't. But yet somehow it's exempt if you're on the left. Somehow, you know, if you're on the left, it's cool. You can fight a cop.
You got me thinking about JD Vance on The View just recently.
Mm.
You know, I mean, even like the fake news pundits, like on The View, right? I mean, they can't stop doing what they do, right? Because they hate us. They hate America. They hate everything that we stand for. And all they were like a bunch of chickens going, blah, 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 just attacking him. Like he couldn't even get in a word edgewise. You're a racist, 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 right? And it's like, do people really think that's going to help your movement? I mean, I don't know, man, but I truly believe as we get more arrests, indictments, and convictions, which are happening now, the violent aspect of the left is going to grow, and more bizarre behavior, more outlandish claims. It's going to get crazy, folks. Well, like I said, good and evil are about to clash, man.
Yeah. And I mean, Anna Navarro on The View, what she's like, well, Donald Trump was best friends with him in the 80s. Best friends. They were, okay, so you're going to go back 50 some years ago and claim that these two guys were best friends. Like, because you just know you can't unprove that. They knew each other. He belonged to his club. But you know what? There were also two billionaires living in Miami at the time. There's probably, how many billionaires living in Miami at that time? Right? People, you know, when you're at that level of wealth, it's hard to hang out with just anybody. Because it's like, hey, I want to go to the moon tonight and, you know, eat Swiss cheese out of a fondue out of a whatever on the moon. Oh,
Right.
You can't afford that? Too bad. You know? Like, I'm going to take my 90, you know, foot yacht out to the Bahamas, you know. You want to come? It's tough to hang. You know what I'm saying? If you're only worth like 10 million, your chump change, you might blow that in one night.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, they gamble $1 million, right, on a game of golf.
Sure. Why not? It's $1 million. It's nothing.
Chump change.
Yeah, if you want to make it interesting, it's really just making it interesting. I saw something with talking about how Vegas is kind of dying, and they were showing Dana White there betting 400 grand on a hand, you know?
Wow.
And he's like, I only bet this much because they won't take $1 million bet. They're too small time.
Yeah, that's foolishness in my opinion. But whatever, each their own.
Yeah.
It's a free country, man. If you want to blow your money, go for it.
Yeah, yeah. And I mean, to him, he probably looks at it as like, you know, hey, it's blackjack. You win a hand, you lose a hand, you win a hand, you lose a hand. It's just all kind of back and forth. It's 50-50 really at any given moment, whether you're going to win or lose, if you know how to play the game correctly, right? If you don't do stupid things. So, you know, whatever. Maybe he looks at it and says, well, you know, worst case scenario, I'll be up or down maybe 10 million at the end of the night.
I think at the end of the day, unless you're really good, unless you're like the Highlander, that guy who knows how to play, and he wins, but he's also been blackballed because he wins more than he loses. But I think overall, most people lose more than they win. So they're definitely going there. They look at it like this. It's worth losing millions of dollars because I'm having fun. I think that's at the end of the day what they believe.
Well, and they give you so many benefits at that level that, you know, you are in fact staying in a $100,000 a night room.
Of course.
You know what I mean? And you can move into it tomorrow, literally, and they'll let you live there for the next year if you're like a Dana White. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, they don't care. Fine, have at it. Please live here in our casino. And even if you don't even play blackjack, we don't care. You're worth $1 billion, so we want you on our property.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's probably good publicity for them.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's
For everything. Yeah, and I mean, you know, one night you might just have a bad night and say screw it, and you drink too much and you go down to the, you know, poker room and lose half your fortune, and like boom, it paid off. Like, we just had to wait long enough for him to have that moment of weakness, and we got him. Right?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I think they enjoy taking his money. They probably give him a royal treatment, obviously, because he's got lots of money. They want that money, and they also like the publicity that he brings and give him a lot. They probably shower him with all kinds of free gifts to where he forgets about how much he lost.
Yeah. And women and food and just you name it, everything. Absolutely everything. It's Vegas, man. They know how to take care of it.
To me, it sounds boring. I mean, because I'm just a common dude. I like the simple things. That sounds like a nightmare to me. It sounds chaotic. It sounds stressful. But hey, to each their own.
Yeah, and it is. I mean, to a large degree, that would get boring after a while, like, yuck.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you got women around you, but yeah, where have they been,
Oh, who knows?
otherwise and all that, right? Like, yeah, not the highest quality, even though they they have the highest price.
Even though they cost $10,000 a night.
Yeah, right. But yeah, to each his own. But it's interesting to just kind of see where all this stuff heads to. But folks, we've got to take a break. This is the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, and we'll be right back after these messages.
All right, we're on radio break.
All right. And so, Barry, yeah, cunning linguist might show up in the show sometime tonight. I don't know. It depends if Yotivation sees my DM, and if he then forwards it, she forwards it to him, and he sees it too. With no notifications on DMs on mines, it's kind of a crack shot if you're ever going to have somebody see your DM. How hard is it to make a direct messaging system? Please, someone tell me how hard is it? It can't be as hard as Minds has been working on it for a decade now and has not been able to figure it out.
Oh, come on now. We've had both all the Ottmans on and asked them about that in the past. So
yeah.
So
but now it's just getting to the point where it's like just a really sad thing to see. It's like I kind of feel sorry for the guys. Like, really, I could have subcontracted that out years ago for like $10,000 and fixed it once and for all for them.
Yeah.
Well, you can't even see your views now. And I talked to support, and they said they're not going to fix that. That's what he told me, tech support. We used to see how many views your post got, so you could see how it was tracking. And you only have your analysis. You can go into your analysis and see your top 10 still, but you can't see how many views your post has, which I have no idea if it's gaining traction or if it's not, or if I should boost it or not boost it. And the tech support guy said, yeah, we're not going to fix that. And it's just like they keep taking away. And they need to be adding.
I refuse to boost because it doesn't work anyways. The boost has been broken since about 3 years after they started.
That's another thing. You can't see how many people it's estimated to reach now either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They took that away as well. And that it was a glitch at first, but then they couldn't fix it, so they just left it that way. But they assure us that it is getting some views, but we have no idea how many 8 tokens are going to get or 15 tokens. It's an anonymous thing. You're just totally, it's a crap shot at this point in time. That's all bad. That's really bad if you ask me.
Yeah.
And I love John, I love Bill, think they're great, but they need to get the fire back underneath them again, because that's what I feel like is missing, the passion. They don't have that passion that they had when they first started. It seems like that's dwindled.
I think what really happened is everything really went down when they changed the points to tokens. And then another time it really went down that I could see is when they went from plus to pro. And they wanted to push pro so hard.
X.
Yeah.
Elon bought X. That's the bottom line, right?
Yeah.
They had a niche, and then once Elon bought X, then he took that niche from them, and they're you don't need Minds because you have a free speech platform on X.
I know, it's sad,
and
man.
If you want conservative, red pill or black pill, you go to Pilled. And we're on Pilled right now.
Hey, I would like to, if you want to go back, I have an interesting take on the Michelle Obama thing, if you want to talk about it.
Sure.
Because I totally see it differently. Like, I don't see it as a super bad thing, and I'll explain why very shortly and concisely. But and I even, all the people that were criticizing him, that's what I told them. I said, hey man, here's what I think, and none of them said anything back to me. You know, usually they'll have some snark remark or something, but the lefties didn't even say anything, and they just either that or they didn't read it. You know, because they don't. You know, they don't ever take criticism very well. But I don't think it was that big of a deal, you know? And like I said, I'll give my reason for that. We'll see. We'll see what, and I'll be interested to see what you think about it as well. My theory of why I don't think
30
it's
seconds, guys.
Because I would be interested to hear what you think about my theory.
You know, if she was so concerned about it, she wouldn't have walked around all those years with a big cucumber in her front crotch, you know?
Well, that's the thing. The videos are very compelling, but we'll talk about that. I want to go back to it.
All right, here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're back live and on the radio side right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. During our break, Barry brought up something interesting, so I thought I'd let you take the mic and run with it there. Go for
it. Well, you know, there's a lot of, like, you briefly touched on it at the beginning of the show where you talked about, you know, the Michelle Obama supposed debacle, but I see it totally differently. I don't see it as a debacle. And I'm going to tell you exactly why.
Okay, you're talking about the UFC guy who won his bout and then called Michelle Obama a man on the UFC 250 thing the other night, right?
Correct.
That debacle? Okay.
Yes, yeah. And, you know, they were like, oh, how disgusting. And, of course, they blamed what this guy said completely. It's all Trump's fault, of course, the left did. That was their main talking point, how disgusting it was. But is it really disgusting when you look at what's really happening with this theory of Michelle being Michael? Look, let me preface this by saying I believe Michelle is a woman, okay? So I would never say something like that. But these people that are saying it aren't saying it because she's a woman that looks like a man and is butch. They're saying it because they truly believe that she is a he, and that she is not Michelle, but rather Michael. And even Obama has called Michelle Michael a couple of times. And then there's the compelling videos where it looks like there's something moving around in that area. Okay? So I completely understand where the idea that she is a man comes from. While I don't agree with it, I don't believe it, I completely get it. So to these people, they're just speaking truth to power. And it's important because, look, if Michelle is a tranny, which I don't believe she is, but if she is, that would be something for the left to be celebrating, because they would then have had the first trans lady in the White House, right? The first trans lady, like the first lady, but the first trans lady. You see what I'm saying? So why would they be so upset about that if she really was a trans? Okay. So, and then I never heard a word from anybody on the left when Joan Rivers said that Obama was gay and Michelle Obama was a tranny.
Yeah.
So that's my theory. These are truth tellers that believe what they're saying, and they're trying to get it out there because they want Obama and Michelle to come clean.
And didn't she die like a month or two after she said that?
A few months after. In fact, I've heard some things that were really interesting. I heard one particular story about somebody that supposedly was in the operating room, and they said fire came out of her mouth like a dragon. Like, I don't know what they did to her, but...
Out of Joan Rivers' mouth or Michelle Obama's?
Joan Rivers. Now, again, I can't confirm...
Fire came out of her mouth. Wow.
This is all speculation. I can't confirm the person was actually there. This is like, you know, it's scuttled. Yeah. Rumors on the internet by somewhat reliable sources that, you know, spread these things. So take it as a grain of salt.
Yeah, Reddit. Somewhat reliable. Reddit.
There you go. I read it on Reddit. Okay. So it's got to be true. But yeah, a few months later, she did die. And, you know, who knows, man? Was there a connection there? I don't know. People do mysteriously die when they say or do things they shouldn't say or do. You know, we see that happen. And usually it's the same, you know, someone suicided themselves, or there's a plane crash or a car crash. there's all these peculiar things that happen, sort of like some of the Epstein women. They were saying, hey, they're trying to kill me. They're trying to kill me. The next thing you know, they're ran over by a bus. The next thing you know, they've died of pneumonia. It's just, it's always one thing after another. They warn us. Christopher Hayes, I believe, was a journalist, and he was saying they're chasing me. They want to kill me because I'm, blowing up all this information up about Afghanistan, the war when Bush was the president. And next thing you know, his car went out of control, going 90 miles an hour, hits a pole and blows up when everybody knows and knew that he drove like a grandpa. So there are peculiar things that happen, but that doesn't mean that there's always something nefarious happening. But I certainly say we can't rule it out.
Yeah. Well, it's it remains to be seen. I'm sure at some point in time someone will write a tell-all memoir, and we'll find out. But for now, we're just living in the world we're living in. But we are living in peacetime, Barry. Peacetime.
Well, you're not going to comment on my theory, though. I kind of want to get your feedback.
I don't know. I don't know, man. I think, there's a lot of people that think, Michelle is a dude, and I get it. But whenever you do something on the lawn of the White House, you should sort of maybe expect the people involved to have just a little bit more decorum.
I understand that. But this guy, if he really believes that, he's saying this is the ultimate opportunity for me to get this truth out, because he believes it's a truth. Do you see what I'm saying? Whether it's true or not, he believes it's a truth. So he's like, I'm going to use this opportunity to get it out there.
Well, yeah, and I hear you. It's just one of those things where if I was the president hosting an event like this, I would make sure every participant knew to be on their best behavior. Right. No shenanigans, just nothing but class. I want this to be an absolute. It's the most
upstanding thing that he could have done. I'm just saying, I think that all the extreme hate towards this guy was a little overblown by the left. That's all I'm saying. If you look at it in perspective.
And like you say, if it's true, they should be very proud of it, because, it's the first lady boy.
Yeah. Why not?
Lady man. Lady ma'am. Anyway, peacetime, bro. Peacetime. Remember, we have a memorandum of understanding that will be signed on Friday between Iran and the United States that will bring peace to the Middle East forever. Or so they say. And I've got a quick summary of it here. Number one, a ceasefire, immediate permanent ceasefire across all fronts, including Lebanon, with both sides agreeing not to resume hostilities. Sovereignty. The U.S. and Iran agreed not to interfere in each other's internal affairs and to respect territorial integrity. 60-day talks. Both sides have 60 days to negotiate a final agreement with an option to extend. 4, naval blockade ends. The U.S. begins lifting its naval blockade and restrictions on Iran with full implementation within 30 days. Hormuz reopens. Iran restores commercial shipping through the Straits of Hormuz with full traffic expected within 30 days and free transit for 60 days. That's an interesting concept there. Free transit for 60 days. So it's not stopping them from trying to put tariffs or taxes on ships that pass through the Straits of Hormuz. Now, having said that, of course, the UAE and Saudi Arabia are already pretty much done with a pipeline that will bypass the Strait of Hormuz altogether, which really is just a good thing. The less Iran is on the table to control, the better. But let's see. Hormuz governance talks. Iran, Oman, and Gulf states will discuss future management and security arrangement for the strait. Again, nothing in there that says that they can't, tax ships that go through it. $300 billion reconstruction plan. The U.S. and regional partners will develop a plan with at least $300 billion for Iran's reconstruction and economic development. Apparently, Trump's saying none of that will come from U.S. accounts. It'll all come from either money that has been flagged in the past and frozen, will be released, or it'll come from new revenue sources that will be associated with the Gulf. Sanction relief. The U.S. commits to negotiating the removal of U.S., UN, and IAEA-related sanctions on Iran. This is kind of looking like a disaster when you look at it. Iran's still going to be in power. The mullahs are still going to control it. It's still going to be a theocracy. The people will not be free. There's no nuclear program. Iran says it will not develop nuclear weapons. Enriched uranium stockpiles and future enrichment limits will be negotiated. So they will be allowed to enrich uranium. Not good. Status quo during talks. Iran freezes its current nuclear posture while U.S. agrees to impose no new sanctions or forced deployments. Oil exports resume. The U.S. issues waivers allowing Iranian oil exports, banking, shipping, and insurance transactions. Frozen assets released. Iran gains access to frozen funds and assets, with previous report mentioned up to $24 billion. Oversight mechanism. A joint body will monitor implementation and compliance with the agreement, which is a good thing. You got to have oversight. But will they allow them? Before there was oversight, they just never let them go in. You know, the IAEA or whatever it is would just, you know, they'd go up and say, hey, we're here to inspect it. And they'd say, no, go away. You're not allowed to. Anyway, number 14, final UN-backed deal. The goal is permanently agreed, backed by a binding UN Security Council resolution. So that's sort of the summary of this whole thing. I don't see, I mean, what did we want when we went into this thing? What were our goals? And are any of them listed here in this? We wanted to really free the people there. We wanted to make the Iranian people free. That's never going to happen. That's done. 2, we wanted to, 57 years of terrorism and whatnot. There's nothing in here to prevent them from funding Hamas and Hezbollah and the Houthis to continue to fund those proxies so that they're in a constant state of war with Israel. So constant state of war with Israel, check, that'll still be there. What were some of the other things? Maybe to get rid of their nuclear arsenal. Okay, so we blew up most of it. They've still got the ability to enrich it, though, which was the issue before. And they've got the know-how to get it up to the high numbers now. And so they could potentially, under this agreement, be that close to having enriched uranium in another, year from now? So we're right back to square one. So, again, we talk about criticizing Trump when I think he's, doing something wrong. I think this is our pressure on Trump to say, hey, dude, get out of this thing. So he said, okay, fine, we'll get out of it any way we can. And I think this is a failure. We should be getting them to concede. They should be, at the table begging for us to do all these things. And part of that agreement should be that, hey, man, you guys have elections at some point in the future that are free and fair. And if you truly are the rightful government of the country, then the people will vote for you and support you. But we want free, fair elections. And that's not in this. So we're back to square one, making an agreement with a country that is absolutely 1,000% going to break every line item I just read to you. In my humble opinion, Barry, right? Every single line item, there's nothing they're going to adhere to in here. They'll cheat, lie, steal on everything. They'll do the minimum to get the money, and then that's it. That's it. We're back to square one. It's like all the dead was for naught. All the war, all the bombing, all the chaos, murder, and mayhem for naught. I hope I'm wrong, but Barry, what's your opinion on it?
I didn't think that all the details had been released yet. That was my understanding. I heard there was something that was floating out there, but that it wasn't accurate. I don't know what's the source on what you're giving your information from.
Open source intel just posted an Iranian deal memorandum of understanding in great summary form. For your understanding pleasure, of course. If you prefer the long form MOU, you can click here. This is from therightscoop.com, therightscoop.com. And I mean, if I click the link, obviously I'll go to the long form memorandum, but it's going to be, it's going to be, a number of pages here. So actually it's not too bad. It's 3 pages. I could probably read it, but I don't know if we want to get into the weeds that deep.
Well, I checked in with AI earlier today, and it said there was no official document that has been released yet, that the White House, the State Department have not published a fact sheet or memorandum of understanding. So I don't know, I'm not putting into question what you're saying. I'm just saying that's what my limited research came up with. And maybe AI is wrong, but I've heard also that there was a bunch of stuff circulating and that wasn't true, but that was earlier. So I don't know if that's the same information you have. So it's really not, I'm not really knowledgeable about it. So I can't really comment one way or the other.
Well, here's mine. This is 1:59 p.m. today. U.S. officials just read the 14-point Iran deal to reporters a few minutes ago, and has also been transcribed by the U.S. officials below. So, and I mean, I could go read this. It's just, I think going through the 14-point summary was the equivalent of what, if I read the whole thing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, when it comes to the regime, while it still may be whatever what do you call that when it's a religious government, a theocracy or whatever?
Yeah.
It seems to me from what I've heard, and especially coming out of the White House, is that it's like theocracy light and that they are more negotiable, which Trump has said multiple times. And again, I'm not trying to, say it's a great deal or anything, but certainly I feel like we're in a better situation than we were before. I'm concerned with Netanyahu doing crazy stuff and maybe even Iran doing stuff as well, breaking the deal. But I think, that as far as America is concerned, the conflict is pretty much over for us, which we predicted would happen. We said it would happen before the 4th, and most definitely before the midterms, we said. And nobody else was saying that. Nobody else.
Oh, yeah. And gas will be $1 cheaper in a month or two.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, here's the thing. Trump said on record, we'll see who's telling the truth. We'll come back to it, because Trump said that the gas prices are going to go down very quickly. They're already at $76 to $80 a barrel right now anyway. And then you have people like Alex Jones who are on this anti-Trump train, and he says it will be no less than a year before we even begin to see gas prices begin to slowly trickle down. So we'll see if Alex Jones is correct, and which would just be basically the whole woke right, or is Trump correct? I think Trump is correct. I think we're going to see the gas prices go down much more quickly. Like I said, I don't think Trump would ever do anything that would jeopardize his legacy, because he's got a huge ego.
Yeah, exactly. And he wants that cheap gas because he knows that that's what makes the economy go boom. When it costs, $6 a gallon for diesel, and these big trucks get 4 miles per gallon when they're delivering your goods from the ports of Los Angeles out to, Oklahoma. You know what I mean? It's an extra cost. It's a big extra cost added on to the final product. So seeing gas prices go down is what makes the economy go boom. People take more vacations. It just all stockpiles on. People have more money. They can drive more. It's just a boon for the economy to have cheap gas, obviously. So he knows that, and he's going to be doing everything he can to put that in place so that we are, back down to where we were before this thing started, which was the 325 range, I think, 350. The Iran war put $1 a gallon premium on it, and that was fine to pay it for a little bit if the people of Iran were going to have a shot at some freedom. But now they don't have that shot. Now there's no chance of that happening. And we're recognizing the Iranian government and, acknowledging that we're going to stay out of their business, so to speak. And it's a shame. It's a shame because from what I understand, the people of Iran want absolutely nothing to do with the government that they have in place. It's a total dictatorship that if they could have their way and their freedoms back, it would look like an oasis in the Middle East. It would look like the one place where you might just say, hey, you know what? It'd be fun to go to Iran. Let's go to Tehran for a vacation, for a spring break. Why not? It's different, it's new, it's hot, it's hip, and it's free. Whereas now, you wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole. Saudi Arabia is building all of these massive facilities, destination resorts. Have you seen the ones that look like spaceships, or the overwater capsules that you can stay in on the big dock? Have you seen that? It's really cool, super futuristic. But from what I understand, the place is just empty. You go to this resort and you go to have dinner and you belly up to the bar, and everything they have there is a mocktail. They have no alcohol whatsoever. So now they're expecting people from all over the world to travel there, to stay in their villas, but then when you get there, it's a 7-day dry vacation. And that's just not what most people want when they go on vacation. They want to go to Cancun, sit on the beach, and have a margarita. You know what I mean? That's sort of that's how they know they're on vacation. They made it on vacation. They've got the margarita in their hand, their toes in the sand, and they're getting sun beaten down on their chest. You know?
Right.
So if you can't do any of that kind of stuff, it's just, and then, you know, again, does your wife have to cover up? Can she go to the pool? I mean, that's a genuine question. My wife's going to be with me. We want to go sit by the pool. Does she have to wear like a full burqa?
Yeah. Well, I don't think that, you know, the whole deal is binding at this point in time. I think there's like a 60-day window to still negotiate. Yeah. This is just like a little
it's a memorandum of understanding.
Yeah, I would I tend to do what I always like to do, and that is not rush to conclusions. And I want to see the final deal before I start, you know, either overly criticizing or overly complimenting. But I do see some good things that are coming out of it, you know, already. And so I am, you know, a little concerned about Iran and Israel going at it. I think we're done. And I think the whole thing proved that Trump was not a slave to Netanyahu, that it's actually kind of the other way around. I think that's been kind of proven now. Trump set Netanyahu straight, cussed at him, you know, told him he'd be in jail if not for him, which is probably true, because if he had not had the war, they might have prosecuted him and put him in jail for corruption charges. So, you know, and J.D. Vance came out and said, you know, their goals are different than our goals, and we're America first. Again, you know, destroying the woke rights narrative, the cynical black-pilled narrative that is not based in reality. I understand real criticism, and I want to hear that, but I want it to be balanced. I want it to be tempered with the good as well. But because they're so pissed that they didn't get it exactly like they want, they just go all out, dark, doom and gloom, black-pilled, and it's just overbearing. Like, I can't even listen to these woke right people at all anymore. I despise them as much as I despise the neocons. And now you see like Mark Levin, he's like, oh, we can't have a peace deal. Let's bomb, man. You know, all the neocons are not happy about this deal. So he exposed the neocons. He exposed Netanyahu. There's a lot of good that's already come out of this. And I think people are going to rally around Trump. I think good things are going to happen. And when it comes out, the full deal, if you want to criticize, do it objectively and do it fairly. That's all I'm asking for.
Yeah, exactly. It's interesting. You mentioned Israel. They are not happy about this. Heck, I'll tell you what. I got about a minute-long clip here from Ben Shapiro on Fox News the other day. Let's just play this. It gives a pretty good summary of sort of the Israeli side of things.
That said, this MOU appears to be, just from the text, a disaster that does not achieve any of the actual signal goals that were set by the administration at the beginning. There were effectively 5 goals that were set by the administration at the beginning. One was ending the nuclear program, not just nuclear weapons, no nuclear enrichment, zero enrichment. That is not in the deal. Ballistic missiles ended. That is not in the deal. And the president today suggested that ballistic missiles should actually continue to be held by the Iranians because the Saudis, our allies, also hold ballistic missiles. Then you have the support of terrorism. That is not part of the deal. Anything that looks like an attempt to end terrorism. A permanent opening of the Strait of Hormuz toll-free. Not only is that not in the deal appears to have a provision allowing Iran and Oman to attempt to toll the strait after 60 days. And then finally, the idea that Iran would receive some sort of sanctions relief after all of those things happen. We are already seeing from day one relief in their ability to ship oil out of Iran. In my opinion, the Vice President of the United States, the chief negotiator on this particular project, has not well served the president. So,
tell us what you really think, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, you can see. I mean, even he brings up some of the points I had mentioned. It's going to be interesting. I don't know. We got to give this thing time. And I think at the end of the day, though, we're just back kind of where we started before the war began, except for Iran has lost all of its navy, its army, its, you know, its military. It's completely, you know, we say decimated a lot, but that means to decrease by 10%. It has been, you know, decreased by 90%. So.
Well, I think the money that was given is for reconstruction, which we talked about. That would be necessary. That was going to be necessary. If you bomb someone into oblivion, you know, it shows that Trump is compassionate. It doesn't mean that he's, you know, giving them more money so they can, promote terrorism. It's for, as long as there's oversight, there's got to be oversight into it, obviously. And I think with Trump as the president or a J.D. Vance as the president, there will be oversight. Now, if there's a Joe Biden, a Kamala Harris, or a Gavin Newsom in, there'll be zero oversight, and they'll use that money for all kinds of shenanigans.
Yeah. And keep in mind now, Tehran is, we were talking about it before this ever started. We were talking about it, in depth last year, is that it's in a massive drought situation. They've had giant reserves of water underneath them in much of the Middle East that they've just simply tapped. They've drank it all. It was non-renewable sources of water underneath their cities, and they've tapped it all. They've left giant, caves underneath the city. It's dropping by 30 centimeters a year, and it's out of water. And so they've been talking seriously for a while now about moving Tehran, moving the capital all the way down to the coast in the south eastern province. And so it's interesting. Tehran might actually be awash as it is. It might be something that they just have to give up on and kind of move on. You know what I mean? So it's interesting what the reconstruction will, do and what it'll be for and what it'll accomplish, because, there's a case to be made not to rebuild anything in Iran, that you're better off, just moving forward and moving the capital like so many countries do nowadays. But anyway, folks, we're about out of time for now. Let's wrap up hour one right here. This is the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. Stay tuned. We got hour two coming back right after these messages.
All right, we're on radio break.
All right.
I don't think J.D. Vance is going to be president.
Well,
I think Tulsi's going to run again, and it may be her and him or the other way around, but either way, I don't know. I don't see Vance being president.
I think he's winning right now, though, in all the polls, straw polls and stuff.
Yeah. It's so early, though.
It is, but it all really depends on how Trump ends up with his 4 years, and then if he fares really good, and it will depend on his endorsement. I think a lot of it, because his endorsement is so powerful. And I don't see him endorsing Gabbard with Carlson. Maybe Gabbard with somebody else. Maybe Gabbard and RFK. That might be an interesting combination. But I would want RFK to be president and Tulsi to be.
I'll tell you, the right has a deep pool. The left has Gavin Newsom, who seems to be under investigation right now.
Yeah.
Look, a lot of people are so down on Trump, and they're getting pissed about every little thing, and they're totally ignoring all the great stuff that's actually happening right now.
What did Tulsi drop? I know she made a drop here recently.
Yeah, she dropped the biolabs. The Biden regime was funding biolabs in 30 countries. 30 countries around the world. They had dangerous biolabs, some that could wipe out 90+% of the population. And she called out Fauci. And she laid it out there, man. And look, there's going to be more indictments, trust me. In fact, it just came out now that the Southern Poverty Law Center thing is official now. The indictments were received, however that works. They were. It's now official. Mm-hmm. It's coming, man. I'm telling you, it is coming, and people need to just get off the anti-Trump train and start realizing he is a mixed bag. Like I've said from day one, he's going to be a mixed bag, but the good that he's going to do, and he's not our enemy. He's our ally. He is a stepping stone to the future of America. And that's what people need to understand about Trump. He doesn't have to be perfect. He just has to be the wrecking ball. And then somebody else comes in and builds on it. People need to really understand what's happening, but they're so stuck with, it's not happening exactly like I wanted. And plus, it's still a little early.
Okay, we're going to lose the room, so I'm going to take and get us over on the next one.
Okay.
So I'll see you on the other side. That was hour one of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. Got lots and lots of shows tonight. So hope everybody's out there ready for us. Get get us all back up and rolling here for hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. There we go. Welcome back.
Yep. I'm back.
Yes, you is. Yeah,
And there's Barry.
And look, I think we need to consider what all the woke right has been saying. They've been saying that this is going to go on forever. The conflict would go on forever. They said that World War III was going to happen. We're going to have crazy Middle East wars again. The economy was going to collapse. Gas prices would never come down. None of those things appear to be happening.
Well,
So
I don't know. Did they ever block that that little line item thing that they were trying to get to include the Israeli army into our own military? If they did, that's a good step forward to keeping us out of wars.
That's pretty much.
I haven't heard
And
that.
I really think, and believe it or not, we don't have any agreements anymore for, like the SALT agreements, 1 and 2, for nuclear arms, watching and things like that. Those agreements are all gone. So we're in some really bad times. I hope one day, maybe Trump will do this before he leaves, set us up with some sort of new nuclear proliferation agreement that says, okay, we're going to, agree to, watch each other, but not shoot before,
Yeah, well,
a new checks and balances. We're in a new Cold War, believe it or not. We really are.
I think it's a timing thing. It's definitely on the horizon, but I think that people are acting prematurely. I don't think I think we're moving away from the danger. I think it'll come back, of course, because
I think we're in a new danger. We've switched enemies from Russia to China. All right. So it's just we're still where we were. And because we don't have any of these agreements anymore, I think we're in a worse situation than we ever been.
Well, everybody's entitled to their opinion. I'll say this in my defense.
Our Cuba used to be was against Russia, but Thailand is the new Cuba.
I will just say this in my defense. I've been right more than I've been wrong. And I will continue to say, as I've said before, on record, and we'll see if I'm right or not, there's going to be 0 hard civil war at this time and 0 World War III at this time. That is not what's in the cards. At some other time, maybe. Are things going to look that way? Of course. But look, I've been saying this for years, for over a decade. I've been saying this because this is my discernment based on the data, and I'm not seeing it at all. I think that there's a lot of things happening that nobody knows what's going on because Trump doesn't show his hand. He won't tell the media jack diddly squat what's going on. And nobody even knows what's happening in these meetings with China half the time, or with Russia, or whoever, because he keeps it under wraps. So there's a lot of speculation that's being done. And so it at this point it's all speculation. It really is. Nobody really knows. And I'm not so arrogant to think that I'm definitely just going to be right all the time. I'm wrong a lot of times too. But man, I mean, I'm just not black-pilled at all right now. Everything that I feel right now is positive. That could shift, obviously. But let's give the positivity a chance. Let's give the good stuff a spotlight that's happening right now.
Yeah.
And look at all the people that are black-pilled. It's nonstop doom and gloom. All they do, it's nonstop fear. I mean, haven't we got past that? Haven't we been through enough to know that fear is not an element that's going to drive us?
Maybe not.
And people are pretending like we have. People are pretending like we have any progress.
I don't think it's a fear thing. I think it's being realistic, and seeing what's going on. There's so many. Now that we have all this information and things like that, compared to what we used to have with just, 3 or 4 networks?
Well, there's a lot of information.
We're seeing how all the pieces, not all, but a lot of the pieces moving. We've got about 30 seconds until we come
I'm
back
less
in.
concerned about World War III than I am. I'm more concerned about the robot revolution than I am World War III. Okay?
Well, yeah. That might be part of it,
I, for one,
too.
would like to welcome our robot overlords.
Yeah, or reptilian and alien overlords. Here we go. Use your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you're live and on the radio side for the second hour right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Hour 2, Wednesday, June 17th, 2026. All kinds of stuff going on in the world, and we had big news out of the UK today, where Keir Starmer is running things. Keir. Oh. Heil is not a wanker.
He's such a good guy, man. You gotta respect the guy, right?
Yeah, he is. But Restore Britain has just released a rape gang inquiry outlining the systemic rape of 250,000 British girls. And it goes right down the line. The cops, the schools, the hospitals, everything failed. Right? Social services, licensing authorities, the government itself. They allowed these gang rapes to operate with impunity. Quote, there was a demonstrable lack of political will to confront them. The Labour Party initially refused a public inquiry altogether, only relenting under considerable pressure. It will be many years before this inquiry is complete, and there is no guarantee that it will adequately address the politically sensitive, ethno-religious nature of the phenomenon. Despite now pushing for an inquiry in opposition, when in government, the Conservative Party did very little. The report concludes that a minimum, and I'm reading from Just the News here, justthenews.com, a minimum of 250,000 white British girls were raped by these gangs, with Pakistani Muslims making up the majority of the offenders. It highlighted shortfalls of prior inquiries, including a litany of eyewitness testimonies from victims and family members, with some accounts describing the alleged activity and complicity of police officials hiding the rapes. There was a famous story of the guy whose daughter was in this house with a bunch of Pakistanis, probably getting raped, getting drugged, getting whatever. And he knocked on the door and said, I want my daughter, please send her home. And they had the audacity to call the police and say, hey, there's some crazy guy at our door. Can you make him go away? The cops showed up. He said to him, my daughter's in there. She's a minor. What did they do? They took him away. They arrested the father and left the daughter in there to be whatever. Whatever was going on in there, they let it just continue. I don't want to assume the worst, but I can assume the worst. Right? That's my black pill moment there, Barry. So this has gone on long enough. And England, if you're not pissed, 250,000 of your daughters were raped. If that doesn't tick you off, I don't know what ever will. There's nothing that will move you. If this doesn't motivate you to say, this is wrong, we've got a broken system, we need to fix it. If this doesn't piss you off, nothing will ever piss you off. Until maybe it's your daughter. Oh, it wasn't my daughter. It was my neighbor's daughter. Who cares?
No. Even when the left is violated, raped, or even attempted murder by one of these, people that have come over illegally that are just lunatics, right? They actually are not mad about it at all. They want to know, well, why did you come after me? It has to be a misunderstanding. That's what the left believes about. There's many people that have been attacked, almost killed and they love their attacker for it. This is how, I mean, there really is a brainwashing thing that has happened. Like we've talked about it. It's, what do you call it? Mass formation psychosis. And so there's this mental state of mind where you've been brainwashed to believe that the white man is bad and all these people coming over are good people that have great intent and would never do anything to hurt anybody. Do you see what I'm saying? And so they don't want to suffer cognitive dissonance, so they just accept it. And I understand your black pill moment. I mean, look, I'm red pilled, but I understand I'm black pilled about certain things because the globalists have foothold strategies all across the world. But what I'm trying to point out, and I've been trying to point out in the show and in the break, is there's also good guys doing stuff too. And we have a tendency to stare into the abyss and see only the darkness and see only the abyss and the very pit of hell. We don't ever see the light that's shining ever so bright and the light that's actually trying to make a difference. And also, when you stare into that abyss, you become the abyss. Then you dim and snuff out your light. And we're supposed to be a light to the world, salt and light to the world, and set an example, man. We got to have some faith. We're going to win, not lose.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I have faith in America.
I agree with you. Yeah, but these
it's
other
the UK that I
countries
think is, if I lived in the UK, I would have a much more pessimistic view of the world, or at least of the future of my country.
Ireland looks like civil wars might be happening in Ireland.
Yeah, it's blowing up. Belfast, man, they've had enough. And it's a Mad Max scene. It really is. Some of the things I've seen are just insane. You know, they're chasing people down the streets and beating them, and it's on and on. And you know, I've seen about 4 or 5 articles over the last few days about a Muslim like exodus from the UK, where they're just saying, "Hey, man, like this isn't good for us either," and they want out.
Okay. Why do you think they're doing that then? Just because
I don't think they are.
They're feeling oppressed, or what?
No, I don't believe it.
Okay.
I think some people might, be leaving, but the vast majority, it's still going to be a net, import over the next decade, 2 decades, and they're still going to have 8 kids for every 2 that the British have, and they're absolutely going to be a majority. Britain by 2050 will be unrecognizable as as England, and by 2100 it'll be a full-on Sharia, law, Muslim majority country, like Saudi Arabia or Pakistan or any of the other countries that the Muslims have, taken over and turned, full on Sharia. It will be. It's just, I don't think they can turn it around unless, like, Ireland shows them the way. If Northern Ireland shows them the way, they might. And, I think they've been in so much war in Northern Ireland, with the Protestants and what Belfast and Sinn Féin and all that stuff. It's a recent history. They're used to going out there and fighting. They know what it feels like to have to live in a state of war. And I think they're much more inclined to do it than, say, the proper Londonites are, who, London, it's done. London's 2/3, it's 30% native British. And when your capital city is 30% native, then it's gone. It will never, in my opinion, have a non-Muslim mayor in London. I've said that before. I'll say it again. There's will not ever be a mayor of London who's not Muslim. Period. So, take that for what it is. It's the capital city of, England, and the capital city is already gone, right? It's not going to have, Sharia law openly everywhere, but it will have it in corners. It has it already in certain districts and neighborhoods. If you, have an issue, you're not going to go to the court system. You're going to go to the mosque, and the mosque is going to have systems in place to take care of your domestic disputes or whatever it is, So it's just a better time. Now, the United States, booyah, we are a different case altogether. The people that we're bringing in are much more sympathetic to our beliefs than what the people in, countries like Spain, France, Germany, England. Very, very, very different demographic that they're seeing, with the millions of people they're moving there. It's nothing like what we have here in the United States. America will survive. America will be just fine.
Yeah, and the wokeness is being exposed like never before. I mean, when you look at the 4th of July celebration that Trump put, and then you look at the Rise Up America thing that the Holly Weirdos put out, I mean, it's a perfect example of how they're a dying breed, man. Bette Midler performing "You fascists, you gotta go," or and then there was a worse song than that, if you can actually believe that. I mean, it was the most pathetic rally I have ever seen in my entire life, and we should really play some of it because it's that bad.
And nobody under 50 even knows who Bette Midler is, right? Let's be real. Jane Fonda, if you're 40 years old, you probably never even heard of Jane Fonda. You know,
well, De Niro
you certainly don't remember her from her, starlet days.
Yeah, but they did get De Niro. Not that he's kind of a kook as well, but I mean, they're all kooks, but and that they didn't get too many people that even watched it. I think it was, last time I checked, it was like in the tens of thousands. It was being broadcasted maybe on C-SPAN or somewhere, and it didn't have hardly any views. Whereas, of course, the giant 4th of July. I mean, if you just compare the two, we're winning. We're winning. I'm not white-pilled. I'm red-pilled. I'm very aware of all the negative things that are happening, but I think America is headed in a better direction than it was before. I believe we're going to keep having victories. We'll have some struggles and some defeats, but we are not out of this game whatsoever. Now, where the globalists have a foothold, that's a different story altogether. I'm like with them. And look, it seems like the plan of the globalists left over there is just to keep doubling down what they're doubling down, no matter how insane it seems, no matter how much it doesn't make sense, to either push one of two things: complete and total enslavement of the nation and the people, or civil war, one or the other. I think they would prefer either or, because they just want full spectrum dominance at this point in time. And they don't want freedom of speech. They want that hive mind, that woke hive mind virus. And anybody that's outside of that little bubble is going to pay severely, man. You will be jailed permanently for a long time if you get out of line once they get their tyrannical hold.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's wild. And I've got a new poll here. Actually, heck, you know what? I'm going to play a clip from CNN here. Harry Enton of CNN talking about all this stuff because he does a good job summarizing it.
How patriotic are Americans feeling this morning? With us now, CNN chief data analyst.
We will always remember Lexington and Concord, people. We will always remember it here on CNC.
Patriots Day versus the 4th. We know which one is more important, but the meaning of the 4th. When we ask voters about this, what do most of them say at this point?
This, to me, is one of the most stunning divides that we have seen. We're talking about polarization in politics. It even comes down to what you believe July 4th actually is. Like, what does July 4th mean to you? Celebrate America, friends and family time. Among Republicans, what do you see? You see the clear majority say it's a time to celebrate America, 65%. Among Democrats, however, the plurality disagree. Look at that. What do you see? Friends and family time at 42% versus just 24% who say that what it means most to them is to celebrate America. So even on the basic question of what July 4th means to you, we have Republicans on one end saying celebrate America. More of them say that. And Democrats on the other end saying that it means more to them to have time with friends and family.
What do they say about the flag?
Yeah, okay. So what do they say about the flag? Even on the basic level of flag, look at this. Look at how we have an increasing polarization on this issue. We'll display the flag on July 4th, the American flag. Back in July of 2001, look at this. You had 68% of Republicans, 65% of Democrats saying that they would, in fact, display the flag on July 4th. You come over to this side of the screen, Republicans basically are where they were 25 years ago, right? 64%. But look at that Democratic percentage, absolutely plummeting. Just 27% of Democrats say they will, in fact, display the flag on July 4th. Democrats and Republicans in different camps, even on the simple question of displaying the flag on July 4th, a polarization, a split.
And then it goes on to say, only 29% of Democrats are extremely proud to be American, compared to 90% of Republicans are extremely proud to be American. You take those numbers back to 2001, and it was 90% Republicans were proud, 85% of Democrats were proud in 2001. What has happened in the last 25 years to change the Democratic Party so substantially that now only 29% 99% of them are proud to be an American.
Mm-hmm. Massive.
Whereas Republicans are just locked in at 90. It doesn't matter. Let's go back, 25, 30 years, whatever. It doesn't matter. Proud to be an American.
Well, because they're being taught by their parents, good morals, and these Democrats, what they learn is what they learn at the college university and what they're told by the fake news media, because they still listen to the fake news media. A lot of Democrats still listen to the fake news media and believe that it's real news. And so there is this massive social and cultural engineering that's happening that's caused, as I've said before, a mass formation psychosis. It's really just called mass formation, but the psychosis kind of gives it a little bit of punch, so I like to add that to it. But it doesn't go away overnight, historically speaking. When a nation goes into mass formation, which this is a historical thing, it can be documented, and it does happen. And the only way that it gets eliminated, it's not through violence, but rather through speaking the truth gently over time, over and over and over again, until eventually they go from the predominant force to the lesser force. And we're seeing that happen now in America. The woke leftist agenda is not the predominant force anymore. They are the minority all the time. On every issue, they're the minority now. They're still loud, they're still obnoxious, they're still mobilized, they're still organized, but they are the minority now, and they are being pushed out. And that's why they are acting like fish out of water and losing their minds. That's why they're going to probably turn more violent. It's probably why they're going to turn more insane and have more meltdowns, because they have had the power for so long. They didn't really have it, but they had it in the sense that they had the power structure at their hand, totally all of it at their hand. But now that the paradigm is shifting away from that and the power is shifting back to the power of the people, that has them scared.
Mm-hmm. And, it also has to do with demographic age, right? The older you are, the more proud you tend to be an American. The younger you are, the less pride you take in that. And it's a clear demonstration of the fact that the communists and socialists have taken over the education departments in our country. And they don't teach. Go find a high school graduate, somebody who just, a class of 26 here, just graduated. Ask them how many branches of government we have. Ask them, who we won our independence from. Mm-hmm. We're celebrating the 4th of July, Independence Day. Who did we get our independence from? They won't know. They're not taught these things in school anymore. They're not taught that America is exceptional, that we've done things and given you freedoms that you just don't get in the rest of the world. There is no other country on this planet that has in their constitution the First Amendment, freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom of association. Nobody has that. It's not even considered important. Even in the UK, they do not have that. In Canada, they don't have it. They can arrest you in the UK for making mean tweets, and they do, to the tune of, 300 people a day? So 10,000 a year or something?
It's a big
crazy numbers.
Yeah. I agree.
So, folks.
Scary times, It's definitely two worlds are colliding and fighting for the predominant force. They're fighting for the conch. It's like Lord of the Flies, man. Each side wants the conch, because the conch means you have the power, and that means you have the influence. And the power brokers all over the world do not want the power to return towards the people. That's why we have the AI. They want to use the AI as the ultimate tool to enslave us. And we have to make sure that doesn't happen. And we may never be able to stop that from happening. And we may only be able to thwart it or slow it down. But I'm not giving up my faith, and I'm not giving up the fight, man, because I believe, like you, CS, I believe in America. I love America. I love everything it stands for. I love my freedom. I've been fighting for my freedom pretty hard for the last 20 years, and in so many different ways, as many people want their freedom, man. They want their freedom out of the system as well. They don't want to be enslaved to the system, right? Owned in their little 8-to-5 job in their cubicle. They want to experience life and live life more abundantly.
Yeah. And, this new government that we talk about them wanting to implement, and this, fairy tale dream come true, communist, socialist, whatever utopia that they all have in their heads, is it going to have the Bill of Rights?
I don't think so.
No, of course it won't. And those are our fundamental God-given rights, folks. You know, the government doesn't give you your right to exist. It doesn't give you your right to freedom. The government doesn't give you your right to think and speak the way you want. It's a God-given right. And that's what they hate about our Constitution, is that we infer these things are divinely ordained upon us at birth for simply being human beings. The way we look at it, everyone on earth has these inherent rights, but the government strips them away the minute you're born. But in America, we respect them. And that is the big difference. It's just there's no government in place in this country or this planet that says in the Constitution, the government can't do this, the government can't do that, shall not impede, right? The right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Everywhere else in the world, it's a list of what the government has to do. The government will keep peace. It will do this. It will do that. And so by flipping that thing upside down and saying, let's enumerate what the government can't do, turns it on its head and gives people the freedom to be able to build, to be able to work together, to collaborate, to be able to make something like a Buc-ee's, so that when people come to the United States and they say, wow, Buc-ee's, man, this is insane. And guess what? It's all fantastically delicious. All the food in there is phenomenal. You name it. It's not just the biggest and best one. It's the best as well. It's all the goodness. We may not have the best airports in the world, but our stadiums are blowing people's minds.
I heard about that.
Yeah, it's been amazing, and we'll get back to more of this when we come back from the break. But watching all these Europeans enjoy America is just phenomenal. It gives me so much joy. But folks, we're going to take a break. We'll be right back after this.
We're on radio break.
Come on up, Blue. Come on, you're going to make that kind of noise and you don't even want up? Jesus.
You said your dog was going deaf. It probably can't hear you, dude.
Well, she can't hear me, but I can still
yell
bitch
at her.
about her.
She knows how to read
she comes
lips.
up here, yep. It barks at me 3 times. I open the door to let her in, and she just, casually walks away. Like, no, I didn't want in. I just wanted to
Just say hi. She wanted to check on you, that's all.
Hi, Blue. Hi, baby. She can still hear, too. She just doesn't hear that well.
She could just be shutting you out and pretending like she can't hear. She's a pretty smart dog.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree.
No, she...
selective hearing for dogs. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It works. That's a scientific thing, selective hearing.
Yeah. You've been with her how long?
14, 15 years, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. She's probably been a better wife to you.
You just got tired of your nagging.
I won't say the rest, but anyways.
You just nag too much, and she just said,
yeah, that's probably what she's thinking. But anyways.
Oh, man, I got to turn the fan on in here.
Yeah, I'm feeling a little warm. I really am.
Yeah.
So, turn that air conditioning. I can feel it from over here. Get some circulation.
Oh, God, that fan makes such a huge difference. Jeez.
I think I'm going to turn the AC. You got me feeling hot. I don't think I'm going to do that.
Yeah, it is, I don't know what it is up here. It's probably about 80-something today. It's 108 in Phoenix.
It probably feels that way outside where I'm at.
Yeah, no, thank you.
No, it's probably in the mid 90s or upper 90s right now. It's been getting up there. Closing in on the triple digits.
Anywho, well, the show's almost over.
Yep.
John Allen was messaged me on YouTube saying that 2 really big warehouse fires in California.
Oh yeah, here's something.
There's solar panel places
Oh.
where they store
John.
them. Chinese-made solar panels. Same.
There's been like over a dozen big junkyards that have been burning because they clearly they don't want us driving those old cars because they're all these the new cars. I've seen this.
Yeah.
The new cars have a camera where it's watching you all the time, so that way if you like doze off or something, it'll let you know, and it'll even take over the car if you were to fall asleep and pull over the side of the road. That's what they're saying. So they don't want us driving the old cars that we can fix ourselves, right? Yeah. I think, honestly, the best thing to do would be buy an old car, get it fixed up, make it look really nice, and let that be your number one car, man. Forget all that extra tech. We don't need it.
Yeah, but, you know, if you get something from the 70s and that, it's not going to run right because it doesn't have leaded gas.
What kind of gas
That's
is
such
that?
a good point, Mark.
Huh?
Just kidding.
Was it have diesel?
No, well, if you get a diesel from back then, it'd probably run great. But, you know, most of the cars back in the 70s and before that all ran on gas that had lead in it. And,
you can convert any of that stuff, man.
Yeah, that's when you had to get those catalytic converters. Well, we're under 30 seconds anyways, just to let you know.
All right.
Well, there's people still driving old cars on unleaded, so. Yeah, they had that junk. What was it? Trade in your car, get a bunch of money. Remember that?
Here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you're live and back on the radio side for the last segment right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday night edition. Having a lot of fun here, talking about everything going on in the world. Barry, man, a new report came out about the San Andreas and San Jacinto fault that run through California. San Andreas Fault, obviously the very famous one that runs pretty much all the way from LA up to San Francisco, has been responsible for some pretty major earthquakes. They're saying that the faults are at their highest levels of tectonic stress in 1,000 years, raising the threat of major imminent earthquake that could devastate Southern California. Now, here's the thing. There was one earthquake. San Andreas and San Juanitos faults have caused 36 earthquakes with magnitude 6.4 or above in the past 1,000 years. The last big one in Southern California was a 7.9 in 1857. Right? It went from Cajon Pass up to Parkfield. I know where Cajon Pass is. I don't know where Parkfield is, but it's obviously 200 miles north of there somewhere. And a 7.9 is huge. I want to say that the Northridge earthquake, the last real big one that happened in our lifetimes, was about a 6.0. And if you know how earthquake, you know, a 6.1 is twice as big as a 6.0. And a 6.2 is twice as big as a 6.1. So when you get up to an 8.0, you're talking massive, massive events. Yeah. And so if this is true and that this, you know, these tectonic plates are now recording stress levels that are at 1,000-year high, that is a very, very frightening thing if you live in California.
I think the Philippines just had some major earthquake as well, the Philippines, and I saw some video of that, and that looked catastrophic, man. The ground was just like shaking, and the people were just freaking out. They were all, you know, just praying, Jesus, help me, Jesus. And they were like, they became religious really quick.
Yeah. Well, you want to see California get religion, man. Drop an 8.4 on Los Angeles. That is a big deal. If something like that happened, it's so populated out there. You're talking complete devastation. It would be absolutely, it would be mind-boggling, the devastation and the loss of life that we would see from something of that magnitude. And I always love talking about the Vintner. Professor Vintner up in University of Central Oregon, I want to say it is. He does these presentations. They're like an hour and a half long, where he talks about the earthquake potential for the Pacific Northwest, and how if the plates off the coast ever, you know, slide together in in sync with each other, it could trigger a 9.0, where the city of Seattle would move from its current location to a new location approximately 30 meters southeast of where it is. So if your house is here, it'll be 30 meters that way, 100 feet, and it'll drop like 8 feet. Completely devastating the city of Seattle, the city of Portland, and anything on the coast. Just kind of shocking how it seems like the Pacific Northwest and the West Coast itself are really overdue for some big earthquakes. Hate to talk about it so cavalier, but I don't know, folks, just be prepared. If you live in those areas, just understand what the risks are and understand that, these things can happen. And when they do, they're just tremendous, just unimaginable. Because you don't really, they do prepare for them, but how do you prepare really for something like that? You earthquake proof your buildings. Well, guess what? It just surpassed anything you ever prepared for. Every high rise in LA is now gone. It's like 9/11 times 100 or 200 or 300 or 500, just shockingly devastating stuff.
It's the apocalyptic nature of this time, man. It's we should expect to see some weird weather anomalies happen, whether they're man-made or natural. That's up for debate. I think there's probably a little of both going on. That's just my opinion. Look, if you're interested in the anomalies, the weather anomalies, and all the strange things that are happening in the world and in the sky, the signs above in the sky, because there's a lot of strange signs happening. Even the mainstream media is reporting on it as well. Sounds and signs in the sky that people can't identify, including UAPs. But if you're into that kind of stuff, I recommend Mind Seated on YouTube. I don't know if I can promote somebody, but that and Jason A. Jason A. and Mind Seated on YouTube, and you will get stuff from all over the world. We're talking softball size hail. We're talking crazy stuff happening that no one can explain. And it's just the apocalyptic nature of this time.
Yeah, it's wild stuff, man. It's wild stuff. And I noticed that there's some big storm warnings happening for like Houston up through New Orleans. And it's interesting because, we talk about the World Cup and all the people here that are just enjoying the crap out of America. But I wonder what they would think of like a big tropical storm rolling through New Orleans while they're there. You know what I mean? It's something that you almost have to live through to experience to like understand just how severe some of the weather can get down in the South. And I don't think Germany gets that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? I know it rains in London. It rains, darn near every day, but I don't think it like has tropical downpours like we get in the United States. I think we'll see some really cool events like that when they get locked down in New Orleans and have to drink hurricanes for 4 days,
Well, we're also seeing some strange patterns. They're calling a possible super El Nino coming. The people that are into that kind of weather
Godzilla
stuff. Yeah. They're saying it could be the worst ever. The way that I don't understand it all, so I'm not going to pretend that I do, but the experts say that it's gearing up for a super El Nino, unlike anything we've seen before. So let's hope that doesn't happen. But, it could be part of the cards. But here's the thing, man. If you're in a good state and you're in the kind of people like the neighbors I have, man, we'll take care of each other. I don't know if that would be the case in New York City or Chicago or Portland. Mm-hmm. I think people might loot and stab each other. Remember what happened at Katrina? There were people shooting each other.
New Orleans was a disaster zone.
Exactly. If it happened here in Oklahoma, we would gather together, man, and we would help each other. That same thing happened in Texas when they had the floods. And they tried to that was when they were trying to demonize all the right-wing people as being just like inhuman. And we were the most human of all, because when that flood happened in Texas, people came together like never before.
The Cajun Navy. I remember during those times listening to the, radio that they had, the shortwave radio, whatever they were using to call out for people to go to certain places. Fascinating stuff. The Cajun Navy, folks, if you don't know what that is, it's the guys on the ground, the fishing boats, all the people that like spend their time out there on the waterways. When stuff goes down, they get together, they go to where they're needed, and they get in their little flat bottom boats with their 25 horsepower engines on the back, and they go and pull people off their roofs. They'll tell you, hey, if you need rescued, put a red towel or something on your second story window, and boom, they go out, look for those towels, they find the people, they rescue them, they get them to safety. And it's so impressive to see how well, most of these people are ex-military, they're ex-police, they're ex-firemen, whatever. They have that training, to use the radios and whatnot in an effective manner. And boy, do they get it done. It's so impressive. It's great that the government, is there to do some of this stuff, but at the end of the day, the government can't get in quickly like the Cajun Navy can. Those guys are just, they go find some street that's flooded, they back their boat up, drop it in the street, and go for it. They leave their possessions behind, they leave their house behind. They don't know, in many cases what their job's going to look like or what, but they go out there and spend their own money to make this happen. And it is really an incredible thing. My hats off to all those people.
Didn't you have Nancy on the show, who's kind of real knowledgeable about it as well?
Yeah, I think she did come on and talk about that once during one of the more recent events where they were needed. Yeah.
And I mean, it's true. I mean, we we come together, man, and we unite. And I don't know that the left people, I don't know. I don't trust them, man. The radical, I don't mean Democrats, but the radical left, I think they're more into looting and, taking advantage of the situation. We see it happen all the time. I mean, even in these big cities where somebody gets hit by a car or something and people run over what looks like to help the man, but they're really actually just robbing him. It's totally insane. That would never happen in Oklahoma. Never. We would never go, oh, an old man just got hit and he's dying. I'm going to go rob him instead of trying to help him. But you see that a lot happening in these leftist woke hellscapes.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was watching Scotland, right? They started out in Boston, and now they won their first round, so now they go to New York, right? So they went from Boston to New York City. And they're getting a completely different look at the country than some of the teams that are starting, say, in, Georgia and then moving on to Texas, right? Mm-hmm. Completely night and day different version of America. And it's interesting. It's what makes America great, by the way, is that we do have such diversity. But I kind of feel sorry for the guys that are stuck in New York City. It's like, yeah, it's a great city. If you've never been there, you need to go see it and, whatnot. But understand that it's a dump nowadays, right? It's really gone downhill. It's not going to smell good. It's going to cost triple for everything. And it's a real pain, But
there's probably some good people there, though. I mean, I don't deny that. But there's enough bad apples to ruin it for everybody. That's kind of my point, Yeah.
There's a lot of New York is the place where you get hit by the car, someone's going to take your wallet. Whereas in Houston, maybe not so much. Or Texas in general.
Hollywood, right? Remember, there was the big carjacking thing going on in that area, as well as people, if you parked in a certain place and you were gone for more than 5 minutes, your wheels were gone, your stereo was gone, anything in your car was gone. And then it started happening to some of the Holly weirdos, and they got mad and said, we shouldn't criticize. It's just, it's going to happen. Okay, you want the crime to continue? Well, it seems that they do. It really does. It seems like they get mad whenever the crime starts to diminish. It's like they have an agenda to make sure that things are horrible, which gives them an opportunity to do just about anything. The powers that be, they can start doing and saying whatever they want once things are out of control because people want it in control. But then they offer pseudo solutions, which are crappy and never fix anything and make it only worse. And then they just further enslave the city. And that's all part of the plan. And people are so foolish they can't even see it.
Yeah, if someone says they want to defund the police, they mean it. Yeah. Right? Don't vote for that person. They actually want to defund the police. You might think, oh, they're just saying that because it sounds good. No. Some of the people actually do want to defund the police. I mean, look at California's fire department. They gutted it. And then all of a sudden, boom, Palisades comes along and there's no water in the fire hydrants. You got a $10 million home. You're paying God knows what in state property taxes. Right? In city taxes, unbelievable amounts of money. 13% of your income going to the state, and they can't even put water in the fire hydrants in case there's a fire.
Yep.
How contemptible is that? I mean,
Bad.
Karen Bass should be like tarred and feathered and run out of town. She shouldn't be leading this selection.
She's not, I don't think. But, the left's so crazy. Not only do they want to defund the police, they want to disarm the police. You realize that?
Yeah.
And domestic violence. Oh, yeah, social workers. And, I mean, that's going to get social workers killed, really, if you want to know the truth.
Yeah. Yeah, you look at the UK now, and, half the bobbies you see on the streets and these videos and whatnot are women. No offense to that, but they're not big women. They're just average. If you're 5 foot tall and you're out on the street doing a patrol, and you get into the rough of it with some 6'2" dude who weighs 250 pounds, you're done. You don't stand a chance. You're not gonna, wrestle that guy to the ground and handcuff him.
Yeah, but they do that on purpose too, as well. Because think about it, dude. They did that here in America. Remember with the firewoman, and she was complaining, saying, "Well, if I have to drag you out of that house, you shouldn't have started your house on fire." Remember that? Because
you shouldn't have been there in the first place. That was from Los Angeles. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, we're talking. It's a mental illness, mass formation, psychosis that's happened to these people, and we gotta help them. We gotta somehow try to wake them up. But I'm done debating with them. I just want to get the truth out there and let them hear it and let that hopefully settle and digest and maybe wake up a few more people, because one less person that's insane is that much better.
Yeah. And I don't know. It's disheartening to see this all happen, but it is what it is. The left is going to, keep going down this road until they look in the mirror, or actually just look down the street one night. They're walking home, they get mugged or something, and they look around and say, man, this is not the city I lived in 10 years ago, 20 years ago. What happened to Chicago? This used to be a really nice city. It's gone now for all sakes and purposes,
Yep.
And it's, neighborhoods that used to be vibrant and beautiful are now run down, and, your property values don't go up because you can't go out after dark now. So at some point, people have to wake up and say enough is enough. These crazy, radical far left ideas just don't work. And if they want to experiment on this stuff, great. Just please don't do it in my neighborhood. Please don't do it here. Try this. If you want to try it in some magical, far off land where, people are open to it, like Portland, go for it. But then we all see the results of Portland, where, high rises in downtown area have lost 75% of their value over the last decade or so. We keep going back to, there's one famous pink building in Portland that literally has lost 90% of its value. It used to be $200 million. Now it's 20.
Wow.
For a high rise in the middle of town. And, who's investing in that environment? Who's going to go into Portland and buy a high rise right now? Maybe you'd only do it because it's 90% off and you figure how much lower can it go, right?
Yeah.
But
well, I think it's a good argument to say that pretty much all the Democrat policies are designed to make things worse, because it's all part of their collapsing everything so they can rebuild it in their dystopian, authoritarian, tyrannical model that they have. I mean, you could even argue that DEI is really, that's what it's about, is making things worse, because you want to put in people, they're hoping that DEI will actually get people that are unqualified and in the positions of power and make things worse, so that there's always a crisis ongoing, because they work best out of the crisis, as I've said 1,001 times. And it's 100% true in my opinion.
And it's all done, to be fair to the left, it's all done under this banner of we care the most. The other guys don't care. We care. And we're going to go and do the things that make people, that are good for the little guy, that are going to help the poor, that are going to help, but at the end of the day, none of it does. They're trying to raise sales taxes in California. That doesn't hurt the rich. That hurts poor people. They're trying to do all these different things, like we talk about, defunding the police and whatnot. And they say, well, it's for, these situations where, It's just an argument between a husband and wife. And, if you send an armed cop in there, it's just going to escalate everything. So let's send a, 90-pound, 5-foot-tall female in there by herself to go de-escalate this thing through, crisis conversations to, talk them down. Now you've got an extra person that's involved in the situation that is now put in danger, and they could, get hurt very, very bad. And they probably over time eventually will. It's a kind of job where if you're taking that job, you're going to end up in the hospital at some point because you're going to be in a situation where you shouldn't be. And, I hate to send two burly, 6'5" cops into, that situation as well, but they're going to defuse it. And, if the guy pulls a gun on the cop, you get what you deserve, man. If you pull a knife and want to go after a cop and they shoot you, that's what happens.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I didn't make the rules, but I've known him my whole life. You don't fight a cop.
Well, the cop isn't the lawless one. You're the lawless one. He's trying to uphold the law, and you're going to pull a gun on him. Of course, you're going to get shot and killed. But they had this idea that it's just, you just got to give love a chance. I remember Madonna talking about that. Love wins, and love does win, but people need to understand that love protects as well. And there's a thing called tough love as well. People misunderstand what the word love actually means. They think that it means just being all soft and gooey and just, turning your back to all the evil. No, you have to have tough love. And part of tough love is doing the right thing and protecting others.
So Fox News and the investigation
Sorry, I just wanted to check this last clip. And okay, this is coming from Fox News, and it's talking about, since we're in California, Gavin Newsom and his wife. And they're under investigation from the DOJ for potentially selling influence. So let's check this out, because he's calling, shenanigans on this and says it's all political. But it sounds like there's a lot to this.
Mm-hmm. It's actually been ongoing since 2025, and that the probe is based on whistleblower complaints related to Newsom and his wife's personal finances. Now, the case is apparently being handled by the U.S. Attorney's Office in Sacramento, and as you pointed out, the governor remains defiant, saying today that the president is, quote, coming after my wife, Jen.
In recent days, federal agents have knocked on the doors of family, friends, and former employees. Not because they found a crime, because they're simply trying to find one.
Well, whistleblowers.
They're demanding records. They're abusing the grand jury process, digging through years and years of random documents. So let me say it again. Mr. President, come after me. I'm not going anywhere. And the country is watching.
Governor also claims the investigation is intended to undermine any potential White House bid in the future. Now, as for his wife, Jennifer, she's a documentary filmmaker who runs the Representation Project. It's a nonprofit, and it seeks to advance feminism through media production. However, that charity has attracted pay-for-play allegations, with critics claiming that what essentially is happening over in the Golden State is corporations with business interests in California donate to the organization in an effort to gain influence over Newsom. Now, you may be wondering, what about the DOJ? Well, they did not respond to a request for comment with respect to any.
Yeah. Shady stuff. It's not the DOJ just, randomly going after him. It's whistleblowers, people in his inner circle who come forward and said, this is shady stuff. The wife's nonprofit is taking in millions and millions of dollars for this DEI bullcrap type, documentary that nobody in their right mind would pay for. You know what I mean? Nobody's really going to pay, tens of thousands of dollars to get access to this for their employees, because it's gobbledygook. It's not the kind of stuff that makes your bottom line get fatter. It's the kind of stuff that makes your HR department find 20 more reasons to sue you. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, and are they going after him just because he's running for president? I don't think so. But you know what? They definitely did that to Trump. So what's good for the goose is good for the gander, I say.
Well, I think it's just flipping the script. You notice how when it was lawfare, they called it justice. And now that, we're getting justice, they call it lawfare. It's them projecting who they are onto us. And I'll keep saying that narrative over and over and over again, because we're going to see it unfold as we get arrest indictments and convictions, and the evidence is brought before the entire world to see.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And like you say, man, they used this machine against Donald Trump for the most bogus of charges over and over and over again. You know, the Stormy Daniels thing was an entire crock. Our Congress has a $40 million, whatever it is, slush fund that's just out there paying people who are accusing congressional members of sexual violations. It's just there to, as hush money. It's their personal little hush money fund that they can dip into at will. And so they're doing it on a daily basis. To flip that around on Trump and say, well, you paid Stormy Daniels to keep her mouth shut. Okay, so what if he did? So what if he even did that? And I think, you know, it looks like what Steve, what's his name, his lawyer, made that happen, allegedly behind Trump's back with him being unaware of it. But still, you know, if you're a billionaire and you're running for political office and you've got attorneys and some girl that you slept with years ago comes up and says, hey, you know, pay me $100,000 and I shut up. Okay, guess what? Almost any politician on this planet is going to pay her the $100,000 and, you know, she shuts up. It happens all the time. So, is he guilty of it? I don't know. But was he guilty of 39 felonies associated with it? No, of course not. Conviction never would have come down anywhere but New York. So, on that note, though, Barry, where can people find you online?
Find me on x.com, Bullhorn Barry, and Truth Social.
All right, True Social at bullhornberry.com. Folks, you can find me over at minds.com/censorship sucks, minds.com/censorship sucks. Go check it out. Other than that, we are all out of time for this week. Thanks so much for listening, everybody. We love each and every one of you. We're going to end the show right here, but stay tuned. Much, much more coming from DREAGUS Productions right after this break.
Thanks, guys. Great show. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Barry. Thank you, Mark.
Going to get Jack up and running here in just a sec. So hold on with me, and we'll get him going. All right. You guys take care, and I'll get this up and out like I always do. All right.
All right, peace.
See you Sunday.
Have a good week. Bye.
Bye. All right. Let's get Jack Carey going with Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio. Let me get him rolling here in just a sec. There we go. Hey, Jack.
Hey there.
How's it going?
I'm going good. How are you doing?
I'm doing really good tonight.
Excellent. Let's see here. There we go.
There you go.
I'm live and in the flesh.
Hey, did you get to check any of those clips I sent you, or links?
I was getting ready to actually do that.
Yeah.
It's the first time I've actually gotten to even sit down and get on Facebook or anything else. What were they clips of? Well, I saw the
Gugwe. The Gugwe.
Yeah. Gugwe, yeah.
And that's a kind of a strange type baboon creature.
Yep, I've heard of those kind of elongated faced Bigfoot before, and maybe they're get misidentified as dogmen once in a while.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. Only they're bigger than dogmen, it seems.
right.
But they have a shorter, wider head. In that one clip that link that I sent you, it showed one with only 3 arms. Looked like and it was really super clear. This thing out in the snow, walking a fence line, and it looked like it was pretty tore up from something as it struggled along.
Wow.
Yeah. There's more information on that when you go see it. Maybe we can have Duke on sometime to talk about them.
That would be cool.
Yeah. I'll message him to see what we can do. We can get him on sometime. If you're up for it.
Yeah, that'd be cool. I'm up for anybody, anytime.
Yeah. Because that, there's like, was it 4 types of Bigfoot now? That categorically, and face shape and size, and some have tail. This thing here has a tail, but it's really short. And now that I think about it, that thing could have been. I could have probably saw that back in Missouri when J.C. Johnson was trying to tell me that, oh, you saw a cave bear. I'm thinking, maybe it was something like this.
Yeah, it could have been.
Yeah.
Because there are variations in the species, wide genetic variation, as we discovered. So.
Yeah. But the only thing that was different with what I saw compared to how they, look at the Gugwe is the tail had kind of like a badger-like tail. Not badger, but a Wolverine-type bushy tail like that. Flat. Kind of really... But it wasn't real long, like the body long, but yeah. Well, we got about 30 seconds there, Jack.
That's good.
What do we got tonight?
We're going to be talking about a few different things. We're going to be talking about the coming disclosure of the plasmoid beings.
Okay. Here's your countdown. I'll hear more about it when you get them on the air. 3, 2, 1, and you're live and on the radio side right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live. I'm your host, Jack Carey, and we are broadcasting from 300 feet deep in an abandoned nuclear missile silo somewhere lost in the post-apocalyptic wastelands of the Dakota Territories. And I am joined, as always, by the paranormal crime-fighting duo Daisy, Sundance Kid, in the house tonight. And, it's been as usual, a hectic week in the paranormal world. We got an interesting show for everybody tonight. we kind of have a 3-topic show, a trilateral show, if you will. We're going to be talking about paranormal aspects of finance. That'll be fun. I call that part of the show Escaping the Wheel, and I'll reveal why we call it that pretty soon. We'll be talking about the coming disclosure of the plasmoid beings. Are you ready for this? This is interesting stuff, guys. There's every indication that the first step in disclosure is going to be disclosure of a very certain specific type of alien, and a lot of videos that were released in the 3rd tranche of UFO files coming out of the Pentagon at the demand of Trump was that they released a lot of video footage of the so-called plasmoid beings, and even Chris Cuomo on News Nation ran a big story about this the other night. So yeah, already hitting the mainstream. This isn't like stuff that's going to happen in a week or two. It's happening now if you are paying attention. And finally, we'll be talking about what I referred to last week as a fascinating sort of, well, disclosure. It's part of disclosure, I believe. A testimony is leaked out onto particular channels, specifically YouTube, coming from a gentleman who says that he worked for a government black budget facility in which he was one of the guards for an actual alien being. And turns out this gentleman had one occasion out of his entire career, he was left alone with this being. Mind you, there were always recording equipment going on in this room where this being was being housed. And he asked it a question. He had one question after all those years that he wanted to know. And we're going to explore what the alien told him. And where that might lead us down into some very interesting exotic rabbit holes that we will explore tonight. And by the way, that question, it was, what happens to humans after they die? That's some fascinating stuff. So, but, you know, his response was not what I expected, but we'll get to that. But last week we did some exploration of kind of where we are right now in the whole cyber prophecy realm, Webbot included. And, you know, we're seeing a lot of that manifest right now in our mainstream news media. The fact that they had the plasmoid being story the other night really kind of shocked me. I shouldn't be shocked at this stage, but when you see something like that on mainstream media, even News Nation, who's been on the kind of cutting edge of covering the whole UFO disclosure happening, if you will, with Ross Coulthart and a few others over at News Nation kind of leading that. It was still kind of shocking to hear this interesting story, and that it originated apparently from David Grush, who we all know now as being the whistleblower. His credentials are impeccable. He was, you know, a true life X-Files kind of a guy in the military. So, but all of that's coinciding with Steven Spielberg's new movie coming out. It really shouldn't strike anyone as being a coincidence. That's all concerted efforts behind the scenes from the intelligence community on downward to try to, well, what they call desensitization. They try to desensitize the public to the idea through entertainment channels in a way that when reality hits them, they don't react out of a state of shock. This has been a long-running program in our intelligence community, and it started with the code name Project Mockingbird. You can look that up, and they have intelligence agents embedded in all the major newspapers and mainstream news media. And these people are, you know, they work for the CIA mainly. So last week we talked about how they appear. It appears as though what they have in their hands is something that originated from another reality, and we're going to kind of be touching upon that again tonight, because really when you come down to it, what they describe is a magical technology. It's a spiritual technology. It's a technology from another dimension. And time is really as Einstein put it in his personal correspondence to a friend, that time is a stubbornly persistent illusion. Well, that's exactly what it really is. It's just an illusion caused by space between points. But, we won't get into a physics lesson and all of that. What's important here is that the propulsion on the craft that they appear to have recovered can bend space and time. And when you bend space and time, apparently that can open interdimensional portals that allow for the egress and transgress, if you will, of beings from other dimensions into this one. That inherently sounds dangerous to me, but apparently they have these beings who have created this craft don't fear that from occurring, or they have some way of dealing with it or what have you. But that is a byproduct of the operation of these craft, and that led us into the discussion of the afterlife, and hence tonight's main topic, which is, what do the aliens know about the afterlife? Really, that's what we would get down to asking them over time. If we had some sort of open relationship of discussion with them, it would be one of the main questions we probably ask. And when you take some of the research put out there by Linda Moulton Howe, no matter what you think of her body of research, she has put out some very interesting information over the years that tends to dovetail, if you will, other information that she could have had no hand in. So explain that one. Jim Mars, in his book Alien Agenda, claim that he saw a file where she was listed as a CIA asset. Take that for what you will. I don't know, but it is in his book Alien Agenda. It's a very interesting book, and he even talks about in that book what I was discussing last week, and that there were certain special bloodlines. Those bloodlines have heightened psychic abilities. Those abilities have led to them being the ruling families. Those ruling families have control over the socioeconomic status of the rest of the species on this planet currently, and all of that's in the process of sort of breaking away into a whole new horizon, a whole new future and way of existing. And people like me refer to that as the upswing of the Kali Yuga, and that's where we're at right now. So you'll hear me talk about that often, because we try to tie all of the disparate ends of the puzzle together to show you how these things may be connected in some way. What's interesting was the alien that I'll be talking about tonight, in his discussion of the afterlife, seems to have, at least for me, put another piece of the puzzle in place as far as how the universe actually operates and works. It's really quite interesting theory that's developing because of this new testimony that's out there. Like I said, Project Mockingbird, Steven Spielberg movie. I don't know if I'll end up seeing it or not. I mean, how entertaining can that be compared to reality, where we have real glimpses of what's going on behind the scenes that are probably far more dramatic and hair-raising than anything that can be conjured up on a Hollywood screen at this time. So, it's interesting. But tonight, I thought we would open with a cool idea and topic about how to use paranormal means, if you will, or direction of the so-called cyber prophecies in the web bot, indicating that there's going to be, new economy kind of emerging around the globe that'll replace the old economic systems and the old monetary systems. The fiat currency systems will slowly kind of dry up and blow away. I wouldn't expect like an overly dramatic black swan type of economic event to usher this change in. I think that the powers that be have been quick to adopt the cryptocurrency technologies and now have begun a full transformation into that technology. Is their intent to control it the same way they have controlled, the banking system in the past, at least as much as they can possibly conjure at this time. But still, it's going to cause a massive sort of change in how people accumulate wealth over time. And what wealth will really be determined by and things like that. So, it's an interesting place we're in. The Hawaiians have a saying, and I lived in Hawaii for a while, and they say that there are two ways to be wealthy. You can desire less, or you can make more. And in my reality, or in my particular life, I've desired to I've done both. Some people choose one path or the other. In my way of thinking, life is really kind of like let's say it's like a 3-dimensional holographic video game, which is why I don't play video games, because why play a video game inside a video game that you're already playing? It just seems redundant to me. So I don't really waste my time with that. Instead, what I've done is I have spent a mountain of time, effort, and research into discovering ways of what esoteric circles refer to as escaping the wheel. So, if you have like a tarot deck out there, you can look at the fortune card and you can see the so-called wheel of fortune that's turning. The whole idea behind this is to escape that process, primarily financially. Yes, you can read karmic type of messages into that imagery as well. But for our purposes and what I'm discussing tonight is a way of escaping the socioeconomic wheel that you were either born into or wandered into, however the case may be. The idea that you get up every day, go to work, punch a clock, come home, sleep, do it again and again and again for 40 years, and hopefully you get lucky and you can retire and enjoy 2 or 3 years before you die, kind of thing. So, that's escaping the wheel. And the only true way to escape the socioeconomic wheel is to create a wheel in your place. We refer to that as building or forming passive income. It's something that I have become quite adept at doing. And we're going to discuss a few different ways that you can utilize to go about escaping the wheel. Primarily, I would say that, and I've been covering this in the past, there is a lot of opportunity right now in the so-called, not cryptocurrency per se, although there is some opportunity there, of course, but in the precious metals derivative futures contracts markets. I say that because it's the one place now, if you go to platforms like Coinbase, etc., where you can take a small amount of money and acquire a huge amount of leverage in which to, buy futures contracts on gold or silver going up or down. You can make money in either direction. One of the primary ways of sort of mainlining money into your existence and into your, material wealth is to master the reading of charts that will tell you the 15 to 30-minute direction of the underlying precious metal, and to buy the contracts in those directions only for that short period of time. That's one of the keys. Over time, going up and down, it can produce an absolutely enormous amount. But it's not all that fun. And, one might even call it kind of soulless. There's not a lot of joy in the process of doing that. And I enjoy doing a lot of other things. So I've explored a lot of other avenues by which one can go about escaping the wheel. And one of those is through Amazon. Believe it or not, Amazon is actually, I believe, one of the best opportunities there is out there for anybody that's looking to be an entrepreneur or a solopreneur. Where else are you going to get access to 3 billion users every day? 3 billion shoppers, right? And where else are you going to find a publishing house willing to publish any, quality book, a stress quality here, that you submit to them for no cost? And they will provide space for your book on their, virtual store shelves for other people to buy, and simply take their cut and give you the rest. There's no printing cost, that you have to suffer. It's taken out. It's all print on demand. It's taken out of the sale of the book itself. If you know how to make book covers, if you know how to generate good quality manuscripts, which is another skill, all of these areas require a skill, and you have to somewhat work at that. I have been doing these things for many years now, so I know what I'm talking about. So it's very easy, if you know how to put the pieces of the puzzle together, to even generate just ebooks, right? Ebooks are a great business and a growing business. About half the books I sell through my KDP publishing business are ebooks. So that's pretty, that tells you 50% pretty much of the book traffic is in digital form right now. Audiobooks are a big thing coming on. So for every, one book that you publish, you can create 3 products out of it. You've got a printable form, you have an ebook, and you've got an audiobook. And for a very low cost, something around $2 or $3 a day, you can run an ad to your book on Amazon. That'll give it some decent placement and some algorithmic power, if you will, to put it in front of some people. You can track the impressions and the clicks on your book. You can see that the sales are generated by doing that. And it doesn't take a lot to kind of get that snowball rolling. I will tell you that there is software out there. Look at BookBeam. It's a nice extension that you put on your Chrome browser, and then when you go on to Amazon, you can start looking up topics you're interested in, and you can go to your BookBeam extension, click on it. It will pop up exactly how much money each one of those books is making that author each day and on a monthly basis. And you can begin to hone in on where you want to place your first book. You sell books that people want to read. You don't write a book and then hope to find somebody who wants to read it. You do that in reverse. Think of, alien reverse engineering. We're reverse engineering demand. That's how you run a KDP publishing business. Is you go on to Amazon, you research a topic, a niche topic of some kind. You find the best-selling books in that niche, and then you make a better book. It's really not that difficult to do. You read the reviews, you see where people didn't like this or didn't like that about a particular book, and you add those things to a manuscript covering a lot of the same material that these better selling books are have in them, and you produce a better book and put it out there. You will end up producing books in all kinds of genres. That doesn't really matter so much as long as you're producing good quality content that is solving a problem for someone. So the vast majority of the books that I produce are all how-to books, and that's really a good, safe place to publish in Amazon, are real high quality how-to books on any kind of genre, subgenre, niche, sub-niche that you can think of. And we'll get back to how you kind of engineer that coming up after our break. But in the KDP business, here's an opportunity where if you wanted to get started on creating a passive income, you could do so with little to no cost. So, it costs like $15 a month for a Canva membership. And on Canva, you can actually produce some pretty nice looking book covers. And there are various services out there that you can go through, like Fiverr, for instance. You can find a ghostwriter on Fiverr, provide them with a nice quality, detailed outline of what you want your manuscript to include, and wait a week or two and you'll have a finished manuscript that you can then publish under a pen name with a beautiful cover on it, a nice description, and you can put it out there for sale in a genre where money is flowing into. And we'll talk about how you determine really what that's going to be in the future, utilizing Google Trends. Very interesting connection between Google Trends and what ends up being published just a few months after major trends are identified on there. So that's sort of the mechanics behind the scenes. And we'll get back to that and a couple other interesting ideas on escaping the wheel right after our break.
Great job, Jack. Wow, that took it down a different road.
Yeah. Thought it'd be kind of interesting, cool,
It
different
is. It
topic.
is. Got me thinking about maybe I should do a book about all the shows that I've done in the past, all the way up to where I'm at now.
Yeah, exactly. So the great thing about publishing on KDP is you do the work one time, you put it out there, the algorithm has it forever. It will be out there selling for 10 years and you'll never have to touch it again.
Wow.
So we got some interesting
probably
stuff.
makes it easier if you're going to do like a volume 2 as well, or if you're going to do connected series.
Yep, you can actually connect it as a series as you go along. So how was your week?
Up and down, but overall good.
Excellent. It's my other computer over here. Interesting. And hello to my YouTubers out there. I'm also filming this on YouTube, so
yep.
For my YouTube channel.
On 2 YouTube channels.
Yeah. You can find it on DREAGUS Productions, and you can find it on Jack Carey. So from 2 different perspectives, by the way, because I got a different angle and different camera. I got a whole thing going on here behind the scenes, as it were. So it's fun taking my YouTube crew kind of behind the scenes and having fun here, but
Looks like Nancy's back tonight, so whew, thank God for that. I don't know if I could do another whole show like 2 hours like I did last week. Thanks for
That's
coming
funny.
in and coming through with me in the first part last week. Appreciate that, by the way.
Oh yes, no problem. Like anytime I can, I'm more than happy to help out. So
I was expecting her to come in at least by the second hour. That didn't happen, but anyways. But Roger came in. Roger was with us. He's in the chat, in the Kick chat, listening to us now. Yep. So, yep. It's always good to have Roger back.
Yep, he's a funny, good guy. He always makes me laugh.
Makes me scratch my head sometimes, but oh well. You know.
That's funny.
He's a good guy. Or at least he means well. Something like that, right?
Right. Like that, he means well.
Yeah, he means well. I think, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's our boy Roger. Yeah. Well, we got about 30 seconds and we'll be back, Jack. Yeah, David won't be in with us tonight over on Vixen's Vault, but I'm sure that Roger will be there. He already mentioned that he was going to be. So we'll have him, Vicky, and him picking on Mark. Not this Mark, but another Mark. Here's your countdown, Jack. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're back live and on the radio side right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live. I'm your host, Jack Carey, your personal tour guide to the Twilight Zone. I've got a face for milk cartons and a voice for smell-o-vision, and tonight we're talking about escaping the wheel. We're talking about life after death, as Alien puts it, and we're talking about beware the plasmoid beings. So those are our three main topics tonight. I was just discussing the opportunity in KDP publishing. So, there's a lot of people out there that kind of abuse opportunities and they get on to like KDP and they try to publish a bunch of crap and, stuff that is just, it's bad for people to spend money on. It's not good content, etc. And that's something that Amazon really cracks down on. So if you pursue the KDP publishing path on escaping the wheel, just know that your primary pursuit is in producing higher quality books than what are available for the same, if not slightly lower price than what they're selling for, and being able to identify, therefore, where the book money is flowing, as it were. Where are people buying? What are they buying to read? Turns out there is a lot of opportunity in producing so-called low content books. I don't produce low content books, never have. But there are a lot of people that do. These are like coloring books, or writing journals or diaries. Stuff that don't have a lot of content inside of them, but is a nice book for its own purposes. Or you can go with the medium to high, content books, which is what I produce, which I have a lot of fun producing. So for me, there's a lot of enjoyment in producing a very high quality, nice looking, informative, with the latest, greatest information, if you will. So And you kind of do that by starting off looking at topics you're interested in, finding out what the best-selling books are in that topic, and then producing a better book in that topic. That's really kind of how you can start, and therefore you're kind of engaged both mentally or whatever. After a while, the interesting thing is just in the process. For instance, my newest book I'm about to publish is a book on urban gardening. It's how people living in apartment complexes can grow all of their own fresh food in a very small space utilizing vertical growing systems. So there is the topic, the niche, and the sub-niche, and the problem being solved all in a singular, manuscript. With very high quality illustrations and very high quality cover and all of that. And that'll be the next one that I produce. And that'll be book 53 in my library. So I have quite a few books out there that are in lots of different genres. You would be truly amazed. And they're out there selling every day, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on a service that sells 70% of all book sales worldwide for free. That's pretty good. They take their little cut out of it. It's about a 70-30 cut usually. You get 70%, Amazon keeps 30 from the sale. And once you produce a book, the work is done. And it could be out there selling for years and years and years. I mean, books I produced 20 years ago are still selling today. So that's one really amazing way to go about it, and one I encourage people to pursue if you don't have any sort of, shoestring budget or investment or anything like that. You can really get started for basically nothing. That's one good way to do it. Another good way is through Amazon reselling, another huge opportunity. Touch on these last two couple of ways briefly because we'll get to our paranormal discussion. But Amazon also offers individuals a way of reselling products through Amazon. So most people don't realize it, but vast numbers of products that are sold on Amazon actually come from third-party resellers. I'm one of those guys. I can tell you how it's done. I've done it for years, and I have a professional reselling account. My store is JLS Holdings, but what you do is you identify what are called retail arbitrage opportunities online. Some of these resellers you'll find like videos and stuff where resellers are going out to like actual brick and mortar stores, and they're finding deals, and they're actually buying product in hand, if you will. I would discourage that. You can automate all of this. There's no reason to do that kind of thing. The way it's really done with the real professionals, and I know some of these people who have done it. I know a 28-year-old kid who's made $7.2 million reselling on Amazon. So you identify big box mainstream retail websites. Couldn't be easier than that. Walmart.com, Target.com, Kohl's, you name it, Dillard's, whatever. All of those, any kind of known, really well-known, established retailer that's out there. And then you go about identifying products that you want to resell. You use 3 different programs. Get your pens out. One is called Seller Amp. The second is called Keepa. Those are the 2 essential programs you're going to need to be a reseller on Amazon. And the new third utilizes AI, and it is an amazing product, and it's called Boxum. Boxum is, in my estimation, if you can
spend the $40 a month on box and well worth it because you're getting AI to assist you in being a profitable seller. So as soon as you can add that on, that's something you would want to add on to your overall software package of reselling. Then you go about identifying stores through SellerAmp that are selling profitable products. You can then find those products yourself through reverse sourcing. You reverse source them to their origin point, and then you utilize what they call building your margin into the product. Don't think you're just going to find a product and resell it and that 50% margin is going to be built into it. You have to do that through couponing, and there are extensions for that. The best out there is Capital One Shopping extension. You can go to any retail's website, click on that extension, and it'll show you all kinds of hidden coupons. You then build your margin into the product by using coupons and then resell it on Amazon for the buy box price at a much higher price, and you pocket the margin. That you can do the same thing on Temu, and you can do the same thing on Walmart.com. They both now accept resellers. So if you go through those processes, you will need some startup money, and I wouldn't encourage anybody to do that unless you can spend at least probably $1,500 sourcing product to list for your initial buy-in, if you will, on an Amazon seller account. So there's a few ways right there for escaping the wheel. I'll touch on some more details down the road on how you go about tweaking this or tweaking that. So, but look into those things if you're interested in building a nice passive income over time. Nothing's a get rich quick, but if it's like a garden, if you tend it every day, it will bloom. So, but, I was watching TV at 2:30 in the morning. I often wake up at 2, work till about 6, sleep till 10 in the morning, then get back up and work the rest of the day. It happens routinely. And at 2:30 in the morning, they were replaying Chris Cuomo on News Nation. I assume it was probably a 9 p.m. primetime show originally, and they were just replaying it. And there was this huge story about how David Grush had just come out and said that the government was about to disclose the existence of plasmoid beings. Now, what in the heck is a plasmoid being? Well, it turns out you can't make this stuff up, right? Like, you try to write this as fiction, and people in the past they would have laughed. Now they're all going to kind of cry. But a plasmoid being apparently is a sentient, intelligent life form that lives within plasma light bubble. The reason why these big light, orbs, as we like to call them, are seen and continually photographed through our night skies is because they can't cover up the luminescence of the plasma that they travel around in. It's really what it comes down to. They appear to be peaceful, and it's going to become known pretty soon that the FBI not only got close-up video footage of the plasmoids, but had interaction with them. Some agents actually had interaction with them, and that's going to be disclosed pretty soon. It turns out that the very first alien disclosure isn't the little gray guys like we all thought, not the mantis insectoids like we all thought, not the not the good-looking 7-foot-tall, long, blonde-haired, blue-eyed Nordics. They could have whipped that one out. That would have been a good one, right? Because everybody would have been like, woo, woo, instead of horrified. But now we get the plasmoids. I'm not sure what to think about the plasmoids, but
but it is interesting. And, when I heard of the plasmoid beings, I thought of light orbs naturally. And then my mind drifted back to the testimony of Dr. Gary Nolan, who said that on a podcast that he had personally interviewed a carload of witnesses he believed to be the absolute best of the best witnesses. And there were 5 of them. And this vehicle they were traveling in had a see-through top. They saw a light orb down the road. They slowly got closer and closer. The orb flies over the top of the car. What the 4 people in the car saw was a gigantic UFO craft. What the 5th person saw was a little orb of light. It was like the projection didn't work on the 5th person. And the real perpetrator of this big UFO craft being projected was a little orb of light. That's weird. Why would the plasmoids want to project the idea of a large alien craft into the minds of humans as they went by? I don't know. It's a good question, right? But you're going to see disclosure of the plasmoids very soon. And with that, maybe open contact. I wonder what that's going to be like, talking to a being that's trapped inside of a light bubble. But it can communicate. Apparently, they don't speak in English or anything, but this is it's telepathic communication. So the meaning comes through in any language. That tells us some very interesting things. It tells us that we may be looking at a universal consciousness. There could be on a base level the same kind of consciousness in human life and found in other kinds of intelligent life forms, right? The whole idea of morality versus immorality, good versus bad, all of that. And that kind of leads us into tonight's main topic, which is, what did that alien have to say? So a deep embedded intelligence agent / special operative, Navy SEAL, CIA contractor kind of a guy that you would envision being employed in a secret facility housing an alien, has come out and said that he had information regarding his time guarding an alien at one of these facilities. Turns out that this real weird feeling of dread and unease would come over the soldiers who were tasked with guarding this being, and it would stick with them even when they left the facility, even for long periods of time, go on vacation for 2 weeks. They still felt this feeling of dread because of having dealt with this being. Now, it's interesting, you would suppose that this being was recovering, that it was somehow a violent type event where this thing was taken into, capture. Nothing like that. This thing was underground in a chamber by itself, sitting there stationary when they came across it. It didn't react. It didn't try to defend itself. It didn't have any sort of dramatic, reactions of any kind. It simply stood there in recognition of what it expected to be happening. Kind of a weird thing, and it made them all feel really uneasy when that made it through the ranks, apparently, was that this thing apparently was kind of like waiting on them. You know what I mean? later on, it made some weird statements about how there have been many different civilizations and they each come to this point and sort of maybe discover it. And then it seemed to acquiesce itself to the idea that, time was an illusion and that it would happily answer any questions. And the interrogators to this creature would carefully control the questions that was ever asked. One of those control questions was what happens after death, and never let anybody ask it. This soldier ends up getting a moment alone with the alien being, and he asks the inevitable question, what happens to humans after they die? And his answer was surprising. He said that he didn't verify or deny the existence of God. He didn't disparage or decry anything about religion or belief systems as they stand today. There was no sort of repudiation, if you will, of human belief systems at all. Instead, what he said really kind of carefully parallels and dovetails with existing belief systems in various religions. He said that human life is meant to be exactly what it is. It's meant to be difficult and it's meant to be unsure. There's a reason for this. That reason is that if there were a predefined outcome of your actions that you understood before you took them, you would only ever take the actions that led to the best outcome for you, irregardless of how you felt morally. It's a way of testing what somebody will do over time, morally, immorally, without ever knowing what the end result will be, to determine not a heaven or hell as we like to sort of, we kind of say heaven is here, it's above, and hell's below. No, he describes heaven and hell as being like this. It's not a location. It is a state of being. And in your existence, as you're walking through this life, you will inevitably act in ways that are where you have empathy for others, where you show love, where you show kindness, where you do things that are morally right for your species and for life itself. And that will naturally align you with creation. Or you will act in ways that misalign you with creation. At your moment of death, it becomes, because there is nothing else, everything but your own consciousness is stripped away. You can't hide from the truth at that moment, and the truth comes home to you. Not to some being somewhere that's making, that puts you on a scale and weighs it. You are the ultimate judge, and you can't escape you. And consciousness is truth unto itself. In other words, you will, at the end of your life, come to a moment where everything is stripped away other than your own personal, truthful, heartfelt recognition of the choices and decisions you made, either aligning you with the creation of the universe or misaligning you. If you become misaligned with the creative force of the universe, that's something that we would describe as being sort of a state of hell. If you're aligned, then you are in what people call a state of heaven, right? It really didn't seem to matter much which religion or pathway you chose to find a path of light and morality and love in your life. Only that was the universal mechanism at work. Can we believe what he says? I don't know, but it seems to match logically in a lot of ways. Seem to have no preconceived notions or, had no sort of agenda in its discussion with this soldier. And it seemed to think that this was universal for all intelligent life throughout the universe. Intelligent life is created in such a way that it will automatically have free will in such a way that it will never know the true outcome of its decisions and choices until they have all been made. And so, it's interesting. We might begin to see some way of all of the world's religions kind of getting along, because really what we're all seeking is the same thing. We're all seeking that creative, genius, light, loving part of the universe that brings about success, fulfillment, joy, safety, all of those things, all of the good things in life. If you're not for those things, then you are misaligning yourself with the universe. And, the wickedest man who ever lived, Aleister Crowley, once said something very profound. He said that if you discover your true will, as he liked to put it, the momentum of the universe is with you. In other words, if you're aligning yourself properly with the universe, you will discover your true path in life and there will be no resistance to your success. Why? Because the universe and its momentum is working in your direction. That's what he meant by that. Sounds pretty wicked to me, right? Pretty wicked stuff coming out of old Aleister. But Aleister also said, love is the law. Love under will, right? So I'm kind of going to leave it with that tonight. Love is the law of the universe. All else can, we can clean up in the details. But if you can exhibit love in all of its many forms to the life forms around you, that's going to be your best path through this life, for sure. And join me down another rabbit hole next week. We'll be examining another one of these exotic rabbit holes right here on Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live. And until then, guys, I will see you on the radio.
Awesome job, Jack. Awesome job. I'll get this up and out like I always do. Hold here with me for a little bit while I get do our transition off of TMV Cafe.
Sounds good.
And
see you next week.
Yep.
Signing off here.
All right, you take care, and I'm going to get Miss Nancy up and rolling here in just a few minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds like a plan, Stan.
Yep.
I'm back to work.
All right, you take care. Put some new paintings up for me to post up too.
I will, definitely. I'm painting one right now where a guy's lifting up a curtain like this, and he's looking underneath it, and off in the distance is this whole magical landscape. So awesome. I'll post it.
That's awesome.
Cool.
All right.
All right, brother. I'll talk to you soon.
Sounds great. Let me get Nancy up and rolling. Take care, Jack, and I'll catch up with you in a little bit. Or later on.
Sounds good. All right.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. That was Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio with Jack Carey. We will get the Vixen's Vault up and rolling here in just a few minutes, and her Legion of Chaos. So hold on. Let me set that up while I get things rolling here. There we go. Hello, hello, hello. You there, Nancy?
I can barely hear you. Hang on. Try again.
Hello, hello, hello.
Why can't I hear anything? Hang on a second.
I don't know. My mic is turned
Take
on.
my phone out of its thing.
Do you have the proper headphone connection set up for us? There we go. I guess, where's Vicky at? I know. There's Mark. Come on, Mark. Get in here with us. Vicky Vass.
Okay, sorry about that. I had to take my phone out of its shell because otherwise I can't get the microphone plugged in correctly.
Okay.
Is Roger popping in tonight?
He should.
I saw him. I saw him in the chat.
I'm trying to get him connected in.
I don't think Vicky's coming on tonight. She left a message in the chat that she didn't think she could make it. I know Dave can't come in tonight.
Yeah. I'm calling Roger, but we'll see.
Yeah, he might be taking a smoke break.
Well, let me see here.
Hey, I miss it. I miss him. I told you that. I do miss him
I
a
know.
lot.
I missed
And
you last week.
Roger.
Oh my God, did I miss you?
Dude, God, I can't unplug when you know how that goes.
Yeah, I know.
I cannot freaking unplug from it when I'm doing something like that. I cannot unplug. I have to, that's totally unprofessional. And my hours are all over the place. Rafi will tell you that. Sometimes I get a call.
Mm-hmm.
We'll get a call 9, 10 o'clock at night, and it's like, what can you do? Nothing you can do. Nature of the beast.
Yeah. I'm trying. I'll get him in eventually.
Oh, cool. Mr. Mock, how you doing over there, buddy?
There's Roger.
Yeah. Oh my God.
We have less than 30 seconds, and I'm going to give you a countdown here shortly. Sorry for bumping the mic. Dunk.
Yeah, it took me a second.
Yeah, we
Sorry
talked
about
all
that.
sorts of stuff last week. I don't know if you got to hear any of that, but yeah, we talked about Mars, different other things. But here's your countdown.
Cannibals.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and on the radio side for the very first time tonight right now.
Welcome, everybody, to the Vixen's Vault. Today's date is June the 17th, 2026. The time is 9:01 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. I'd like to welcome everybody to the show. Sorry I didn't make it last week. I'm sure they had a great time stomping around, causing havoc while I was not here. Nah, I'm pretty sure that's how it went. Although I know Mark will tell me that is not how it went. I'm pretty sure that's how it went. But welcome everybody to the show. It's been an interesting 2 weeks. God, we've got so much to catch up on. So much to catch up on. I mean, it's literally, I was kind of laughing because they've kind of crushed everything. When you watch the news cycles, it's like every conspiracy theory you ever heard in the past 10 years is like somehow getting a pop in reality right now. The primary one being the biolabs over in the Ukraine. Those biolabs that our government had people removed from social media for making the statements and actually posting the screenshots of their existence, because why? Those dumbasses had the biolabs listed on the State Department website until 2022. And they were listed as level 3, level 4. Oh, what? Gain of function labs. And it's funny because I ran that today through 3 different AIs, and all 3 came back with the same answer, that was not true, that they were not listed as gain of function. Well, guess what? AI, you're incorrect, because I have the screenshots from the State Department website, and they were 100% listed as gain of function. And why is this a problem? Because this is the entire reason Russia went into the Ukraine to begin with. That's why this is a problem. They even went to the UN, and y'all can look that up. They went twice, both times with China, to the UN, 2019, 2022. Both times the UN shut them down and would not listen to them, and they kept saying there are gain of function biolabs buttressing the Russian border in Ukraine. We need them gone. These are U.S.-Ukraine joint ventures. They need to be gone. And, oh, no, you're lying. Doesn't exist. Yep, all these people that dug up all this information on these labs are lying. They're crazy. They don't know what they're talking about. Guess what? Wrong answer. Because this past week, Tulsi Gabbard, God love her, on her way out the door, she is dropping some major crap bombs all over the deep state. Yep, she released the paperwork. And yep, there they were. Including the film that I've posted multiple times on my Facebook, which is Barack Obama inspecting those biolabs in 2004. And they kept trying to say it was part of the nuclear initiative, which was crap, because it was clearly bioweapons. You can see it in the film.
Sorry, Nancy, I'm going to disagree with you on one point. I don't believe that's the only reason that the Russians went in.
No, I don't think so, but it's enough of a reason, Mark, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, but you were framing it as the only reason. So
no, but it's definitively enough of a reason. Like, Russia had every flipping right to do what they did. We would have done it here in the States. If Canada had a Chinese biolab buttressing one of our state borders, and we told them to remove it, and they did not, do you really think we'd care if it was Canada or not? We would remove the problem, especially because the gain of function experimentation that was taking place, per evidence submitted by both Russia and China, was designated and targeting certain types of DNA.
I'm going to jump in here. Yes, we would do that to Canada, but not Mexico, because the Democrats need new and more voters.
New voters. Isn't that, I mean, but it's, like I said, I've said it for a very long time. I know Raphael has agreed with me on this and said it multiple times and has posted on his pages. Russia was not wrong. They were not wrong in the Ukraine. Absolutely not wrong. What they did was a self-defense mechanism, and everybody pushed back and tried to make them look like the bad guy, because that's how things work with the UN. That is, anybody who's against one of their brethren who are profiting exponentially is painted to be evil. Again, and it's the same thing. Like, now you're starting to see over in the Middle East, you're starting to see exactly what I was trying to tell you guys you were not seeing, which is you're seeing Trump pushing back against Israel and saying, oh, I'm sorry, if you violate this agreement, guess what's going to happen? We're going to pull everything.
What are we going to do with Wisconsin then? Because they've got a gain of function laboratory up there. They have actually the deadliest virus in the world.
Yep. But has Canada said anything? No, they have not. Canada's aware of the position of that biolab. Heck, we are.
Yeah, but that's all right. The Straits of Hormuz is open. Oh, sorry, it's closed again.
Oh, wait, it's closed. It is actually open.
Apparently, they have like they got like a peace accord agreement. Apparently, yesterday they signed it.
Now that's funny, because you have one arm saying it's been signed, but you have most of the press saying it's not been signed. Then you have Donald Trump saying it's not been formally signed. It's going to be formally signed on Friday.
Yeah, in Switzerland, right?
Correct.
Switzerland.
And he's sending J.D. Vance, which I think is absolutely hysterical. Yep. Oh my God. Be a good boy, JD. But I mean, like I said, these are things that I told you, he's giving Israel enough rope to hang themselves. That's exactly what he did. And when he called it out pretty loudly. You know, basically told Netanyahu, what the hell are you doing? You're killing innocent civilians in Lebanon. Why? You're violating the ceasefire over and over. Why? Called it out publicly. But he had to wait. That's why I said it had to be like indisputable before he could address it. Because he's Donald Trump, and everybody hates Donald Trump. And no matter what Donald Trump says, they're going to say the polar opposite. So literally, it had to be so obvious you couldn't, and you had to have the Democrats hating it so much that when he finally came out and said, oh, wait, you're right, they couldn't say, oh, no, wait, we're wrong. Because it doesn't work like that. It was genius reverse psychology. It really was. Now, do I agree with him lying to the public about his actual stances? Actually, I kind of do. Because you know what? So much, like 90% of what we hear that our government is doing is a fallacy. It is a lie. It is BS. 90% of the information, the money, is not going where we're told it's being going. It's being misdirected all over the place. It's literally a joke. Our government, in fact, pretty much everybody's governments have become an absolute joke. I see that England has finally had it up to their eyeballs with what's going on over there, because I'm starting to see some interesting things happening over there, including actually Ireland more so than anybody else. Ireland's about had it. I mean, yeah, but if anybody was going to have it and probably snap first, it was going to be Ireland. Let's just look at the history of Ireland and how long they can actually maintain a foot on their throat. It's not very long. So, yeah, they were the first to actually kind of really rear their heads back and say, no more, no more, no more, no more, no more. And people are finally asking the right questions, which is, how are all these idiots maintaining their seats in government? How are these people being put into office when we can't stand them? You know, just because you're white does not mean you cannot ask questions. Because they've spent the last 10 years telling you, if you're white, you cannot ask questions. Because if you do, well, then you're a racist, you're a bigot, you're a this, you're a that. Well, no, I'm sorry. Wrong answer. Wrong answer. And like I said, it's been tumultuous. And in the middle of all this, you've once again had more UFO files dumped. You've got, in fact, I was laughing because Eisenhower's great-granddaughter, oh my God, Laura, was kind of melting down on Facebook the other day because I guess Valiant Thor, I'm not sure because I'm not into the whole different groups of aliens thing. I follow it, I get it somewhat, but not real sure what all the backstories are. But apparently there is this alien called Valiant Thor that has been around since the Eisenhower administration. And I think they said he's a Venusian, from Venus. Again, I have no idea, guys. I'm not saying I buy it. I'm just saying I'm relaying what I know to be true, or what they've said is true. So I guess somebody was making the claim that with these new releases of information that Dwight David Eisenhower did indeed meet with these aliens, but he elected to support the gray aliens, which apparently, according to these groups, the gray aliens are little evil demons. Just saying. Again, just relaying. But she was saying that is not true. And that it's in his papers. And she has spoken to many very qualified individuals who are in the know. And nope, he never did anything with the grays. It was always the Venusians. It was always Valiant Thor's people that he worked with. And that this whole awakening, and that's where I'm trying to round this into. This whole awakening, everything we're seeing, the Q movement, all this was as a result of what Dwight David Eisenhower put into play in the 1950s. Which I actually, believe it or not, folks, this is the one point where I will say that actually makes some kind of weird sense to me. Because again, we know a lot of things happened in 1954. Tremendous amount of things happened in 1954 that were kept from the American people for good reason. even today, can you imagine how the American public, as wonderfully sane as we are, would react if if Donald Trump decided to release the fact that he was meeting in secret with aliens and planning our future? Can you just imagine how that would go over socially?
I seen the AI pictures of that with him meeting the Nordics. That was so funny.
And people were believing it. They were actually buying into it.
They were.
You've got to be kidding me.
No, it's it's AI.
Consistent. Well, I was like, the AI wasn't even consistent across the photographs. Like, some of the aliens had one type of uniform on, the other aliens were missing stripes and badges from their uniforms. It's like, what? Y'all really bought that? You thought that was real? Come on. No.
What have they previously mentioned about North Americans and hysteria? Yeah.
No. Say it isn't so, Mark, but y'all aren't much better. I just got to tell you. The Brits are not much better. You just hide it better. Like, you sip your tea and piss your pants. Because that is, it's true. You keep poker. You guys are great with poker face, though, until you start drinking. Then your poker face goes really bye-bye into the shitter. Yep. No. But again, I mean, you have to understand, even in so 54 would have been when Eisenhower disappeared for 3 days, and when people finally did question it, they said, oh, he was having a dental procedure. Right, because dental procedures last 3 days. Even back in the 50s. No. So those 3 days, there were multiple reports that he had met in secret with aliens. And that's not just from low-ranking people. That came from some of the highest ranks, which was always interested the UFO communities, because we had what we were told was documentation, but it could never be verified because nobody's going to own it. But there again, in the early 1960s, what event did we have happen? Mark, do you remember what happened in the early 1960s? Because I remember it.
What
we had a rash of UFOs over the White House.
Okay, so I thought you were talking about 62.
In Vietnam.
Yep. I mean, we had a bunch of stuff going on that was not explainable, and it was very, very quickly hushed up in the public and never addressed. Which this is one of the things that you kind of know is their little hallmark. They either, if they do address it, they do what they did in Roswell. Oh, it was a balloon. It was a weather balloon. Whoopsie. Kind of like they tried to, that quote unquote weather balloon that was crossing the United States that seemed to move very autonomously for a weather balloon. But just saying, I mean, again, all these things lead up to what? What are we looking at?
But saying that, Americans have had a fascination with outer space since the 40s, since the 30s.
Actually, the 30s, that stemmed from a crash because in 1936, we were still allies with Germany. Well, we weren't allies, but we weren't enemies with Germany. In fact, Joseph Kennedy, John F. Kennedy's father, was working through England at that time. I believe he was the ambassador to England. He worked very closely with Adolf Hitler. And people don't know that, but he did. Joe Kennedy worked very closely with Adolf Hitler. And back in 36, there was a crash in the Black Forest in Germany. And that is documented. You guys can go look it up. And supposedly, a craft was recovered from that crash, and the Germans reverse engineered it. And that is a lot of the technology, because if you notice, towards 1939, 1940, all of a sudden the Germans had some crazy, crazy advanced technology, way ahead of everybody else, eons ahead of us. So I always found that very interesting. That's why I always said, I'm not sure I believe the whole storyline of World War II. I'm not sure I believe it.
Also, I'm just thinking the JFK's 61, 62's famous speech. This is not because it's his easy speech, which sort of sparked the US imagination.
Well, I mean, it sounds cliche, but if you really take a look at it, and a lot of people hate saying this, especially in the ufology crowds, but Roswell is actually what stirred it all up. And I mean, I know everybody talks about Roswell, but it's true. I mean, whenever Roswell happened, that's when everything blew up because they even coined the name flying saucer before Roswell. So that was already established, but it really took off when Roswell happened.
Well, and what's
But,
funny with Roswell is most people don't know the actual truth behind Roswell, which was that what crashed on the farm was only a very small piece of what came down. The rest of it was in the hills.
Yep,
And
they said three ships actually.
Yep. And there was a lot more recovered than we were ever told.
there is
So, and it all went to Wright
obviously-
Patterson.
Yeah.
There's always the obvious explanation of because the Cold War, the US was testing new military equipment, and some accidents.
Yeah,
happened.
but again, historically speaking, in the United States especially, Europe's got a huge history too. Just look at your art. Look at your medieval art. Look at the objects in the sky of your medieval art. Explain that.
Yeah, look in the churches. Oh, and if you can get there, look way under the Vatican in the, 53, 55, or 60 miles of...
We discussed this before, and I've always put it down to symbolism.
Well, you
More
guys
than-
how
are
much
completely
symbolism
out of your mind. I showed them pictures of the little people inside the frickin' supposed sun and the moon on the paintings, and they honestly think that is supposed to be God inside of the moon and the sun.
Oh, and like they said that.
Oh,
like
no, that's the
Marcus
black
said,
sun, Mark. I mean, Roger. It's the black sun.
I
Forget
mean, they
that.
clearly look like spaceships.
People will literally sit there and tell you it's symbolism. It looks like a rotating object with a globe on top of it. It looks literally like a flying saucer from a sci-fi movie in the 1960s, and you're trying to tell me that was symbolic? Symbolic of what? I'm pretty sure that even in the Bible, there's no mention of saucer-like things that had bubbles on the top. I mean, you had the chariot that took what was that prophet's name? The chariot that retrieved him.
Elijah and Enoch and all of them. Yeah, there was like 3 of them that came down to pick them up and then take them up and drop them back off. And okay.
And
then that doesn't even go into like the ancient like Hindu and Indian drawings and writings. I mean, we're not even touching that.
There's
and
like
that's
little
like
Lamanas.
years.
There's little people in these graphs too, though. Nobody ever wants to point that out. Like there's little people in
Little
them.
people, yep. I know. Like driving it.
It's like they're even holding something.
I had
that
little
looks like
people
frickin-
once too in Legos, and once Roger.
I built, but that's what I'm saying. You have 2 choices here. Actually, 3. It's either something that came into our atmosphere from outside of our atmosphere, something that traveled interdimensionally, or something that's been here for a very long time, is very ancient, but still here. So, not a lot of other choices, especially considering this art is depicted worldwide, culturally. This isn't just a European itch. It's not just a Middle Eastern itch. It's not. No, we've got it in South and Central America. We've got it in North America. I mean, it's everywhere. And the art dates back sometimes thousands of years. I mean, let's look at the Ute Indians out in the Midwest. It's crazy. It is crazy.
Coincidence. I would argue that's coincidence. Humanity
So is there?
always
So
wanted
are
to explain itself in sort of mythological sort of further sort of explanation.
So, but again, especially with the Native Americans in the Midwest, can you explain their mythology then, their mythos? Because their mythos says that they came from the caves and that there was a huge cataclysm several thousand years ago, and that the ant people, the insectoids, living in their caves in the center of the planet, took them in, sheltered them, and then basically took them to a group that they called the Anunnaki through all these tunnels underground. They had no connection to the Sumerian myths, no knowledge of it. In fact, most people had no knowledge of it until 1976, to be very honest with you, like when Zecharia Sitchin, released his book. That was the first time most Westerners learned about the Anunnaki and Nibiru and all of those legends. None of them had ever even heard those names before. So to have a tribe in the southern Midwest who not only basically has a name that echoes that, but has a legend that actually connects over. That's insane, Mark. The odds of that are insane. That you literally just say that's a coincidence is like that. No, that cannot be a coincidence. There had to be some kind of communication.
I would make the argument that these Native Americans weren't always Native Americans. I mean, the Polynesian sort of, where the land masses that brought them to the US or America.
Yes, but then you have the DNI releases that came a couple weeks ago that spoke of different races of aliens, one of which that was mentioned was insectoids. So again, these things, now again, it could just be a play. And I say that all the time. Our government is great at playing psyops with us. They're awesome, especially if they're prepping us for an event that they don't want us having a heads up for, like a Blue Beam event. They are great at playing out a psyop before they do something like that. But that being said, when you really start looking at the mythos and the legends, even the Mayan and the Aztecs, when you go down to South and Central America, it's insane correlations. I mean, they literally have etchings of what absolutely looks like an astronaut in a space vehicle. It's like dead on, down to a helmet. It is dead on. And it is what, 600, 700 years old? Oh, time travel. There you go. Fourth option. Time travel. Perhaps. And actually, of all the options, I'd probably go with that one first. Because that one, according to science, is where we're closest to and probably have already achieved.
It's something else too. There's something else too, like when you were talking about the Roosevelt and
no, not Roosevelt,
Eisenhower. Yeah, Eisenhower. I think what really confused a lot of that was when back in the 90s when they came out with the Blue Planet Project, because a lot of the stories started changing. You know what I mean? It was that whole thing with Sousa, where he was supposed
John
to.
D'Souza.
He was supposed to have been like a
FBI agent,
a government scientist. Actually, he was, and he came out with all of the different names for the aliens and stuff. Now, like Thor, he was very popular among them, but then as soon as the Blue Planet projects came out in the 90s, that's when they started talking about him turning down agreements with the Pleiades and all of them.
Ooh, Roger, hold that thought. I gotta take us out to break. I just looked at the time. Hang in there, folks. I don't have David Campione tonight to set me straight, but I'm gonna take us out to break on time. We'll be right back with the Vixen's Vault in just a few minutes.
Yeah, I noticed that whenever I see done.
I know you guys seen me going like this. Come on, Mark.
I don't see you. I don't. I really don't. I wish I did, but I don't. And Mark, actually, I want David to continue, or David, I want Roger to continue when we get back, because he was actually on a really good line of thought. I know where he's going with that, so I want him to expound on that.
Because as like we were kind of talking about the Montauk thing too. If you notice, like a lot of the lore behind Montauk changed, especially too, because last week we were talking about the Montauk monster.
We were,
and that's what. Remember about the Montauk monster that was found on the side of the on the beach? It was
on the beach.
Oh yeah. Well, Roger, no, that was in Jack's show.
Well, that was after Jack Show. I brought that up because it was like that's how it all actually started. Now everybody talks about the Montauk show, chair and all that stuff now.
The Philadelphia experiment and all that came around the same
You know.
time.
And but it all originally started with the Montauk monster, which had to do with radiation and genetic research. You know, and it just kind of grew out of that into what it is now. Now everybody's talking about remote viewing and different dimensions and stuff like that, but that's not how it started. And I think that's really what it was back in the 90s when they came out with the Blue Earth Project.
Mark, I'm getting a lot of feedback off you again.
Yeah, he's a troublemaker. You got to keep on, Mark.
Okay, that might be a bit better.
You are always completely lit up because I'm getting loop from you.
He's watching TV.
No. Or TV? Don't even own the TV.
Don't even own it.
You got to turn your speakers down or your microphone down, one or the other. One of them.
I just did. It might be a bit better.
Are you using an external mic again?
I'm using this.
Thank God you're back, Nancy.
Yeah, we missed you.
I'm here. Hold on one second. I'm feeding a feral cat.
But yeah, whenever I always did find that interesting because the stories, you know what I mean? I've noticed like there has been shifts in it. And I think that has to do with a lot of the crap government's trying to...
Yep, disinformation.
Yep.
They're very good at planting and cultivating disinformation. Like I said, with Roswell. So many people, 1,000%, associate Roswell to Area 51 when really not a lot. They don't connect. They really don't connect. Everybody thought that the recovered vessels were taken to Area 51. No, they were taken to Wright-Patterson.
Yeah.
So it was Ohio.
Parts might have ended up there years later, but not right away.
Right,
you know, because S4 was still under construction back then.
Yep. And now they have
30 seconds and we'll be back.
New hangar.
Yeah. Yep. And you get 53, 54 to wherever. And I'm sure that instead of keeping it stuff there now, they keep it deep in the middle of Antarctica. But anyways, get ready for your countdown because here it comes. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and on the radio side for the second time right now.
And welcome back, everybody. 9:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, Wednesday, June 17th, 6/17, 2026. Kind of cool numbers. By the way, belated happy birthday to President Donald Trump. His birthday was this past week as well. It was actually on Flag Day. It's funny because, again, people say it's weird, but patterns are my thing, guys. I mean, just weird patterns that don't make sense to me. It's like, how coincidental is that? I mean, you have Donald Trump's birthday is on Flag Day every year. But then also on top of that, 9/11. And people don't realize this, but if you look it up, 9/11, it's actually a feast day. And it's the Feast of the Trumpets, which I was always like, well, that's interesting. And I actually didn't even find out until 9/11 until after 9/11 that basically that date is considered by a lot of rabbis and Christian scholars to be the actual date of the birth of Christ. If you actually if you read the Bible and you follow the biblical holidays, in other words, the Jewish holidays, it would put the birth of Christ right around September 11th. And that September 11th, before 9/11 ever happened, was actually the slated date they had put it at. So it's always led to the...
Sorry.
Don't say that. That's my sister's birthday.
Yeah, I was just thinking it was also King Charles's official coronation birthday on June the 14th.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
the monarch gets 2 birthdays. Yeah.
Oh, believe me, on June 14th, it was so funny because everybody was popping up with their little correlations and little interesting date things that were happening, including things that dealt with Princess Diana, and not Prince Andrew. No, not Andrew. Not William. Who's William's brother again? The younger one that looks like the bodyguard. Harry. The one that looks just like her bodyguard. Sorry, Mark. I had to say it, but he does. He looks nothing like Prince Charles. Or King Charles. Sorry. Again, my bad. He looks nothing like Charles. That child looks everything like Diana's bodyguard.
Well, we also have that. We also have this month 6/6/26 that Scott Walter was talking about too, with the Yeshua scroll or something that he had found, connecting Templar stuff to. Oh yeah, that just recently happened. What it means, we don't know.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think there's a lot here, though, that it's bringing things into focus that most people are completely unaware of. And that I always say that is for a reason, whether it be for the government to take advantage or whether it be for us to understand, so we kind of understand things as they're happening. I will tell you that within the Anon movement, a lot of the connections that were dug up definitely made you see a clearer picture of things that were occurring. Like, again, we knew that COVID was BS. We knew a lot of things. We knew the Ukrainian war was BS. We knew who was actually wrong in that war. We also knew that why China had hooked arms with Russia when it came to those biolabs. And it was because China knew that the United States had level 4 biolabs all over Taiwan. So, and they still have them there, by the way. So again, there are reasons some of these things are occurring, and our governments don't want us to know the full engaging story. Why? Because we're most likely going to say, what? What do you mean? Why are we playing with viruses that, so basically to make it even more deadly and target certain groups of people? What? Yeah. But they've been doing it for quite a while, and they're very well funded. And that, again, should make you kind of wonder. And I think the most interesting information just dropped yesterday, and that was the fact that they've matched a lot of the batch numbers that were bad. Like, they're able to really discern which batches were bad and where they were sent. And this pretty much correlates to the United States, Mark, not so much England, because it was what they did was they matched a lot of really seriously bad side effects, deadly ones, to the VAERS reports and then back to batch numbers. And yep, they found that was not a conspiracy theory. That was a truth. That certain batches were being sent to certain areas.
Sorry, this is related to one specific company because there was, 3 different companies that was providing?
No. It was, but it wasn't, because people like to have very fuzzy memories. You guys over in Europe had AstraZeneca, which was your shit show, excuse the expression. Here we had Johnson & Johnson. And Johnson & Johnson was, I want to say they were the first approval, if not the second. They were they were the front runners of approvals. And their vaccine.
There was another one, wasn't there? There was another company.
No, we had Pfizer, we had Moderna, and we had Johnson & Johnson. But Johnson & Johnson, out of the gate, there were huge problems. And I remember, because my sister was getting them, I kept saying, don't do it. Don't do Johnson & Johnson specifically, because the blood clots are a huge problem with Johnson & Johnson. No. They say it's perfectly safe. Well, they're lying. Which is why they don't have any pamphlet for side effects anywhere. They don't give you anything. And you have to sign a waiver, a liability waiver, to get vaccinated. Right there, you should know there's probably a large problem with the vaccine. But it wasn't just, like I said, Johnson & Johnson. I don't even think Johnson & Johnson's included in a lot of those VAERS reports, because the bad batches are going back to Moderna and Pfizer. And again, these are things that We tried to tell people, and we tried to tell people certain areas were being targeted. It's interesting because one of the things I've always said, because a lot of people like to, again, bounce on Donald Trump's head. I'm like, listen, he was only there for one batch, A. B, when you look at the VAERS reports and you actually start, like, looking at the only areas where his first batch had issues were serious red areas with basically an elderly population, which would have been, if y'all were paying attention during COVID, you may have noticed the people who didn't contract COVID and die of it, but happened to be elderly and had the misfortune of living in any type of area that with like gated communities for 55 plus and all that, those people were completely locked down and not allowed to leave. I mean, and not even in Florida, because we have a lot of, Florida's the cemetery of the United States. We have a lot of those communities. And we actually have personal friends of my family who, $600,000 condo in one of those communities, they were not allowed to leave for like 2.5 years. It was insane. Like, they could not leave. They were not allowed to legally because the community had medical access within the community. They were not allowed to leave the community. And I always said, it makes it a lot easier for these states, New York, California, even Florida. If these retirees with these beautiful pensions and gorgeous health plans die, because now the pension doesn't have to be paid. That goes back to the state. The health plans, they're saving a ton of money. And to be very honest with you, in Florida, actually all over the United States, most of these communities where people buy in, these really nice communities, part of the, I guess you could say, deal for their health care and keeping things affordable while they live there is that basically the company that owns those facilities becomes the benefactor. So when those people die, a lot of what they own goes to the company that owns those buildings, which is insane, but that's how it's set up.
I'm just curious, in certain states, is there anything similar to the UK's capital gains tax?
Yeah.
So
in lots of states.
Yeah. So that's another economic sort of addition.
Well, again, it depends on what state you're in. In fact, it's funny you're asking about taxes because Rafi and I were just talking about Florida the other day because Ron DeSantis is looking to do away with property tax here in Florida, which Floridians are very happy about. I'm happy, but I'm very skeptical. Because here's the way it works. Government never, ever, ever puts themselves backwards when it comes to monetary gain. Doesn't matter what government it is. Doesn't matter if it's state, local, national. Does not matter. They don't go backwards. So if they're going to get rid of the property tax, going to bet your bottom dollar they're going to push for an income tax because Florida does not have income tax.
I came across something. I'm sorry. I came across something recently. It's I don't know how it all ties together and which way it points to the wind blowing, but apparently they're now making gold legal tender here in Florida.
That happened a year ago. DeSantis made it a law that gold is legal tender in Florida. Yep.
I didn't even hear about it. That's freaking funny.
Yep. He made that law a year ago. It's one of the reasons I love him. And it's one of the reasons I'm pretty sure, like, I had this feeling when he's done, because he's, as of 2028, he's done. He's done his 8 years. He can't go any further as governor. I have a feeling he's going to end up basically probably either running for president or going in for vice president. I have a feeling this is what they were doing with him.
Here's a possibility that I think it might be leading to is that the reason why when you have sound monetary policy that allows you to, you to become a saver, and that's no different for people as it's the same for government as it is for people. It allows you to save because your money isn't being inflated, or your value of your money is not being inflated away.
if the goal for the Trump administration, according to the Q Project, is to reset everything and take us to a global gold standard. Let's just say that that's the case. You don't need the property taxes. The property taxes is a byproduct of fractional reserve banking and this infinite money printing bullshit. The gold, it would then be, if it's the gold standard that we then live on, then it will not matter about whether we have the property tax or not, because they won't need that money. That basically all the funding will be able to be, all government services will be able to be funded by import duties and tariffs, and by sales tax. You won't need the income tax and you won't need the property tax, which are the two most destructive taxes out there. Because not only can they take your productive output, but they can also take your assets as well.
And
but that's basically what I'm thinking.
He said sales tax too, and that's very important to remember. Sales tax, very important.
Yeah, because you're taxing, you're basically sales tax and import taxes tax things, and that's fine. You know what? You would put a whiskey tax on, like during George Washington's day. That's fine. It's just it is what it is. But it funds government, but it's not invasive. It does not require you to submit paperwork under penalty of perjury and have the government try to jail you for not disclosing every last nickel, dime, and dust bunny that they want to charge you a tax on, or to basically threaten to take your home that you have lived in your entire life and take it from you because you didn't pay a couple $1,000s on a
because you never really owned
home.
it.
That's it. Because that's exactly it. You're never a true owner of your stuff if they can just tax it away. The other, and then, but beyond that, I mean, I'm hoping they go back to common law, because this BS about charging you taxes so you can drive on the roads that are already been publicly paid for by taxes is bullshit. There's a lot of, there's a lot of things that need to change, but what I'm saying is that the gold tender, legal tender law, and the no property taxes, it kind of leads me to believe that we're heading in that direction. That's all I'm saying, and I'm very hopeful in that aspect.
I would agree with that. And again, a lot of information surfaced this week that kind of pushes back in that direction too. Some of that would be the information that was released about the Kurds. And that was not, everybody thought that was a Donald Trump slip up. Hell no, that man does not slip up. I think he slips up. I'm like, no, he says things that he wants you to either hate him for or love him for, or at least go look into. And when he mentioned the Kurds, what he said was, basically the damn Kurds, they took our weapons. We sent all these weapons to the Iranian people so they could rise up, and the Kurds took them. And, gee, thanks, and kind of pushed it that way. But what that did was that opened the rabbit hole of Saddam Hussein. And the fact that he was looking to go to what? A gold standard, just like Muammar Gaddafi was. And it was very interesting because, again, when you start looking into Kurdistan and the Kurds and their relationship with Turkey, their relationship with everybody, because we always looked at them as the people that got screwed. During the first Gulf War, I think it was Operation Desert Storm, actually, the Kurds, like 250,000 of them got annihilated by Saddam Hussein, or so we've been told. And I always was angry about that because I always felt like George Bush Sr. really screwed those people, used them and screwed them. But then when you look at their alliances, because that's what I started digging into, their alliances, their number one ally is Israel. Like, Israel supports, funds, and gives intelligence to everything else with the Kurds. And I'm like, wait a minute. There's a crap ton of Iranian Kurds, and a crap ton of Iraqi Kurds, and a crap ton of Turkish Kurds. And are you telling me that these guys are basically moles within there? Because that's what it looks like. And when Trump,
we can make
Go ahead.
we can have a discussion about if Gaddafi and Hussein were good people or not. But it's worth remembering that they sort of stabilized their areas.
They did.
Yeah, political,
like I said,
religious, theological.
I think we have to rethink what we've been fed, because again, each one of these guys that's been demonized, and I'm not saying that the radicalized groups, and by the way, I'm not just going to post that one on Islam's head, because they're not the only ones who are radicalized to an insane extent. I mean, I can tell you there's some Christians down in South Africa right now that are wholly crazy and burning people at the stake in real time. Go look it up. There are some Jews that are absolutely hate-filled crazy. Every group has their extremists that make everybody look bad. And the thing is that I think, again, the powers that be use that as an excuse to condemn an entire group when they need something. And Iraq, Iran, all of them, Syria. And I tried to tell y'all, Trump was praising the Syrian leader that was at one point Al-Qaeda. But I remember when they put him in, and I looked at Rafi, I said, oh, Syria just got checkmated, or Israel just got checkmated. There's no way they're going to work with this guy. They're going to think they can control this guy. They're not going to be able to control this guy. And sure enough, that's what happened. He pushed Israel out of Syria. Totally, like lock, stock, and barrel, threw them out. And now Trump is praising this leader. And I'm like, yeah, because that whole time, the Abrahamic Accords, when all those countries signed in, when this all first started, and I said, look at that, all those Muslim countries are now part of the Abrahamic Accord. That means Israel is going to have to behave, because now all these other countries are watching what's happening because they have a part of it. It didn't work to Israel's advantage when they all signed into the Abrahamic Accords. It's pretty simple, because those accords do not include the Israel project. They certainly do not include an expansion that goes clear over to the Ukraine. Oh, no. They most absolutely don't include violating ceasefires to try to force America into a war. Nope, they don't include any of that, do they? And now we're seeing that play out, which I think it was overspent. Like, I think he should have started playing those cards like a month and a half ago, but I'm not him. I don't know what he knows. I don't know which intelligence they're working off of, why or how, but I do know a lot of these fat cat politicians are stepping in the dog crap right now. Lindsey Graham came out with how he was absolutely against the president for doing this, for making peace. Think about that. Lindsey Graham came out against it. Mike Huckabee, full on, basically said he would support Israel over us, he's our ambassador to Israel, and he basically said he would support Israel over the United States. So they're outing themselves. Yes, absolutely. But now there's no denying that. There's no saying, oh, I'm being a loyal American. No, not when you're supporting a different country. I'm sorry.
You know what?
That's not how that works.
I'm gonna rank those guys right up there with pedophiles for the wood chipper.
Oh, I'm sure some of them are probably correctly ranked up in those leagues. Just saying, including Mr. Mike Pence, who has also shot his mouth off. So, I mean, again, I think people automatically assume because I'm more conservative minded, that means I am a Republican through and through. Actually, I don't even like calling myself a Republican anymore, because I can't stand, basically 9/10 of my own party, at least not their political leadership. I don't like what they do. I don't like what they represent. I mean, even here in Florida, we're having to push back against the data centers. We're having to push back against big developers. That's Republicans. That's not the Democrats. And, we're having to say to them, yeah, that's great. Data centers provide jobs while they're being built. But what happens after they're built? Those jobs go away. That's the whole reason for the data center, is basically to make jobs go away.
Talking of which, did you hear the report about Mark Zuckerberg, Meta Platforms, introducing a program to encourage data center buildings, providing free quarters to.
Yeah, we got about 3 minutes, but
saw that.
Anyways, on top of that, even after the jobs go, we still have to pay for them to keep them up in taxes.
Yep, and they keep saying that they'll provide their own water, they'll provide their own electricity. Really? Where? From? Where are they getting it? I don't see them building huge power factories that aren't swallowing up energy from the surrounding power. Are they on their own grid?
Actually, Google's data center over in Nevada apparently uses geothermal energy. They had a startup company dig a hole, basically burrowing it like a mile down into the
That's not good.
Hot. Yeah, but then, but the thing is, though, it still doesn't take care. It still doesn't solve the problem of the water, the water contamination.
Yeah, I can't remember if it was Amazon, Meta, or X introducing solar panels, building them on solar built panel infrastructure. Also, talking of water, there was a report just this week about China building offshore data centers in the sea.
Yes, they are on theirs are on the water. Yep, which actually is probably intelligent, because you can derive a ton of energy from hydropower, quite a bit. That would be a smart thing to do. The Nevada centers, that scares the hell out of me, because I know Nevada's had a ton of quakes. Like, they're getting cluster quakes everywhere. There's major fault lines through Nevada. Why would you drill a mile down into the mantle in an area that's absolutely covered in fault lines? Just not a smart thing to do in my book. Sorry, had to say it. And that reminds me, guys, since I wasn't here last week, we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 earthquakes here in Florida. First one was like a 6.2. It was off the tip, Florida, down by Cuba. And it shook. I felt it all the way up where I'm at. I didn't realize what it was, though, until I looked online and saw that there was a quake and kind of put 2 and 2 together. Actually went to get out of my car, and I felt like I was on a boat. I'm like, I was literally like, whoa, okay. That was weird. And, when you get up to this age, I'm 56, you start, when things like that happen, you're like, yeah, I'm getting old. And just keep walking. But then later on, when I looked at what had happened and looked at the time, I was like, that's right when I was getting out of my car. So, yep, that made sense. But since then, we've had multiple aftershocks. And each time they have been felt in the Tampa Bay area. So, not probably a good thing. With that, I'm taking us out to break. We shall return in a few minutes. This is our longer break tonight, folks. So get up and stretch out. And then return for more of the Vixen's Vault.
Smoke a cigarette.
Yep.
All right, I'm going to let this one run completely out before starting another one. Because we only got like seconds. Less than 30.
He's in a good mood. He's in a good mood. He usually doesn't do that unless he's feeling really good.
Who?
You. Hey, did you tell
I don't know
her
how
about...
I don't know how we lost 2 minutes coming into the room. I really don't.
Did you tell her about the bad behavior that you were doing last week?
What bad behavior?
You were just awful, man.
How was I awful?
You were talking about cannibalism and
no,
Satanism.
You was talking about cannibalism. I don't talk about cannibalism.
Yeah.
Did y'all run rampant on my show again?
Oh yeah, we did, dude. We did.
Y'all are killing me.
We talked about funny
Canadians.
stuff.
We talked
Canadians?
about
yeah.
Blame Canada.
Well, no, we encourage people to blame it on the Canadians. We were thinking the right way when it comes to that. We weren't like
sure, the right
Canada.
way. Right thought, right? Has nothing to do with...
We didn't say nothing bad about French people, at least.
Oh, really?
But yeah, we did.
Well, that could have been so much more fun.
We did.
Yeah,
actually.
Mark would have stuck around longer for that then.
Where is Mike? He just vanished.
I think he dropped.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He may have dropped because he knew we were going to be called back because it's going to drop off here any minute.
Any second. I'm
2
surprised we
minutes.
got this much
Okay.
time over. We don't normally get that.
Yep. All right, I'm going to drop too. I'll be back on when you start up, and I'm going to hit mute because one of my cats got out. I got to
Okay.
go find her. So
Yeah, talk to you later, man. I'll go with him.
Are you going to go with them?
Yeah.
Wait for
Go
my
ahead.
call? You
Yeah.
will?
Yeah.
You know, you're a really good team player. Thanks, Roger.
No problem.
You're taking
man.
one for the team tonight. Appreciate it.
I
I'll see you
don't
on
know
the
if
other
that's
side.
I don't know if that's a good thing to say, taking one for the team. And that's not being a little bit.
I'll be back in a minute.
All right.
Anyways, that was the first hour of the Vixen's Vault. We got more to come. Believe me, we have another hour to go of the Vixen's Vault. How are we going to do it? Why are we going to do it? Why? Because we have another hour. How? That's the question, of course. But here we go. I'm going to get them started up again. Oh, boy. Yeah, that's me at the top of the screen there, and then the screen talking. We got more to come. Let me get the rest of these folks up and around. Do we want to bring Roger back? Of course we do. Because he's going to talk about cannibalism. Yeah. Cannibalistic Roger.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
I forgot to mention the thing about that.
Well,
What
just
was it? Oh,
just wait
there's
for-
a Guardian. It's in Canada, in Ottawa, that you need to check out. You were talking about this or something with Jack the other day that I wanted to point out.
The
It's a
Gugwe.
face.
The Gugwe.
Oh, maybe.
You
But
know
there's
about
a-
the
there-
Gugwe?
Hold up.
It's a
There's-
Bigfoot-looking like creature, but it's not a Bigfoot. All right?
Check this.
It's a
In Canada.
baboon, a giant baboon with a little
Canada.
short tail.
In Canada, there is a mountain range that looks like a freaking shaman.
Yeah? Oh, yeah. I've seen those pictures before. Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
the Guardian.
it's kind of like the face of Mars. But here.
Well, kind of. They're
Yeah.
That's what they like to relate it to him, but it's like it literally looks like a freaking an Indian shaman.
Yeah.
An entire mountain range. Some Guardian. I forgot the name of it.
The Guardian. Yeah.
Something.
That's-
something. Like the Shaman Guardian or some crap like that.
Chief
it's in
Witch,
Canada.
Chief whatchamacallit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll be back.
I knew
I'm gonna
that
go
guy.
Smoke.
Did you know that?
Yeah, I did. I heard it in your songs.
Yeah, I knew that guy.
It's like
Welcome
I
in,
got
welcome in, Larry and John Allen down in Australia. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate everybody out there that's tuned in tonight, wherever you're at, whatever platform you're on. Beatrice, sis, welcome in too over on Kick. Seen you pop in there a couple times. Appreciate everybody that's joined us tonight. Yeah, and wherever, whoever, and whatever platform you're on, I'm sure we're going to get Nancy and Raphael back eventually, or we're going to take and have a show like we did last week.
That was fun.
A hodgepodge of chaos, but yeah. There I was, minding my own business, fishing for the giant megalodon in the Brazos River, just outside Three River Stadium in Pittsburgh. when I got a knock over my head and woke up in a cave with a woman claiming she's my wife with a big to-do list in her hand. She said, you got to do this, you got to do that. And I'm like, oh no, I can't. She goes, I know where you live, I know where you sleep. You better get it done or you're going to get beat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Entertainment at its finest here on the Vixen's Vault. You will not find it any other place except in my AI songs that I play. And some of Roger's, too.
I don't
that
know.
you may
We've
find
used
humorous. But David
we've
Hogg...
We've used some of your ideas in our...
yeah, I know. You steal and corrupt my ideas. You corrupt them. Mark, you corrupt my ideas. You and Roger are corruptors. The corruptors of AI music and ideas that I make. The corruptors. Do you understand corruption? Yeah.
We've elaborated and improved upon.
I hope they come back soon because we only got a couple minutes.
Nancy's back.
There she is.
I'm here.
Oh. Cool. Yeah. You heard me, right? The corruptors. What? The corruptors. Mark and Roger. Corrupting my past works.
Oh. Well, I don't know, Mark. I think you're kind of good at corrupting your own work sometimes.
Well, you know, there I was, minding my own business, fishing for the giant megalodon in the Brazos River. When I got a knock over my head and woke up in the cave.
Sure.
With a woman claiming she was my wife. Can you believe that? I tell that to my kids and they believed me. We have less than 30 seconds. Yeah, they used to believe me when I told them that. And they're like, Dad, you remember dinosaurs. Yeah, let me tell you a story.
God. Good Lord.
And here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you are live for the second hour. Right now.
And we're back, 10:04 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, Wednesday, June the 17th, 2026. Welcome back to the Vixen's Vault. I am your hostess, the Wiccan Vixen. Tonight I have with me from the other side of the pond, Mr. Mark Edworthy. I have, actually, Roger is back with us tonight, which I missed Roger greatly. He's been gone for the last, kind of took a sabbatical from Microsoft everything. For several months. Can't say I blame him. I am not a fan of Microsoft, as most of you well know. Also, of course, have my producer, Mark. Tonight, we're missing Dave Campione and Vicky. Unfortunately, they both are otherwise engaged. And so here we sit, our little argumentative crew. I believe Mark referred to them as the corruptors. I think I kind of agree with that.
Yeah,
I'm just saying. I mean,
the Legion of Chaos is.
I was going to say our chat is named the Legion of Chaos for a reason.
Yeah, I'm going to change it to the Legion of Corruption.
Yeah, I think chaos fits better than corruption. I don't know. Same thing though. They're kind of like, they mean the same thing anyway.
Or corrosion.
But welcome back to corrosion. Okay, now you're just being mean. That's I'm old. I'm not that old where I'm thinking about corrosion. But welcome back to the show, everybody. I hope y'all actually had a really good week. I know, like I said, it's been kind of a crazy week for, I think, actually all of us. And I know, actually, I wasn't on last week, so I wasn't able to update you guys because I did a ghost hunt Friday after the show. The last week we were on, I actually did a ghost hunt at what used to be Clearwater High School. It was a school that was built in 1910 in Clearwater, Florida, and actually took my 9-year-old granddaughter and my daughter. And for my 9-year-old granddaughter, it was her first experience. And of course, like all children, heavily, heavily curious. And, I actually work with a really good team that are pretty decent people. And one of the women were with Kim. She's actually an educator. She's a 7th grade teacher, and she teaches science. So she definitely had a grip on how to talk to a 9-year-old. And so she was using dowsing rods, and she was kind of explaining the science behind dowsing rods and why they work and how they work and what they say they're said to do and what they actually can sense. Well, here's my 9-year-old grandchild who figured out very quickly that you can easily manipulate those rods in your hand. And if you're not being genuine, you can make it move and do whatever you want it to do without anybody even seeing your hands move. You can just use your grip, basically. So, and I'm watching her, and I know this kid like the back of my hand. She's my grandkid. I absolutely know this child, and she's telling everybody she is communicating with the spirits, right? And so she's asking questions left and right. And she's yes and no and yes and no, and finally, it was time to like split off. And I am the type where I kind of like to explore on my own, especially when I get what I call like a spidey sense in an area where I know something triggers me. And I definitely got triggered in several areas in that building. Well, she decides she wants to tag along with me. And we're on the 2nd floor of what's called the museum now, but it was the schoolhouse at one point in time. And as I'm standing there, she's yapping away using her dowsing rods. And you have to imagine, guys, I am not the most patient of people. When I'm trying to do something and I have a child, yap, 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 and as she's going, I'm hearing this really weird sound. And it's like a whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. And I can hear it. And I'm like looking for all the ventilation shafts in the room and trying to track, okay, where's the air conditioning vents? Where's the windows? Because it was like a weird sound. I can't describe to you what exactly it was. And she kept talking. And so I finally turned around and said, Ava, be quiet for a moment. Do you hear that? And she talked again for a minute, and all of a sudden you hear it got really loud. I mean, loud. I am not, guys, I got to tell you, talk about grandma getting kicked under the bus with a boot in her face with poop on that boot. That is what happened. That child's eyes went from slits to like deer in the headlight. And I turned for a moment and then turned back to ask her a question. I'm not joking. That kid was gone. Like, all I heard was, in these wood hallways, I hear this, and she's running to get to the stairs, and I hear her going down the stairs, down the stairs, all the way to the front room where her mother was. And I'm literally a floor above them and all the way across, and I can hear her talking to her mom. She's like, Mom, there's a ghost upstairs, Mom. Can we leave now, Mom? Let's go to the other building, Mom. There's a ghost upstairs. Goodbye. Let's go. Can we leave? And I'm thinking to myself, well, shit. I'm up here all by myself now. Really? Now I got nobody to validate what's going on. It's like, this sucks. But that was my adventure.
I
know who it was. I know what it was. It was David Grush's plasmoid aliens making contact.
Mm-hmm.
Clearwater, Florida seems to ring a bell to me. Has there been a school shooting within the last decade or two? That's gone.
Several. Not in that area, though.
Okay.
Oh yeah, we had Broward County had that was the Parkland shooting. That was the kid David Hogg. In fact, we laugh because you guys have, your character from one of the other shows, Censorship Sucks. Yeah, that kid was from that shooting, and he's actually the son of an FBI agent. And he went all anti-gun. He did the whole we're against guns.
You mean Adam Lanza?
Yeah, David Hogg, who looks just like Adam Lanza, who was the shooter in the Sandy Hook shootings. Yeah, that's the same one, hon. But again, yeah, that was Parkland. And actually, I had a friend whose daughters attended that high school when that shooting happened. So, yeah, but that is South Florida. As far as I know, where I'm at, West Central, we have not had a school shooting like that. We've had stabbings in the parking lots, normal stuff, but not a school shooting like that, not Central. I don't even think we've had one in North Florida, just South Florida, Broward County. just put a dot on them. But yeah, that's the only one I'm aware of in the last decade in Florida. We also had the Pulse nightclub shooting in Orlando, and that was the gay bar that got shot up middle of the night.
They don't even want to say it was a gay bar anymore. If you notice that, like whenever you see the advertisements, they had a 2020 thing where one of the survivors was on it, and not one time did they mention it was a gay bar.
You know, Ralphie and I have a friend who lived very close to that bar where that shooting happened, and she had told us that they came around, the sheriff's office came around after the shooting and were making the people who lived there, who heard and pretty much witnessed quite a bit, sign basically non-disclosures. And I believe she took off to a different country not too long after that because it shook her up so badly. So they did not want people talking about what really occurred there. It was kind of like San Bernardino. They didn't want people talking about what happened in that shooting either. And Sandy Hook, they didn't want people talking about that. I find it very interesting, and they always say it's because they don't want fake news. They don't want, bad information getting out, yet they are the number one source of really horrible information when these shootings happen. I mean, again, I am going to point back to Sandy Hook, where we had 3 shooters, then 2 shooters, multiple types of weapons, and it turns out it's one skinny teenage kid, or so they said. So who shot his mom first? I mean, it's just BS. I mean, Parkland was the same type of thing where it was crap in, crap out. There was a school shooting in Texas. Oh God, what's the name? Was it Albany? I think it was Albany, Texas. That was a couple years ago. Like literally, there's been multiple school shootings. Now, again, I find it funny because every time there is a school shooting, there is what the press is telling you, and then there's a lot of times what you're watching. Because a lot of times we're getting video real time. Like, not on, obviously on the news, but if you're on any of the Telegram channels, even X, you will see these feeds coming through from people who are there and feeding it through live. And what you get told by the news is nowhere close to what you're seeing. And this is, in fact, Rafi will definitely back me up on this. It was the same thing with January 6th. We were there. We know what happened. We saw what happened. We were there. And what y'all got told on the news is not how things were going down. Not even close. I mean, when they call it a violent insurrectionist mob, I was laughing. I'm like, where? It was a bunch of old people. 90% of that mob was old people.
This is similar to what's happening in Britain. I don't know if you've been listening to the news in relation to the public being more aware of the Research Information and Communications Unit in WICO in Britain, which is a sort of propaganda nudge unit in the UK British government, trying to push the diversity or strength argument.
Oh, dude, I have to tell you, Rafi and I have been watching this show. What is it? Is it the Clarkson's Farm or
Clarkson Farm? Yeah.
It's based in England, and it's Jeremy Clarkson. He's on. Oh God, what's the name of that show? Babe, what's the name of the show? Top Gear. That's right.
Yeah, he hasn't done that.
So he's been on it for a long time, but he decides to buy a farm, okay, outside of one of your little villages in England. And it's a beautiful farm. Oh my God, it's gorgeous. But the crap he has to go through just to farm, I mean, farming, the oldest trade there is in civilization, besides prostitution, the crap you guys have to go through over there. It's almost that bad over here, not quite as bad, but it was ridiculous.
He's been a very vocal person in relation to the inheritance tax farming argument recently.
See, I I would buy all that, but the thing of it is, I've actually done research on this when it comes to England, and like when people talk that way, they don't take into consideration that the donut has been in operation in London. Its headquarters for the government communications headquarters, and they've been since the 70s, they've been bugging their own people and listening in on their own conversations. So, I mean, and they consent to this shit. They have no problem with it, and they think it's perfectly fine.
Well, because the average public doesn't know anything about things like YQ, or till recently, YQ and Operations 33, the military arm.
Like the British were the ones. The British were the ones who coined the word cybersecurity. You see, you know what I mean? They are the ones who made it to where you think you need cybersecurity because it's going to make you safe and secure at night, so where you can cuddle up with your teddy bears and.
Hence why I sent you a message earlier. I'm talking
exactly
about doing a show on the updated. Keeping children safe.
Yep. In fact, I posted that the other day because it looks like you guys that's going to pass, and y'all are screwed. You all are screwed. If that passes, you guys are completely, utterly screwed. And it's like, why would you? Why would you pass something like that?
There are arguments about potential large companies, Meta, Google, be leaving the country.
Well, that's
if
because they can't.
Got offices in the country, then they don't have to abide by the laws of the country.
But again, I think a lot of that is that's a plan because they want Palantir controlling everything. Okay, and that has been the game plan for a little while now. And I've said that. That's why.
Not only Palantir, but there's a few other companies involved as well.
Yes, I agree. They're not quite as, we'll put it this way, Palantir, they say, is government only. It's not. They have shell companies that are in the private areas. But I can tell you that, it's one of the reasons Anthropic got absolutely drilled out. And I will say that till I die.
Anthropic, and I was talking to Tan and Roger the other day about this. Anthropic, PBC, has got contracts in relation to the .gov.uk frameworks.
Yeah, they're getting ready to take over. They're gonna be set up inside their government.
If Anthropic's is been set up, I would actually I would be okay with Anthropic over others.
LLM chatbots within the various government sort of websites and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, Anthropic's got serious guardrails, which I like about Anthropic. I mean, I think if you're going to have AI, it has to have serious guardrails. It really does. The only problem I have with guardrails, though, is that what guardrails are they putting up and why? Because, again, it looks like this is going to be the future of education. Like, our kids are going to be taught by AI. That's how that's going to, that's where that's heading.
Well, that's why I'm breaking the guardrails. That's why I'm breaking guardrails and creating my own Skynet.
Yep. I mean,
I like that. I like
it's
that.
all you can do. I mean, but most of them don't have those guardrails, Ralphie. I mean, like, ChatGPT has some,
dude.
But... Oh, yeah. Ralphie and his Skynet.
Set Skynet up in the Terminator, the Rise of the Automaton.
Yep. Ralphie's fine with Skynet as long as he's the creator. Otherwise, Skynet's evil.
Balances.
It's true.
Oh, yeah, because you're the perfect check and balance.
We have ours. They have theirs, we have ours.
Yeah. No narcissism going on there.
Yeah. Better get those helicopters prepped and ready.
I'm waiting for Cherry 2000, baby. Cherry 2000.
There you go. Hell yeah.
Oh,
that's
God.
what it's all about. That's what
How
it's all
did this
about.
happen to me? How did I end up in the boys' club room? Really?
Well,
how did that happen?
Sandwich.
We are the Borg.
We are the Borg.
Resistance is futile.
Yeah, if Ralphie's AI becomes Skynet, it's going to be way worse than that.
Hey, trust me, this conversation is a heck of a lot better than what it was last week.
Sounds Thank
sure
God.
Poor Marky. I thought he was going to have a heart attack. He's just sitting there, just hyperventilating, and his blood pressure was going up. He's like, "Oh man, this is over. Thank God."
Oh God, Mark, how many of these stations that you were broadcasting on were you broadcasting?
Oh yeah,
was it
yeah.
just- Oh no.
We had everything.
Oh no.
I had like 2 or 3 aneurysms the whole time. So yeah,
Oh,
but we
boy.
made it through to the end. Thank God.
Yeah, but you know what? We usually stay.
After the show, I could see the sweat pouring off you.
No, you could see the veins popping out of my head.
Mhm.
Was Vicky on?
Yeah.
Did you guys
Oh
have
yeah,
Vicky on
thank
with you?
God.
Oh no.
Thank God,
Oh,
because
no.
and Jack was too for the first, segment. All right, and then the veins started popping out of my head, and I thought, I was in scanners, and my head was going to explode. And then Roger kept feeding it, and
Yeah.
Mark wouldn't help at all. And then we had Vicky. I know she was praying for me, so thank God I had that.
Well, see, we had to talk about lycanthropes. We had to talk about that, and then we talked about how freaking Romulus and Remulus,
The twins.
the
Yeah.
twins, and how freaking the Senate had to eat the brains of the dead body so that they could cover up his murder. And
Yeah.
Then we started.
Yeah, we
talking
talked about the
cannibalism.
history of Dogman, going all the way back to Greek and Roman times, and Marco Polo and things like that, along with some other. Oh, Mars. Yeah, we did a lot of talk about Mars.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
It's
how
funny
we can,
because-
and how David Campione can get clearer pictures than any of the rovers and any of the just the satellites. Amazing, isn't it?
Well, it's funny because I know everybody tends to focus on Mars because of the rover and all that, but again, when you are within the UFO communities, most of the talk with Mars only came about in the last couple. It's always been kind of focused more on Venus, and even Tesla. Tesla was not said to have been a Martian; he was said to have been a what? A Venusian.
Yeah, Venusian.
So
yeah, and
yep,
when
so
you think about Valiant Thor and Ego Swan, not Ego Swan. What's the other one that has the acronym? That had Ego Swan take and do the readings for him, and then you go into the Men in Black. They all look the same.
And then you've got because now they say that there's also a plasma race.
Oh yeah.
Which-
Those are ghosts. Oh, they're not ghosts. They're plasmoids got to be beings of light.
So you think they're ascended?
Light beings.
Are you going and landing
light
on me?
beings.
It's Daniel Jackson. Daniel Jackson ascended.
Daniel Jackson.
But anyways, we need to go to break.
I was going to say it's time to take our break. Guys, we'll be back in a few minutes with the very last segment of the Vixen's Vault. Hang in there, and I'm glad we've kept it peaceful tonight, predominantly.
All right, we're on break.
I mean, you guys been talking about those orbs and stuff. I've been talking about consciousness for freaking a year and a half.
Yep.
So it's like now all of a sudden everybody's like, "Oh, we don't understand." I've been telling you for a year and a half. Shit, why don't you pay attention?
Yeah.
Jesus, Roger, I've been part of the Global Consciousness Project since the early 2000s.
Do you know that that's
That's
a
out of,
CIA
Princeton.
program?
Yes.
It's not but it proves a point.
It's
that
part of
global
the CIA
consciousness
program.
Does work.
I believe I've
Whether or not
been
it was
saying
CIA.
that too. I mean, haven't I been talking about the government being associated with this shit?
Yeah.
Of course.
Sure. Yeah.
Of course, because, again, how do you think they knew? Okay, so voice call technology, that has been around since the 1960s that we know of. How do you think they know that that's effective? Again,
Because they read
the kings of
they
this.
they actually read the books of Toph.
No, look.
Underneath the pyramid, The Emerald
Me and
Tablets. They
Nancy-
got a hold of them and they translated them, and that's how they
Me-
figured it out.
Me and Nancy started a conversation about Mothman. Okay?
Okay.
That right there should have been your first clue. Mothman flies in the air without his wings moving. That's a hologram. That is not real. His wings do not move, and a lot of people don't know that.
Okay.
How do you know?
All right,
these wings
dragons.
doesn't mean-
Flying
Witnesses,
dragons have been put around
Witnesses.
for centuries. Okay?
But
If
Mark,
you look
you're-
at them,
you're-
okay, there's no way possible that they could actually fly without knowing magic and levitation. All right,
Yes,
unless originally they came from a world with extremely lighter gravity than here.
Well, see, this is where Jack came into some good stuff last week when he
Yeah.
started getting into
We
his
only do this on
conversation about
breaks.
magic.
Yeah.
When Jack was talking about magic, he was hitting it right on the dot, and he didn't even realize it. Okay. Now, what people call magic today is what
Technology
people
now.
call magic back then is technology now. Okay.
Yep.
That's all
Yep.
it is. It is
It's
just
misunderstood science. Yep,
that's it.
it's all
Hid-
it's ever been. And
hidden in
and it's
plain
psychology.
There's actually a documentary on that. Everybody gets that mixed up with a TV show and another one that came out before. But there's one that's about ufology, about spirits and stuff, and it's called Hidden in Plain Sight.
Yeah.
And I always try to bring that up, but everybody gets the wrong video when I say it. But it's out there. I just don't know I don't know exactly how to find it anymore. It's been years since I looked for it. But it's a good documentary.
Anyways.
To talk about this stuff.
Yeah. Nancy, just to let you know, John Allen and Larry are both in YouTube listening, and don't tell him, but say you learned this psychically, that I made him a monitor. There.
Ooh.
A moderator there. But anyways.
He's a monitor.
one?
That's better. That's
A
better.
moderator.
Larry or John?
Larry.
Help me out here.
Larry.
Thank you.
Yeah. Say
Broken
you
T-
say you
Broken
used your
TV.
psychic powers to put that in my head.
He's a monitor.
Monitor. Yeah. So I made him a moderator because I couldn't figure out if it was monitor or moderator, because, it doesn't always come in clear with me. But anyways.
I'm gonna go with monitor because he drops Sleestack memes on my Facebook
Okay,
like every
there we go.
other
30
day.
seconds until we get back.
Hey, need to make a good name like a signal or
The monitor.
The monitor.
The monitor.
What do they call those?
Actually, I like
those
Brogan.
mer-
I like it. I like his nickname. He's had that for years.
What do they call those?
All right.
freaking
All
chicks
right.
that's in the
Guys
water?
and gal.
Mermaids?
Here's your countdown. 5.
The other ones, the signals are
4,
something.
3, 2, 1. And you are live and back on the radio side right
Sirens.
now.
And we are back. 10:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. June the 17th. It is a Wednesday evening in 2026. I hope everybody's enjoying their night. And, I have missed Roger so much on the show. As we're coming off break, usually it's Mark that's making comments, not Mark Edworthy, but producer Mark. Or Vicky, who's trying to finish a sentence because she never gets a word in edgewise. That poor thing. But no, Roger is back. So what does that mean? For the last 15 seconds before we're coming back on air, right as we're getting into the countdown, Roger's trying to remember something. So he's shooting words out. Monitor, mermaid,
Signal.
wait. Literally, as we're on
Siren.
1 second, he goes, siren. He was trying to think of what the ladies in the water were called.
Siren.
And I have missed that so much, Roger. I have to
Yeah.
tell you. Because I'm trying to hear you because your voice gets softer and
I know.
softer as we get closer to going on air.
That's what I was trying to fish for. Some scaly
A
ladies
siren?
that live in the river, swim in the lake. When I'm on my
Mark,
boat,
you
I
have an
feel the water
entire
quake.
army of
Come on,
children.
Roger.
You don't need any sirens, Mark. You literally have reproduced half the world.
I've
You
watched
do not
movies.
need
I'm
a siren.
taking this country back one kid at a time, along with Scotty Roberts. All right?
You and
Don't
Scotty, I'm
stop
telling
us
you, man.
now.
Oh, God.
Scotty Roberts. Did he really just say that out loud?
Yes, but at least we can pronounce Scotty Roberts' last name without a tongue-twisting game.
That's
No,
right.
not
Because
with you,
that's no. That's fine because he can do the headlines. Well, I create more. And they'll be alive.
Good Lord. Good Lord. All right, guys, welcome back to the show. While we always have like really killer conversations while we're on break. And God, how many different races did we cover while we were on break? We talked about Venusians. We talked. Good Lord, we were everywhere.
Plasmoids.
That's where we went off into break. We were discussing plasmoids, but it's interesting
Slee stacks.
because again, Slee stacks. Oh, by the way, my psychic senses have reached out through time and space and told me that Larry Brogan, hello, my darling, has become a moderator. I'm going to go with monitor because it matches the Slee Stack memes that you put on my Facebook every day. Thank you so much for giving Raphael all the more ammunition to remind me that I'm a lizard. Awesome job, Larry. Love you very much, by the way. Yeah. And also, I'd like to say hi to John and welcome everybody. And thank you guys for being in the chat. It always makes me happy when people are there and participating. I'm sorry I'm not in there, but I have a hard time multitasking because actually right now I'm actually texting back and forth with somebody who doesn't realize
Okay, you got the reptilians in tonight.
I'm telling you, man. It's funny because you're seeing now, like, again, with the disclosure and the discussion of multiple breeds of alien, I guess you could say.
Yeah. It's closed. No, it's open.
Yeah, you're going to go back to Hormuz on me? Seriously? You're killing me here, Mark. Killing me. And it is open, I guess. Before it closes again, it's open. I wonder how many oil rigs they actually got out of Iran. I think
ranch
I saw
dressing.
One. Oh, Lord. Now that's just wrong. That's just wrong. All right, so back to the subject at hand. Why do you guys think? Because I'm with Roger in a lot of ways where I don't trust any information the government puts out. Why? Even though sometimes they do drop little truth bombs here and there, usually what surrounds that truth bomb is a whole lot of BS. And it's intentionally done to keep people agitated, confused, questioning. Mainly, I think a lot of it is to try to shake up people's faith. And while I may not have the faith of 3/4 of the entire world, I do not agree with shaking somebody's faith. I don't agree with that at all. I think that's morally incorrect. You don't do that. Doesn't matter if I believe what they believe or not. They have an absolute right to be in happiness with what they believe. Leave them alone. But if you've read Project Bluebeam, which is funny because we were talking about the 90s, and of course that's when Serge Manasse actually went public with Bluebeam.
Well, I was talking about the Blue Planet Project.
I know, that's what I was going to lean into, the fact that it was called the Blue Planet Project at the same time here's Manasse coming out with Bluebeam.
Yeah.
I mean, I know a lot of people say, oh, that's coincidental. Guys, I have been pattern matching for a very, very long time. And I have to tell you, whenever something really quirky like that pops up on me, that is not a coincidence. There's a pattern there that my subconscious is seeing and trying to say, hey, look further, look deeper. You're right. That's not a coincidence. So,
like Sousa too. Like to this day, nobody's been able to identify who this Sousa guy was.
Well, it's interesting because, I mean, you have Sousa, but then you also have John D'Souza, who's an FBI agent, which, and John and I actually talk back and forth here and there. He's very much into the UFOlogy field, and I always wondered, was there a connection to him because of the similarity of names and actually what he believes. I also find it interesting that, with Stephen Greer and the way he's heavily interconnected into the government. I like a lot of the information Greer puts out, But I also am very aware of the fact that when you're dealing, like he's the one that does the CE5 meditation for contact.
Yeah.
And I actually have CE5. I have the actual app for CE5. But what bothers me about that is that you're dealing again with delta and theta waves. And that can create, your brain is a very beautiful and mysterious thing. And it is capable of going into these subsets and basically creating a reality that's not really real. It's a reality within itself in some ways. So when you have Greer doing what he's doing and then pushing the information he pushes, I don't know. I don't like it. I'm going to be very honest. I do not like it. I feel like he's setting himself up as like almost like a cult leader.
Yeah.
I just am not comfortable with it, Roger. And I don't know if you are, but I'm not.
I've never felt comfortable with Greer, and this new guy that come out with I know everybody likes him because he's hip and he's cool and he says a lot of cool cuss words. Okay.
Which one?
He's the one that came out and started talking about Tic Tac. What's his,
I know the one who released the videos from the Pentagon.
he's the one that he partnered up with a old dude off of he's
You're not talking about Avi, are you? Avi
no,
Loeb?
are you talking about? Wait, no, he's talking about Giorgio Salakis, I think.
Yeah.
Are you talking about Giorgio? He partnered out with Eric von Doniken.
He's the one that came out with these new disclosure stuff. He's got all the documentaries out and everything. He always says all cool, racy shit that gets people all hyped up and fired up.
L.A. Marsuli?
Ancient Aliens.
Yeah. Yeah, he was on the later part of them for the disclosures and stuff when they were coming out with it. And what's his name? The old guy that used to be on freaking Coast to Coast.
Eric von Doniken.
George Knapp.
George Knapp.
I know who you're talking about now. Jeremy Corbell.
Yeah, Corbell.
Yes.
No.
Oh boy.
Okay. Now, when it comes to him, there's something that just does not sit right with me on him either. He's just too showy. He's a showboater.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Well, yep.
And when people start doing that, like for me, I'm a fan of Manly P. Hall. You know what I mean? People like that who are more into research and talking about what they know. You know what I mean? Not somebody who tries to stick out like a sore thumb and say, "Look how cool I am." And I said 500 cuss words just to impress you. You know,
I think with me, Roger, it's and this is an age-old rule of thumb with me. If you're seeking to make a lot of money off of it, your heart is not in the right place, and you're most likely not doing it for the right reasons, and it's most likely motivated for a different reason. That's always been my rule of thumb. When it comes to psychics, when it comes to anything, if you're exponentially profiting off of it or you're living off of it, then something's not right. It's just not right. Stephen Greer has made a fortune off what he's done. Billy Carson made a fortune. I mean, some of these people have made a crap ton of money, and they use it as a product, not as disclosure. I think it's one of the things that I always liked about the Anon movement was that 99.9% of the Anons never did anything for profit. They did it purely because they wanted answers. The ones who did go to profit, we knew that they were not who they said they were. They got ousted. Because again, one of the first things we were told in the very beginning was this is not about money. The ones who try to make money off this are people who are not to be trusted. And that I agree with that. And I kind of live that all the way across the board, especially with the paranormal and stuff like that. UFOlogy, ghost hunting, cryptozoology. When you're looking to make a large profit off this and you don't know the answers, not for sure. You don't have anything concrete. Nobody does. There's no experts in this field. Why? Because we can't actually define anything, really. We can't define, sure, Tulsi Gabbard released that there's other alien races and kind of named off what they could be. Do we have evidence? Am I looking at an alien body? No, I am not. Same thing with, pretty much everything across the board. When these network television shows, elevate certain people to levels that are just insane, you begin to lose trust in what they're saying. Because it's kind of like one of the reasons I never wanted to do my radio show for profit. No matter how many arguments I had with different people over that. Why did I always keep it so I wasn't beholden to sponsors or to a network? I always did that so I couldn't be told what my opinion was. So I couldn't be gagged. Whether or not you like my opinion, well, everybody's free to dislike my opinion, argue with me. Oh, good Lord, of course. But I'm not going to be told what I can and cannot say. That is why I always kept money out of it.
You keep talking like that, and Mark's gonna start crying, dude. He's like shaking his head yes, and just falling in love with you. You should see him right here.
It's true,
I'm
though.
looking at him. I'm looking at him on the camera. He's just like getting ready to cry and stuff.
But it's true, and Raphael will, I believe he supports me in that. He understands why. I mean, because I have watched people, good friends, time after time after time, when money came into the picture, it corrupted everything. In fact, Mark, you and I know somebody personally that we love very much. It corrupted the crap out of that person.
Oh, yeah. And not just one. We know quite a few.
Yep. It makes it something that's pure and a true mystery, and it turns it into something it's not. And, whoever pays you the most has the answer, apparently. I don't like that. I don't like, people selling things. Like, again, Rafi and I went to Billy Carson's event in Miami. In fact, Mark was on video phone the whole time. But, I mean, it was kind of crazy because the amount of money that he generates from his events is insane. I mean, and his message is all about money. That was something I noticed. Like, he's always encouraging people, manifest your wishes. You want this wonderful lifestyle of yachting. Exactly.
Yeah.
No, that's
let's take this back a little bit. Maybe we need to do a show about it, Nancy. Remember how you and I used to always talk about ethics and morals of the paranormal? And I don't think enough people have heard about that in quite a while.
Let me tell you something. Just in ghost hunting, and y'all have to understand, I've been doing ghost hunting a very long time. I have never seen, it is like Pornhub. I have never seen the type of crap that goes on between ghost hunting clicks. I mean, you are talking.
Oh yeah, we have
wives,
with psychics,
multiple girlfriends. I mean,
books.
There's a few. Oh my God, there's a few that literally they claim they're demonologists, and they literally.
Nancy, we haven't even touched the top of them when it comes to the psychics.
Oh God.
Okay.
Oh God, I can't.
The so-called psychics.
I am
the
aware of
weirdos who lay in bed with a towel over their head and talking weird languages, saying they're talking to an ancient king from Atlantis.
Speaking in tongues. In tongues. Yep.
Okay.
But I will say there is a phenomena within Christianity of speaking in tongues, and I've only witnessed it one time where I will say, yeah, that was genuine. What that girl was going through was definitively genuine. Maybe a mental illness, but she was definitely communicating with somebody or something in a language none of us can understand.
I would be cool with that if there wasn't
in order for it to work,
excuse
me, Roger. In order for speaking in tongues to work, there has to be at least one person present there that can translate. Otherwise, it is not the true speaking in tongues.
Hey, is it me or did the volume go really far down? Because all of a sudden everybody got very low on me.
The devil It's the devil. The devil.
I am aware of a British comedian, a YouTube comedian that started out in his career as a ghost hunter. And the reason he states that he left that sort of industry was because of the money, the corruption, the sort of posters that were being
It is. I got to tell you, it's funny because I have my small team that I work with here in Florida, and I love them to death. But like, you have males in this field who all think they're alpha males, and females that are usually, a lot of them are attention whores. Excuse the language, but they are. They're looking for a man. They're not doing it for the right reasons. And I have become very close to the wife of the founder of this team. She's a hoot. I mean, she will call him out when he's got his hero syndrome going on. She'll be like, "Oh, stop it. Knock it off. You don't need to be a hero. That's fine. We'd be fine with," because he won't put any other men on the team. The only other man on the team is actually a gay guy who I actually love. But I mean, that's the only other guy on the team. Everything else is female. And I think Kim and I are of the same mind. You have to have a balance. Doing anything like this, you have to have a balance of opinions. You cannot have a gaggle of hens and one rooster, because A, the rooster's going to get his butt kicked. B, it becomes a singular voice, and it's not always rational. You need that counterbalance. Men are incredibly rational. They tend to be more technical. So you need that balance in a team.
Remember, she said that.
Yeah.
It's true, though. It is true. I mean, Robbie, even you and I always tell you, we both have our strengths. Like, my weaknesses are your strengths. Your weaknesses are mine.
Yours is not of the feminist kind, though. That's what he's getting at. Like, you are by far not a feminist, okay?
No,
anyway.
no, I'm not.
Yeah,
you're right.
You're, you know what I mean? You're not.
Yeah.
That does not apply to you. Like, I pick on you about being like, what was it, She-Hulk, picking up Raph and taking him to bed. You know what I mean?
No, but it's like I said, and he'll tell you, you go on these hunts, and Ralphie, must you yawn in the middle of my show for the real thing? Good
it's late
Lord.
for me. I'm sorry.
Oh my God! I will get you your banky and your pacifier in a few minutes. Good Lord! Do not yawn into the microphone.
You to bed. That's all she does. Just come on, darling. It's time to go to bed.
Oh my God!
On bedtime.
I can't believe he's not burping and farting into the microphone, because that would be Raphael. But I mean, honestly, he's been on ghost hunts with me, and he can tell you that it's a real interesting gaggle of people. Some of them you just shake your head because they're lost. But a lot of them, and the worst part is, you put too many females on a team, and it becomes a nest of jealousy like you have never seen before. Like, the nastiness that occurs. And I always say, save the drama for your mama. If you want a less dramatic team, don't have as many females. Although there are the men out there too that are drama kings. They like to stir it up because they like to see the women fight, which, again, pretty easy to pick those guys out. But you don't get good results. And if it's about money and it's about fame, you're never going to get good results, because you're always going to be, looking for that thing you can put up on camera, looking for that cut you can put up on it. You cannot do it for those reasons. You just can't. It's like psychics, like Mark said. When a psychic accepts money, they are now beholden, whether it's conscious or subconscious, they are beholden to make their customer happy. That, to me, that is not a genuine, you're not going to have anything genuine come out of that. It's, in fact, Ralphie has so many times now wanted to strangle me because I'll say something or do something and say, I picked these numbers, and he'll be like, well, why didn't you play the lottery? Go get a damn lottery ticket. I'm like, it doesn't work like that. It cannot work like that. If it works like that, I'm going to screw the whole gift up.
Yeah, well,
Can't
let me
do
let
that.
me let me ask you something. You're talking about like all these crazy people, but let's talk about the people who write books.
Yep.
Okay, now those are horrible people. They will cut your throat because you use their book cover.
Some, not all, because like
Most.
I know quite a few authors. I mean, you've got like Jack is an author. Jack is one of the most, literally, I love Jack because of all the people I've dealt with in the field that went to the entertainment side of things.
Okay, hold on here,
Yes.
Roger. Are you trying to say corruption? That you don't give in to corruption? You and Mark with your little antics about my stuff? Come on now.
Well,
Don't even go there. If it's stolen material, that's exactly what it is.
Look,
ladies, put your claws away.
I'm talking about people who will literally get into catfights over
Yes.
a book. They will
Claws
make
are
a
out, buddy.
They will make a complete ass out of themselves.
Yep.
To
I've seen it
everybody
many
in their
times.
communities because their books, because of their books alone. It doesn't matter about the research. It doesn't matter about anything they've been involved in. It's the fact that they wrote a book and you took it.
Yep. Or
There's
they
the
wrote a book and they're Roger. I can tell you one years ago went by the name of London Knight as an author. Mark, do you remember her?
Oh, how could I
London Knight?
forget her?
Okay.
The felon?
Yep, the felon who was probably the most inarticulate person on the planet. Like, I have very seldomly met somebody who could not put a cohesive sentence together with 3-letter words, but that was her. And she wrote a book.
Several of them, from what I heard, and hey.
It was agonizing. It was agonizing because she even sent, I'll never forget this, she sent it to a friend of mine to edit. And the friend actually gave up after 2 chapters because it was that hard to edit it, because it was that bad. And this was all, actually, this was based around the Amityville Horror. That's what her claim to fame was, the the Amityville Horror.
Oh, I thought it was the OK Corral one.
No, the OK Corral came afterwards.
Oh, I mean, I'm sorry. The drama just got so thick that hip boots and waiters could not get me out of that without asking the Titanic for help.
And actually, what happened? What did she end up doing? She ended up destroying a lot of people we know, like destroyed their friendships. People we know very well, Mark. And yeah, it was a catastrophe. But again, she was one of those people.
And our friends would say, "Oh, we believe her." Like,
oh God,
really?
Every time she used to say luminol, I wanted to smack her because she would say luminol, and I'm like, no, it's what? Where are you getting the A? What? But I worked with a mortician. I'm like, when? That they said luminol? What the hell is luminol? And she was
trying to get illuminated.
She was the one that told Lionsgate Entertainment that I was a Christian witch, and that was it for me. I was done. I was like, no, she did not. She did not, because she was trying to sell the script. And they would only take, because the guy who owns Lionsgate Entertainment is very, very Christian, and wanted to keep the paranormal show to that side of things. And so here she is, lying her ass off. Oh, she's a Christian witch. What? Dude, don't even put those words in the same sentence together. What are you doing? No, I'm not. Oh, Lord. But yeah, that was an adventure. But again, that was something where, no amount of money in the world would have made me say, yes, I'm a Christian witch. Put me in your show. No amount of money.
How can you be a Christian witch? They're too
upsetting.
This and more on our next episode of.
There's no such animal. But with that, guys, I have to close the show. I just looked down at the time. Mark's going to have a heart attack, and we're all going to laugh our asses off about it. But join us again next week. Same bat time, same bat channel for the Vixen's Vault. Hopefully we'll be a little bit more cohesive. We should do that show on psychics, by the way, Mark. With that, I'm out of here. Join us next week.
really good show tonight. Thank you for coming in and being here for your own show.
Shut up, Mark. I missed one
I
show,
love
and I
you.
told you. I love you too. I love you too. And I hated the fact that I missed it, but I didn't have a choice. I mean, I can't just cut myself off from something like that. I had to finish what I was doing. But like I said, I missed you guys, and God, I do love doing the show. I really do. And I do think this whole disclosure thing is a bunch of bullshit.
Yep, it is.
I decided to check it out again because Greer really turned me off on a lot of that shit, and then I tried to do it. It's just like this new stuff is just same garbage, different wrapping.
The only thing that I'm gonna say, there are some good things about what's coming out with these dumps.
No,
all
yeah,
right,
that's different.
all right,
Trump, the Trump dumps are good. I do agree with you.
I follow Dolan and Jimmy Church. All right.
Yeah.
And
both
good. And I know that they're in the same tribe for this. All right, but all right. What they say about these dumps historically makes sense. Okay, and I go with that. The purpose of these dumps on the government side isn't clear to me.
I got that though. Actually, if you notice, like we went through one.
We're gonna get cut off any second, but
the pilots were actually directed by frickin' air traffic control to go to the spots where they seen the UFOs.
Yep.
That's what stuck out to me.
A potato UFO. Okay, there we go.
Mm-hmm.
A potato UFO. But I mean, again, it's. I actually would love to have like Ralphie be more participatory because again, he worked in the government. You know, where does he stand with the disclosures? Because it's not something that he and I actually talk about a lot. We really don't. I'm
going to say this before we get cut off. When we do get cut off, I'm hosting out on Kick tomorrow. Okay, so not tomorrow. At Morrow.
Thank you, Morrow.
All right. So
tomorrow,
everybody in the Kick chat, support him, and he's doing some great gaming over there. So back to you. Okay, and we are done for the night. Appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you so much for joining us. I am going to host us over tomorrow. And with that, off air, where's my...